Okay, we're ready. We'll call the meeting to order. And I really appreciate everyone coming out because I'm excited about what's going to happen today. All of you know that I'm a new trustee, so I'm going to learn more than most of the rest of you probably. We hope so, right? But when Irma talked to me about the facilitator, she called me, actually I was driving. My wife and I decided to go to California, so she called me and she said, we have Mr. Gallego, he's going to facilitate the meeting. And she said he has a background as a chancellor. So I thought, oops. We're going to be taught by the staff how to be a good board member. And I said, well, did you have other experience? Yeah, and she said, yes. He has other experience. But my first thought was that Irma is getting us prepared to vote yes for all the issues that she puts on the ballot, which is very good, right? No, just kidding. But I talked with Mr. Gallego. We had several conversations on the telephone, and I'm excited about him being here because he does have experience as a trustee. And my thinking was that we needed training from a elected official's perspective. Because I see an agenda and I see an item on the agenda, I probably look at it a little differently than someone who is a staff member. Because I know that I have 123,000 people who sent me here and I report to all those. So the way that I view it, the questions that I ask are going to be a little bit different than those that a staff member would ask. So I'm really looking forward to what he has to say. I asked Angela in preparation for the meeting to put together our current board policy. She did that, and I know you don't have a copy of this with you, and that's fine, but I did it for two purposes, two reasons. I believe that in order for us to establish goals and objectives for the board, which I hope that we have accomplished by the end of this meeting, that we, first of all, have to know what our role is as board members and what our role is as a board. If our role and total responsibility is to show up and vote yes, then the goal and objective we would set would be an attendance record, right? And that would be it. But if our role and responsibility is to provide vision and direction for the operation of the college, then our objectives might be to hold an open house, co-host an open house with the chancellor and with the president of that campus and a couple of state legislators. Invite our constituents, get some input, and get a broader vision of what the college needs. So our objectives, our role will determine our objectives. So I thought this would be a good start. Also, I thought we would use this later because I've seen some items in the policy that I'm a little concerned about that I would like to have changed. And remember, it's not a reflection on what somebody did in the past or what somebody didn't do. It's just a difference of opinion. This is how I see it. And I'm hoping that over time I can convince you to see things my way, right? Teach you to vote yes. Just kidding. But one of my goals for the next year is to try to work together to define the roles and try to make the process of working with the chancellor a lot easier and trying to help her, because all of us have to work together as a team. We all have to pull our load. If we don't fulfill our responsibility and our role, somebody has to, and that somebody is Irma. And I can tell you that Irma is very interested in each board member excelling in their role as a trustee. And the reason I know this is because when I was in Phoenix, Arizona, at the meeting to train trustees, new trustees like myself, I talked to ACCT, to the facilitator there, and asked about providing a training session similar to this for our entire board in Fort Worth. After I was selected to be president, I sent Irma an email and said, I think we should do this. And she said, I'm already working on that. So I sent her my notes, my conversation with ACCT about what I wanted to see in the training module. Almost identical to what Irma had. So she wants us to fulfill our role because she believes that I do, that only as a team, working as a team, fulfilling our individual responsibility, can we accomplish the goals of this college and make the college an outstanding learning experience for our students, and also and maximize the return on investment for our taxpayers. I think the trick that we have, the question in my mind is, we all know that there is a certain amount of effort that has to be put into running a college. Somebody has to do these tasks in order for it to run well. We know that the state legislature and federal law dictates what our role is, at least what our responsibility is, and we know that we determine what the chancellor's role is. The problem is, where do we divide that power? What part of that total workload do we carry, and what part does Irma carry? And most boards that I've talked to give the chancellor a lot of authority, which they should. We should have a policy, we should have a procedure that allows the chancellor the freedom and the flexibility to run the college in the way that we've asked her to do so. But we also should have a mechanism to be able to be assured that the board's policy is being implemented in the way that the board had asked for it to be implemented. So the bottom line is, I think that out of this session, which will be a beginning session for us, and later we may look at board policy and we may see some changes that need to be made. We may come back, and I hope that we do, and make some changes that will help us accomplish our goals. With that said, I'm going to turn off the microphone and turn the program over to Irma. She will introduce our facilitator, and we will go from there. Thank you.
Well, good morning, board members, and thank you so much for coming out so early in the morning. Ms. Manette, I apologize for the 8 o'clock, but I tell you, we have the day chock full of great, interesting things for you to mull over and help us with, and I think at the end of the day, you will be very pleased that you got up early to be with us. I am especially pleased that you have agreed to spend the day with us. And Mr. Hudson is right. He and I were thinking along the very same line about what I'd like to see the board do. And I believe that boards and CEOs are best when they work closely together, when both know what each responsibilities are. And I also believe that there are, well, it's what I call a push-pull relationship between a board and CEO. And that is, the board is here to set the policy. I thoroughly understand that. All the people who work for Tarrant County College thoroughly understand that. There are times, however, when I feel like it's my responsibility to bring things, ideas to the board that may affect policy. Then, of course, you get to make that decision. I'm here to run the institution to implement your policies, but there are times, I think, when it's very appropriate for board members to say to me, why don't you look at this or why don't you look at that? So I call that like a push-pull relationship between the board and the CEO, and that certainly is what I'm hoping that the relationship will be for us. The other thing that I strongly believe in, and that is education. When I was named interim chancellor and the Fort Worth Star-Telegram went around Tarrant County looking for somebody to make comments about me, and they talked to a lot of people who had a lot of good things to say, Mr. Hudson, but they wanted to find somebody, at least somebody who say something negative. And you know how those newspaper writers are, they always want to get what they call the opposing view. So they finally found a person who's a physician at JPS. And as you know, I served on the board of JPS for 9.5 years, and now 2 of those years I was chairman of the board. And one of the physicians said, well, you know, she's very opinionated. I can't argue that. And she's this and she's that and blah, blah, blah. So he said a couple of ugly things about me. He said, but she is passionate about education. And he's right. because that was one of the first things that I talked about on that hospital board was education. So I believe in the same thing everywhere I go. I think the more educated this board is, the better off Tarrant County College is. And so that was my reason, too, for wanting to make sure that you get the orientation and the education, the ongoing education that you need. I'm very pleased that we are a member of ACCT and that we have recently become a member of the regional ACCT. And I hope that each one of you will take advantage of the board opportunities to help us become a stronger institution. And one of the things that Reginald has for you, there's a notebook over there that I asked him to put together for you that gives you a list of the various opportunities that you'll have for this coming year so that you can look at all of those things and pick out the things that you think will be very meaningful for you to attend. And so it was with that kind of backdrop that I had already called ACCT to ask about coming to do this for us. Mr. Hudson didn't know I had called. He had called ACCT, and I didn't know he had called. So he's right. We were really right on the same track. And they sent us an absolutely outstanding person to be our consultant and facilitator today. And he goes by Augie Gallego. And he is the Chancellor Emeritus for the San Diego Community College District, having served there from 1990 to 2004. And during his tenure at San Diego Community College District, he earned a reputation as a national leader in higher education and was named by Change Magazine as one of the 21 most influential education senior leaders in the United States. He recently completed a one-year term as chair of the American Council on Education. He has a stellar higher education background. And as chief executive officer of the San Diego Community College District, he developed numerous innovative programs, including public and private partnerships that served there more than 100,000 students. So that district is similar in size to Tarrant County College. He's currently working with the Community College Initiative, Achieving the Dream, which is another reason why I liked him to come, because as I've told you before, we've recently joined Achieving the Dream, and he's going to have some opportunities to talk with us a little bit about that. That's a program, as you know, that is based at the University of Texas at Austin. He's also very active in his community. In the San Diego community, he serves as chair of the directors of the San Diego Dialogue, which is a public policy organization based at the University of California. He's a member of the Board of Trustees of the University of San Diego, and he serves on the board of the International Community Foundation. He's on the executive boards of the United Way of San Diego Urban League, the New Americans Immigration Museum, and the Hate Crimes Task Force in San Diego. Augie has a Bachelor's of Arts degree in secondary education from the University of Arizona, a Master of Arts in Educational Psychology from the University of California at Davis, and he's completed the Executive Management Program at the University of California at Davis and has done graduate work at Northern Arizona University at Point Loma College. Augie Gallego, we are very pleased to have you with us today, and we look forward to having the dialogue with you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to all of you, Chair Hudson, Chancellor, members of the board. I hope that today we can have an active dialogue. And what I am impressed about the discussion so far is that Chair Hudson has indicated the importance of bringing together a team of board members who will be looking at how to best operate, approve policy, evaluate folks, holding them accountable, and talk a little bit about the whole operational piece of running an excellent district. What's also impressive is that in addition to the nuts and bolts, the administration, policy, legal issues, is your focus, as the Chancellor mentioned, on student success. And we will have a chance to speak about achieving the dream. I will not give you lots of detail because you have an excellent Achieving the Dream coach that has been assigned to work with the Chancellor and with the district, and that's Dr. Christine McPhail, whom I know quite well. and she will lead and support your efforts to get to that goal of making every student successful as best as we can. I wanted to also talk a little bit about the importance of these kinds of workshops. The idea is to make an excellent organization even better, to have board members work together, even if you disagree on issues and challenges. At least you can disagree in a civil, humane way, because I've seen instances where this has been quite a challenge and has been very disruptive to the organization and to the mission of the college, to the point that your accreditation agencies will notice and also make it a point to place the individual institution on watch because of the weaknesses or problems with the whole governance structure. So having said that, I wanted to talk a little bit about the nature of our presentation or our discussion today. I will facilitate, and you will do most of the interaction, and I will jump in when I think it is important that I make a contribution. And Chair, you spoke about the goals, the responsibilities, and planning, especially looking ahead at the long term, at the near term. But with respect to academic instructional programs, student services, making students successful, reminds me of Peter Drucker. I think it was Peter Drucker that said, in higher education, this is why we need planning. In higher education, when a subject becomes obsolete, we make it a required course. So I hope this is not the case here. I do want to go over very briefly the agenda, and this is sort of my agenda, not yours, because you have your own formal agenda. From 8:30 to 12:30, we will have a discussion on the issues that have been raised already, and I have a PowerPoint presentation. It's a little long, and I'm going to try to go through some of these very quickly, because there are some important points there that need to be covered. And I know that this may be repetitive to some of the board members here, but I think it's always very important to have this kind of session every year as a reminder. I know that you have folks here that have been here a long time, Dr. Morrison since 1976. Oh, there she is. And so you've been through these. You've been through this drill before. So, and I'm sure that you can offer a lot of experience. Some of you have been here since 1988. I know that Trustee Winnett has been here since 1996. So it's some of you have a lot of experience. Some of you are more recent. 2008, Chair Hudson, and also our secretary, Bill Greenhill, has been here since 2010. And then Professor Carter, he was elected in 2010 as well. So I think you have a good mix of talent, experiences, and backgrounds. I think that you will bring to the mix that will really support the work here at Tarrant Community College. Just very, very briefly, as to my background, I did serve as a 6-year term as a trustee at a university. So I have a feel for a good sense for what the role of the board is. And having worked with board members for many years in San Diego, even before I became chancellor, I had already been there about 15 years as vice chancellor and other professional positions, and interacted with the board very frequently on many issues, from legal to issues of personnel to issues of contracts and things like master planning, strategic planning, things that you are engaged in today. As I thought about what we needed to cover, I had an opportunity to have a lengthy discussion with Chair Hudson and also with Chancellor Hadley. And there were many issues that were raised, or at least ideas that needed to be covered during the course of the presentation. Among them was the need for professional development, educational opportunities for board members. And I think ACCT, their annual meetings, your regional meetings, you can have many, many good sessions that can give you some good information, good background, so that you can continue to be an effective board member. One area, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chair Hudson, is the area of creating or establishing or improving the mechanism for information exchange between the chancellor and the board and the board chair, simply because you don't want to have any surprises. You don't want to hear about something that happened in the college in the newspaper rather than knowing beforehand from your own your own district management. The idea again here is to create a process of no surprises. The need for full detail and explanation of items placed on the board agenda, that's critical to make sure that as you're making policy that you have the best information, the detailed information, so as you vote on policy, you are making the decision based on the best information that each individual board member has. Again, other areas we spoke briefly about was board evaluation, CEO evaluation, the role of the board, and the role of the chancellor. So these are the kinds of things that we'll have a chance to discuss. Other things that are important that were discussed among the three of us, the chancellor and the chair, was the issues of ethics, the importance of board comportment, and understanding the role, the issue of open records, the issue of open meeting laws, and those sorts of things I think we'll be able to cover during the presentation. But just that's kind of to give you a brief idea of what thinking went into as we created this opportunity to have this meeting with you. Can we go to the next one, please? So what I'd like to do is stop a second here and maybe focus on what you would like to accomplish today. What are significant issues that you have, and what is one important question that you would like answered during the retreat, and what are your priorities? I think that these workshops are important so that any misunderstandings, any concerns or issues that you may have that have not been discussed and brought out in an open, civil, civic, friendly way, and if you don't discuss them, they may continue to fester. So I think it's important that at some point this dialogue can take place. So I'm going to turn it over to you all and ask you for your thoughts on what areas you would like to focus on during the retreat, and what questions you have and priorities that you may have. Any thoughts? Did I cover them all?
I'm going to. I'll start things off. One of the things that I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned. It's something that we need to work on. I think is. In my first meeting, let's just take this for an example, and this is not a criticism. We voted on a couple of major contracts, and I think I saw them maybe 3 or 4 days in advance. I'm a lawyer. I understood what the contract said, but I thought that we needed a little more. You alluded to this, a little more time to evaluate major issues, not every detail, but major issues. If things come up, I think we need as a process, maybe a committee or something, to look at major issues before they come up at a meeting and we're maybe in a crisis mode, or we got one of our professionals says we need to act on this tonight, and we haven't had a chance to evaluate it, in a professional manner, in a due diligence kind of manner. So that's one of the things I would like to talk about, is a process of perhaps getting on some major issues, not technical detail, but things that are critical in regard to policy that may affect our policies. But before the fire begins, we need a process of at least some of the board knowing about it and being able to evaluate it before we have to talk about it maybe in an executive session or something like that.
Let me give you a quick response, and we will cover that. This comes under the Department of No Surprises. Many times, board members will get an agenda item that meets the open meeting law requirement for notice and calling of a meeting and placing an item on the agenda. But as you were saying, Trustee, that if you don't have the full information and you're dealing with a major investment, you need to know the funding source. You need to know the implications of that particular budget item on the rest of the organization. You need to know what the vendors or the contractors' benchmarks are. You need to know a lot of information before you make the decision. If board members make decisions with little information, that's a good indication that there is trouble ahead. So it's important that board members, and I don't know what your policy is here with respect to your board docket, you should have plenty of time to be able to read the docket, ask questions, to make sure that you have full clarification. And by that time, when it gets to your board meeting, it could be discussed or it could be passed on consent because everybody feels comfortable with what they read is accurate. So again, the caution here is that the call for information has to be made directly to the chancellor and or to the chancellor's management team and not among board members. You all know the issue of serial calling and creating a consensus, and that's bad. So, but I think it's really important then that that's a lesson to be learned, that poor decisions are always made when board members who are responsible for policy, fiscal, fiduciary areas of responsibility, make a decision because if the vendor doesn't hear from the district in a week, the deal is off, and well, the deal is better off than on without having a full plate of information. Let's go to the next one, please. Again, standards of good practice. The board members derive authority from the community and act as an advocate on behalf of the entire community. Clearly defines and articulates the role of the board, responsible for creating and maintaining a spirit of true cooperation and mutually supportive relationship with the president, or in this case the chancellor, strives to differentiate between external and external processes in the exercise of its authority, and as you are doing today, engage in regular and ongoing process of in-service training and continuous improvement. Again, what you were talking about, Trustee, is being prepared for each meeting and to debate issues fully and openly. I've seen it in too many cases where this doesn't occur in many institutions, and vote your conscience. And many times it can be the wrong vote because you're just going along to get along. And I think it's important that folks make a decision based on the best information they feel comfortable with as an individual. And again, endeavor to remain always accountable to the community. And someone mentioned that they have a district that with 123,000 voters. That's a lot of people in addition to the rest of the people in the city to which you are accountable. Again, honestly debate the issues affecting the community and speaks with one voice once a decision is made. Again, board members don't work individually. You agree through your voting process, and once a decision is made, then it's the entire board's responsibility to advocate for that and support that policy. Next, please. Again, I'll go through this quickly because I think these are some of the areas that reinforces what we've discussed. The chair is an effective leader, roles and responsibilities. right chemistry and being productive, chair and CEO relationship. Can I tell you how important the trust relationship between the board and the chancellor is? And there are certainly reasons why sometimes this relationship can be fractured, and a lot of it has to do with the lack of communication or good communication between the board and the CEO. Again, leading by example, running effective meetings, building trust and demonstrating integrity, a code of ethics, and later on we'll talk a little bit of on code of ethics, and our counsel, your counsel, Robinson, is going to give a presentation on some information that she is going to present to you, which I think will be very important. Again, being consistent, bylaws, procedures, and planning. And I read your policy on the role of the board's authority, as well as the policy on the chancellor, the job description, and areas of the chancellor's responsibility. What I think is really interesting and important, and something you all discussed this morning, is that you are moving the procedures into bylaws, which will be discussed also at some point during the course of the day, as I understand, Chancellor? Not today, okay. But there will be a discussion on the bylaws, I think, that implement then your policy on the responsibilities of the board. Again, big picture focus, evaluation and self-assessment, assessing what you do, and we'll talk a little bit about board evaluation as well. The importance of debates on controversial issues, and team building. Again, the role of the executive committee, if you do have one. Next, please. Again, board members, top rules. Again, this may be repetitive to many of you. Follow the rules. Disagree without being disagreeable. Again, debate important issues. Reach consensus. No surprises. And again, evaluate future focus, respect, and trust. And remember, critical point, you no longer speak as a private citizen. And inform and involve all trustees and respect the presidency. Next, please. Some characteristics of a great board, and I do want to again apologize. This may be repetitive information, but I think it's good to be reminded of what aspects, what attributes a good board, a great board will have. Clear board goals and values, and how do students benefit from this decision? A common voice to key questions. Why do we care? Why do we exist? What is our dream? How do we behave? And what are we willing to risk? And again, live by a strong code of ethics. Clear board, clear role of the board chairperson, strong board CEO relationship, and the clear role of individual trustees, and again, participate in professional development. Again, you can read through these hallmarks of an effective board. And by the way, in all of these PowerPoint slides will be available to you and to the chancellor, so that she can again review these with you in the future if necessary. Again, thinks strategically about board composition, uses evaluation to learn rather than criticize, and has a confidence to take risks. Next one, please. Key elements to successful trusteeship. Your first interest is to help a college. You are in a position of trust. You, again, do not represent special interests. Again, an issue that happens in so many institutions where, because you are publicly elected, and I am not going to hold any punches here, because you are publicly elected, there are many individual special interests that will support you because they want something in return. And having worked in a state where our board members are elected publicly, as you are, very unionized organization, you can see some of the things that can occur when several special interests will support the candidacy of a board with the expectation that that board member will speak for that special interest rather than looking at the entire organization and the public that you serve. An important aspect of successful trusteeship is you appoint, you evaluate, and you support the president. There is only one employee for which you are responsible, and that's a person that you hire, and that's a chancellor. You identify, you create the job qualifications, you evaluate, you appoint, you evaluate, and then you support the president, again, but establishing some priorities, ground rules, and there are going to be expectations that the chancellor expects from the board, and those that the board expects from the chancellor, and hence, you will develop an evaluation process where you evaluate your own work as well as the chancellor's. Again, you set goals and you evaluate, and I know that you're working on Vision 2015 strategic plan that I've had a chance to review. Again, the role of the board is governing the college on behalf of the community. You represent ownership of the community, voice of the public. You are the voice of the public. You meet with the public. You have town halls, I would suspect. You have different opportunities to meet with the public, sometimes during your public sessions or meetings within the community. You are the voice of the public, not the volunteers or helpers. The primary relationship is with the chancellor in this case. You wisely define mission, vision, expectations, and standards. Your mission statement in the district is the board's responsibility. It's your imprint. It is an important policy that you are going to be responsible for and evaluating to ensure that what you say in your mission statement, your expectations of the college are measured in such a way, and there are some institutional measures that I'm sure that the chancellor has discussed with you. I've seen the evaluation or the institutional effective measures that the organization is working with. Again, establish reporting framework to ensure legal and ethical conduct and compliance. Next, please. Okay, a job description for the board, where you're on the board. If you don't meet that job description, doesn't mean that you should leave. But here are some very standard kinds of things, very important. And I'll start with the bottom one, which I think is very, very important, and that is to strive for quality. Identify new and emerging educational and social needs of the country. Again, demonstrate commitment and unity in carrying out the mission. And again, should be representative of the community. Next. A job description for the board. Employ a competent president or chancellor. Draft position description for the CEO. Evaluate and support the president. Support efforts to obtain financial support. Bring about meaningful change and viable educational programs. Again, I think an example of what you're doing is the district is doing with the board support is looking at an initiative such as Achieving the Dream that will put you in an organized, systemic way by which students can be supported and important learning interventions can be implemented to ensure that we are reaching those successful student goals. And again, channel all problems through the president. And I think from my own experience, this is something that is very critical to good board ethics, good board effectiveness in governance, is that in many cases, many people, individuals, groups have access to you, and they will complain about a problem, a personnel problem, a program, a person, and in some cases I have seen where the individual board member will go to that person or to a person subordinate of the chancellor. And this creates, the chancellor learns about the problem secondhand, and by that time, the problem has been exacerbated and can create a disruptive situation as well as a trust relationship between the board, that board member, and the chancellor. So again, the role of the chancellor is to resolve those problems timely and through a process that is established through your own personnel procedures, grievance procedures, or other employee agreements that you have with respect to dealing with personnel problems. There could be other problems, of course, whether it's construction project or it could be any number of external things that the community is complaining about, and I think then it's important to have a conversation with a chancellor in this case to see where the problem is, why the problem is created, and how, as a group, you can resolve it. Next, please. Again, job description for the board. You set policies and hold president accountable for their implementation. Follow legal requirements. Participate in self-evaluation. Training for new trustees. Opportunities for audience participation. I think this is an area where many board members, many boards don't do enough of, as if you were not busy already in your own work and private lives. But I think it's important to report to the public and have them participate and bring ideas, issues, concerns that you can review and address to ensure that that community or that portion of the community is being represented. Again, review long-range planning, review and update written policies, something that you are doing as we speak. Okay, job description for individual trustees. Possess a sincere desire to provide a public service, carry out the legal, ethical, and moral obligations, donate service and time to the college, represent the interests of the community and state, do not speak for the board. You do not speak for the board, you speak for yourself, but I think you do support board policy as a group and as individuals. Let me stop there and see if there's any questions so far with respect to some of the thoughts, ideas that have been presented to you. Yes, trustee.
I have a question that goes. I have two issues which you've actually touched on, and the first goes back to Bill's first comment about no surprises and the information coming to the board. I understand where he's coming from, and I think what we have to know here is the volume of information that comes to our board meeting can be huge and unsurmountable in 4 days or 5 days, whatever we have. But I think more importantly to that issue is all of us need to be probably educated or have a better awareness and understanding of what goes on behind those documents, because there is a lot of staff time, professional time spent on those documents. And so I think that could be a good study and understanding, so we know when we receive, whether it's student assessment or a budget or a capital improvement request, that it's been vetted, incessantly, I guess, by a department or the professionals. And so therefore, when we talk about trust issues, a lot of times when I receive a recommendation, I know behind it is a lot of thought and care and professional advice into that. So therefore, that helps my decision. On the other side, when you talked about lines of communication through the chancellor, I have found personally that it is a very strong and effective way. And when I receive an agenda or there's an issue in the public or something going on, I tend to email or call the chancellor. And what that does for all of us is she will take those questions to the appropriate staff members, and then it comes back to the board in full. There have been times I picked up the phone and called, a vice chancellor, but that's probably not the most effective, because if she knows that there's 5 questions of the same subject matter, then there's an issue someplace, or somebody dropped a ball, or it's going to be an issue going forward at the board. So I share those 2 points of just comment and experience, because I understand where Bill's coming from, because I still feel the same way, that we don't have enough time to really get to the nitty-gritty. But yet I do know that the professionals and the college have vetted that for our purposes, and I feel trust and strength in that. So somewhere in the middle, we've got to come to, a happy medium.
There are a couple of observations in the comments that you made, Trustee. One is the balance of what information is the most important for the most critical policy decisions that you're going to make. What information is just information? And in your board docket, I know that you have listed, the various categories, whether it's personnel, whether it's acquisitions, whether it's contracts or any number of things. But this is where the role of the trustee can become a very challenging one, a very difficult one, and one that demands an inordinate amount of time. And as you expect, the chancellor to be on 24/7, I think there are going to be times when the board members are going to have to make the supreme effort of reading everything that the chancellor suggests or indicates or states in no uncertain terms, that this is important information you need to know, because a decision is critical to a student program, or it's critical to a new construction, and not having enough information or not understanding the information can lead to some problem down the road. This is always a concern that board members have over the course of my own experience, and also as a board member, the amount of information that people want to send me, individual people want to send me programs. The athletic department wants to send me a schedule and a list of things that I, as a board member, could do to help that program. So it's just creating your own balance. But I think that the chancellor plays a critical part in saying that these 6 issues are priority issues. The others are important, but they have nothing to do with making policy or creating policy or approving policy. But this is hard work that the students and the School of Humanities has completed, and they want you to know about it. There's also the important aspect of recognizing the work that the folks in the classroom is doing. And you do know how important the acknowledgement, the recognition, folks' efforts are being recognized, not certainly on a daily basis, but on a timely basis. So this is what makes the board member's role so difficult and so demanding, is because you have so many pulls. So I think you have the problem of too much information or not enough information, and you know the consequences of each. If you don't have enough information, then it's someone who may have to pay the price. It could be in management, it could be your fiscal condition, it could be any number of things. So the board's role, it's very, very critical that you have to also make some decisions as to what information is important or not. But always ask the question, is this going to, Chancellor Hadley, is this going to make an impact on a district program or service, and if we don't support it? So this is the challenge that you have as board members. A good board member will have that question and answer kind of session with management and with the chancellor.
I have another observation. In informal conversations with Irma and with some other people, I think this works both ways. I think that sometimes people in the administration, you know, they work in a vacuum as to what they think will work, and then they don't know, well, are we going in the right direction insofar as the Board of Trustees is concerned? Is this something that's doable? Is this something that trustees are amenable to? I mean, you know, it's a cross communication, and that can often be difficult in the context of us sitting at that bench, you know, making decisions. Maybe a mechanism pursuant to which would be good, pursuant to which staff members on particular issues can bounce ideas off of trustees. You know, I'm always suggesting something like a finance committee or something. See, are we headed in the right direction? Is this something that's even feasible? I know this is up to the chancellor often to start these initiatives, but I think it works both ways.
Well, yes. One thought on that. You mentioned committees. And many trustees or many district trustees, for reasons of addressing the issue that you raised, Trustee, is they form committees, subcommittees, so that those subcommittees can work on issues, whether it's finance and audit, or whether it's special projects, or it could be any number of things, so that that subcommittee of the board can then report to the full board. At least you have a process by which you have vetted lots of information, lots of policy issues, and this way it helps distribute the load, and at least the majority of the important stuff will have been addressed. But again, those subcommittees are also responsible for creating the agenda, creating the way by which information will be placed to them, and at the same time, you also have to be careful about overloading the chancellor and staff for information. So this has to be done in a planned way, in a way that yields the best result. But back to the point, can you?
I think one of the problems we may have is that the staff presents information to the board, and they look at that information based on their expertise in that area, and assuming that each board member has that same level of expertise, and we may not. And a good example of that is the investment report that we receive on a monthly basis. I've looked at that for the last couple of years, and I see two columns. I see one, this is what the balance of the investments was last month. This is what the balance of the investments is at the end of this month. And I see transactions there. If the balance is less this month than it was last month, I don't know where the difference went, but I see a positive yield on the investments. And, sometimes as board members, we just assume that somebody has put it together correctly, but the staff didn't know, and matter of fact, I asked them, would you provide me with the distribution of that money when it left an investment? Where did it go? Yes, we would be happy to do that. And sometimes as board members, we just don't ask the question because we're afraid that we might appear to be less knowledgeable than we should be as board members. But I think if we do that, our staff is willing to provide us with whatever information that we need in order to make decisions. So that might be helpful also.
A quick response to that. An important rule: don't assume. Ask the difficult questions. There is not an expectation from the public that you represent that you are an expert on every issue, whether it's technology, finance, your investment portfolio. But there is an expectation that there is professional oversight. And my question to you is just out of just in my interest in what you said. If you have an investment portfolio, is that investment portfolio administered, managed by district personnel, or is there an external organization like the county of your county here, or some other external organization that is responsible for managing that portfolio? So I think if you're a new board member, these are the questions that I would ask. I would ask, time out here. I see that we have a $150 million investment portfolio. What makes up this investment? Is it ending balances? Is it money we raised? Is it a foundation? Do you have separate investments, for example, and who manages them? Some of the strategies that some organizations have done, especially when they have large investments, whether it's district investments or a foundation investment, is that what we did in San Diego, each board member appointed a professional person external to the district. Could be a bank president, or folks that knew uniquely different individuals, and so that they could give opinions to the board, not so much on managing it, but suggesting to the board what areas need to be addressed. And you don't want to add more work, more bureaucracy, but this is of an important concern. Obviously, if I had a portfolio of $300 million and I lose at 20% in a quarter, I'd be very concerned. So I think that, again, you have to ask the hard questions. You're expected to ask the hard questions. Again, remember what I said, go along to get along may not be the best policy, but you're asking the questions not to anger people or to off-put people, but you're honestly concerned about the role that you play and protecting that investment. So this is an issue. This is a discussion that goes on even in the university in which I'm a trustee. We need to have full, detailed information to the point as where the investment earnings are going. What is a policy to distribute? What is a required policy to distribute? And if it's a foundation, what has been the history of that portfolio over time? So again, board members need to ask the questions. If you don't know the information, I think it's important that you become acquainted and then ask the question as to how can you best, not that you are checking or monitoring, but you want to know as a board member why we are where we are. Yes, ma'am.
Kind of on the coattails of Mr. Greenhill and, of course, Mr. Hudson and Kristen Vandergriff. I think that what has happened, at least since the time that I've been here, is we are presented with information, and sometimes we take this information, whether it's a financial report, and we're not that savvy in it, for example. And you had mentioned there is possibly a process where we can begin to gain information from a mentor. At one time I had considered locating a professor at UT Arlington to give me the pointers on what I needed to look for. I mean, this is how it works. This is what you need to look for. Is it, in fact, something we can do? Again, we have been given information and asked to take action on it immediately. And that didn't work. So legally, and you touched on it just a little bit, Mr. Greenhill mentioned a committee or a process. Is there something in place we could start immediately?
I would turn to your counsel to see what kind of external professional support you could utilize, someone that has no self-interest in that investment, someone that is not going to gain from that, but someone that can give you some advice, but being very cautious about the advice that you are seeking. You're not seeking advice on the mix of the portfolio. You are seeking advice on what makes the portfolio, why is it where it is? Give us some answers or ideas as to what we can do, what questions we can ask. And again, going back to the issue of trust, you trust implicitly that the chancellor and the management staff are doing the best job in ensuring that they are gaining, 8, 9, 10% on that investment. We wish, but the important thing is, if there are some major declines, this is the kind of question I would ask. Why is it that from last quarter to this quarter we lost such and such, or we lost such and such? Was there a distribution? Was there a interest loss? Was it we failed to perform? But these are the things that I think need to be addressed in a work session with the chancellor, because if you have a sizable investment, and if you had a small investment, you want to protect it. As I said, we had an investment, an endowment, And the way we dealt with it is each board member identified a person to appoint to a committee that was an advisory committee, an advisory committee to the board. And I think that can be legally structured, I would suspect.
Okay, let me add a couple of points here as we talk about investments, because actually it starts with your policy of investment. The board has an adopted policy of how you deal with your money. And this board has chosen to be ultra conservative. There's nothing to oversee, okay? It's all invested in very conservative ways, primarily through there's a state syndicate through which we invest the money. That's where the vast majority of the money, I guess all of it pretty much, is invested there. So there's really nothing,
I see.
what the board would want to do if it wants to look at investments, review your policy first and say, what kind of appetite do we have for risk? In the past, the board has had no appetite for risk.
Right.
As a matter of fact, one of the things you'll see later this afternoon in our budget presentation is the income that we've earned on our investments, which of course is way, way down because we are so conservative. The other thing that I need to say here is that the foundation is a separate entity altogether from Tarrant County College District, and we're going to hear from Joe McIntosh on that today. That board has adopted a very different kind of investment policy, and it does indeed have an outside, as a matter of fact, it has paid consultants. Do we have an investment person at the bank who's running it, and then we have somebody to oversee that. And there's been some discussion about this board, whether or not we may want to revisit our investment policy, but that you don't have, so when you see something go from $10 to $7, it's because the market took us there, not because of any risk that we took and that we lost money or anyway, because we aren't, I mean, we're very, very conservative with our investment policy.
So it's a state agency that
Yes.
does the investment for
Called
other
the
public entities.
text pool, yes.
Yeah.
And we've been in it for
What
a
I'm
long, long
suggesting
time.
is what I'm thinking about is like the finance committee or a subcommittee in which you have a smaller group of people who are trustees who evaluate these things, ask the questions, because obviously the whole board can't do it. It doesn't have time to do it because of various reasons. But if we have a smaller group of people who can ask the advisors to come in, to ask our whoever our financial advisor, we'll call them FAs in the business world, whoever your financial advisor is, or Matt Bowles in regard to bond issues. He's RBC is our Capital Corporation is our bond guy. You on these smaller quorums, smaller groups, you have your experts come in and you ask the right questions. And then we can go to the board and say, look, we have vetted this. You can be a member of the committee. Anybody who wants to, just so it's less than 3 or 3 or less. But that's what my vision is.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't preclude, Chancellor, for example, all of the public entities that have joined this consortium with the state and to manage their fund balances or ending balances or whatever fund you have. They each have their own strategy with respect to the managing of that portfolio, each of those public institutions, or is it a common investment pool where the state invests?
No, it's a common pool.
It is a common pool.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
but it does not preclude the fact then to have, as the trustee suggested, at least having a report, quarterly report. I'm sure you get it in writing. But I think there are some questions. I think there are some questions that need to be asked to see whether or not the strategy could be changed. But again, this is something, since you do have a
Oh,
policy.
absolutely. I agree. I certainly agree with that. I have no problem if the board wants to appoint a committee to do some oversight. I was just simply saying that you start with the policy.
Oh, yeah,
You start with
absolutely.
investment
Yeah,
policy.
you have a policy.
Yes.
I think
you have
I
a
need to
policy.
clarify my example. Because I think I started a discussion that I really didn't intend to start. My example was not that we had a loss in investments. but that there are transactions that occurred since our last report that resulted in a balance less than the one that we started with. Now, I don't know a lot about the detail of investment of TCCD, but I'm quite certain that we have a revenue stream that's higher than our expenses at certain seasons of the year. And wisely, we put that in a short-term investment, which increases the balance of that investment, and then periodically we pull out of that investment to move that money into operations, resulting in the balance being less this month than it was last month. And the example, I use that as an example just simply to state that I suspected that that's what was happening, and I asked Mark if that was the case after one of our meetings, and he said yes. So then I requested that maybe if within those transactions we said that this money came out of this investment and went to operations, then I'm an old computer person and I like for numbers to add up. And they didn't. So when I see the numbers, the starting and the ending, if I can get to the end number using the transactions in the middle, then I'm cool. I'm ready to go. So I requested that they provide that information for me, and they said yes, and they would have done it 2 years ago if I had simply requested that, told them that it doesn't add up for me. So I have a background in automated accounting, so I need to see that stuff. So and my point was that sometimes the information that we don't have, if we would just simply ask, would be made available to us, and we wouldn't have that doubt in our mind for that length of time.
It could be simply a cash flow reserve where you're expecting revenue and you're using your reserves, so then obviously you would show a decline, and then when the revenue comes in, you replace that. But I think, those are the kinds of questions you need to ask. As practical and as simple as they may be, I think it satisfies you and your interest, and again, your role as a board member is to ask the difficult questions, the not so difficult questions, so that you can feel confident that the organization is working towards the best interest of the public. Yes, ma'am.
Now, it's easy to ask those questions if you know what to ask.
Right.
That is the problem, which I think these types of workshops are just wonderful. Maybe we need to have different workshops on different areas for the board. Finances, financial methods that we're using here. I mean, everything that is involved with that on very layman terms, because I'm not a financial wizard. But Mr. Greenhill, and I'm not sure if this was what he was referring to, I think it's not just with finances. It is major things that come to the table. Construction cost and, numbers changing. We cannot make a good decision where we're getting so much information from so many different areas that doesn't match. And I think at those times that we need to have a committee of some sort that can kind of decipher through all the paperwork and that they give us. Because when I get up here in the board meeting and they're giving me all of this information, and I have had it prior to, a few days before, prior to coming to a board meeting, it is still very overwhelming to know the right decision when I have not felt that the information we were receiving was inaccurate. So it's at those times that I would love to be able to have a committee that can kind of break it down and almost give us the pros and cons of certain things. And we can use that and take that to make our own informed decisions. In fact, I had asked Bill Lace, I guess, 6 or 7 months ago, and is there any way that once we get the agenda as board members, we can come together to discuss a certain item on the board agenda? Because I thought we can talk about what's here, the ideas they may be bringing to the table, maybe bringing an expert, and again, to be able to decipher what we get, because we get a lot of information.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, and I think it's very useful plan to notice and call a work session or a study session on a key issue, big construction project,
Yes.
small construction project, the whole finance, the whole investment
Yes.
portfolio. But again, as Trustee Vandergrift was mentioning earlier, about the demand for you all to read, understand, and study. But I think there may be 2 or 3 major issues that you are going to have the study session, and many organizations do have study sessions so that they can get to the understandable explanation
Right.
about what that means. And you mentioned the issue of construction costs. And remember, I read the newspapers, and I read a lot of newspapers. I've read some of the history of what has occurred here at Tarrant with respect to building acquisition and the building of the Trinity campus and expansion of that campus, and costs and issues related to costs. And I think this is what you may be referring to. I don't know. I can't read minds, at least not yet. But this is an important thing, and I felt that in my discussions with Trustee Hudson, we talked about the issue of financial transparency, opening, escalating costs, and without getting into a lot of detail, because this is a tension I think that this board needs to address and come to some grips with, and determine where you go from this, because you have a chancellor, a new chancellor. You appointed the chancellor permanently, March, I guess it was, Chancellor Hadley. It seems to me that now, after a year plus, the chancellor has, I think, kind of surrounded the problem, and I think the board also needs to get a full, comprehensive idea as to where you are, where you need to go, so that you can move forward. You probably, given the size and magnitude of this issue, you'll never reach closure, I guess maybe in the next couple of years or a year, hopefully maybe tomorrow. But at the same point, there are a lot of people that are accountable. The chancellor, it's her watch. She'll need to work with you to determine how we can answer these questions. There are a lot of players here.
Right.
There's your folks in finance. There's your contractors, CMs, construction managers, PMs, your project managers, and all of those that have a big piece of this action. And again, asking the hard questions. You board members have the right to ask the hard questions. If you don't understand why it got to where it is, you need to ask why. And these are the folks that you have entrusted, this major initiative to. And I think when I talk about what the CEO expects from the board, I think the CEO expects from the board support, as long as the board is getting the necessary detailed, comprehensive information, so that you can kind of bring this, tension to a point where it's manageable. I suspect it's manageable now, but I think, though, that only from what I've read and what I've followed, that it seems that it's been a situation that continues to fester. I hope that I characterized it okay, but maybe diplomatically. I could say something else, but I won't. And say that it is a continuing huge problem. And I mean, it's a huge project. Okay, but I think again, the bottom line here is ask the tough questions. People don't have to be uncomfortable. People will not be uncomfortable if they give you straight answers and honest answers. And if they don't know, you have to find out why they don't know. These are key positions, key people. You don't want to go after them and beat them up with a club. But you have a very huge responsibility. An organization of 80,000 plus students, I believe, 100,000. Well, there you are. So it's a huge responsibility that you have. Again, we spoke about this board CEO relationship, working as a team, leadership development, which you are doing here, issues of the board and administration, organizational culture, structure, roles and responsibilities. You both have regulatory, governance, coordinating. kinds of responsibilities. Again, this is in just general terms. Next, please.
Could we stop there for just a
Sure.
moment? And this is a selfish part for me, but I'd really like for you to talk just a little bit about, when you talk about the role of the board and me as an example, working as a team, in your experience, both as a chancellor and as a board member and a trustee in various entities, talk a little bit about the relationship. I understand fully well, I think I do, the relationship that is really important between the board president and me. I understand that. Sometimes I get a little bit anxious, I guess is the word, that I don't talk with individual board members as much as perhaps they think I ought to, but I talk with the president all the time. And when Ms. Appleman was president, we talked all the time. Mr. Hudson and I as president, we were talking all the time, in the evenings, during the day, whatever, on the road, and I feel like it's my responsibility to stay in keen touch with Mr. Hudson. I guess maybe before I ask you to address it, perhaps I ought to ask the other board members to address me. How do you feel about my need to keep you individually updated on things? And I try to do that through email, but I don't necessarily call you all individually nearly as much as I do the board president. So do you feel like you're getting from me what you need, or would you like a closer relationship by phone? Or I'd just like to hear from every one of you, except I don't need to hear from Mr. Hudson, because I understand that part. I don't need to hear from Ms. Appleman. I know she understands. But the other 5 of you, I really would like to know how you feel about that.
I have no expectation for you to contact me personally,
Okay.
none whatsoever. I think the most important thing, micromanagement is not what we should be doing. Obviously, we're not going to do that. The most important thing we have to have is trust in you, and I trust you. So you're going to talk to the president and give him information. If I want something, I'll call you.
Okay.
I mean, I have no expectation for you to contact me at all. And even those emails, I was pleasantly surprised when some of these things came out. I'm glad you probably talked to your lawyer before you sent some of these things out. But I think I have no expectation for you to.
And of course, I appreciate the information that I get from you.
It's on.
Do I not speak loud enough for you?
No, I think it's for
Okay.
recording purposes.
Oh, I see.
It is.
Oh, okay. I appreciate the information I get from you, and I say that I don't need to know everything, but if it's something serious, I would like to know about it. And I guess the reason that I appreciate it, I have to go to past experience. I mean, surely we're focused now, but I personally have gone through a time where information that board members should have known, we're not privy to that. And it impacted, our votes possibly and where we were headed. So that was my only concern, that at the time, I think, Mr. Hudson, yes, I think you need to be in good communication with him. But anything else you feel you need to let us know, I would appreciate that. I think that because we are a united board, and that's the goal we want to go in, we need to feel that we all have the information we need to have to make informed decisions. I don't think that's always been the case. I mean, not with you, but several board members have been given limited information in the past. So, but this openness I do like, and I don't want you to do it at your pace and just whenever you feel you need to, and otherwise I'll just call Joe.
Well, that's a good question. The responsibility goes both ways. Having served with 4 permanent chancellors, each has had a different style of communicating with the board. I'm quite comfortable with your style, and if I have a need to know more or to hear from you directly, then I know how to do that by either email or phone, and I appreciate that. I think that each board member has different needs, and it is up to the board member to make you and the staff know what they need in order to be prepared for a board meeting. I, for one, believe that most of my work for a board meeting should be done before I get to board meeting. I have never felt the need, and it has never been my style, to do all of my questioning and discussing at board meeting, because I felt it was my responsibility to be informed and to have studied the issues and questions and having researched and gotten information before I come to board meeting. The most important thing that I believe I can do at a board meeting is to be present, to listen to the recommendations of the administration, to hear concerns from other board members, and then to vote, my vote. Because regardless of all the discussion and the information, my primary responsibility there is to exercise my vote. Now, how I personally get comfortable with that then is my choice. So I think each individual board member has a responsibility to be honest with themselves and with the administration to know how they prepare for a board meeting. I previously having served on the coordinating board, we had an interesting work process at the time I was there. We did have board committees, but the board sat as a whole at every committee meeting. The importance of that was that we heard the discussion firsthand, and even though the committee might bring a formal recommendation to the business session on Friday, each of us had had the opportunity to listen and participate in any questioning. That was very valuable. I'm not certain that that's still being done, but that was very valuable. The issue has been discussed here, and I'm going off a little bit about us being on committees. And one of the reasons I think that this 7-member board functions best when we are a committee of the whole, except in maybe a couple of questions, is the fact that we have the opportunity to hear the discussion, because many times in hearing the other discussion, our own questions are answered. So I'm quite comfortable with the way you communicate. I appreciate getting information. An email is great. I like getting information or a heads up before I get it from the press, even though in this instantaneous news environment, I know that, that may not always be possible, but I think the staff here does a very good job of keeping us up and informed on issues that might come across our view in the press. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, I guess it's an interesting question. One of the things that's happening to me is I'm very uncomfortable with the level of so much being directed through the chancellor. I've come from business environments where you're really kind of a Theory Z kind of thing, where you're going up and down, up and down. You're talking to everybody in sight and collecting information, and it doesn't mean you're making decisions for them. And to me, part of the difficulties that this organization has gotten into is because the board has gotten too reliant on the chancellor, and virtually everything flows through one way or the other. I think that our style of governance is flawed, and that we probably do need to have some, if we want to call them subcommittees, that look at audits and finance and personnel, other things that it would be very useful for us. Most of the things that I whined about during the election trail took place on some other chancellor's watch. Didn't have anything to do with you. So there is that, but I still think that you've inherited a system that's somewhat flawed and is too restrictive in terms of the communication. One of the things that you get when you have committee systems is that you're asking different staff members to come and spend time with you, and so you don't get the 2 minutes of edited time that they're allotted. You get to have a more free flow of information. I like the emails. I like the phone calls that you've done. I think your communication style in terms of how you talk with trustees is just, peachy keen. I don't have any problems with that. I do have problems with the way that the the historical way that the trustees, have operated. I don't think there's any secret about that.
So, excuse me, I need a little bit more, and I understand that Mrs. Johnson, I happily asked the question, but if you go back to state law and county law, how we're set up as an organization, and you said that our system is flawed, I guess
It's just an opinion.
but I want to know what you're basing that on, that's all I'm saying, and maybe this isn't the time for you to tell me that. Maybe
well,
you can tell me another time.
Yeah, be blunt.
I'm sorry?
Just be blunt.
Well,
What did you say, Bill?
you don't get into $500 million overflow on a construction process without some problem. And in my view, the problem, and this is again, it's difficult. I've been on the board for 2 months now. The problem is that you were too reliant on your chancellor. It's simple as that. And that if you had had more open avenues of communication, you'd done better, been able to do a better job of studying and looking at the situation, that you probably could have avoided some of the dilemmas that you came into. I mean, it's simple that. And I know that I'm new and that I'm in a learning mode, and I've seen a zillion newly elected officials live and learn as they go along, and I'm sure I'm going to do some of that along the way as well.
Okay.
Well, I think you may be addressing the problem of, do we trust the chancellor? The answer is yes, right? But the policy that the board makes is not a policy that's customized for Irma. The framers of the Constitution didn't create a separation of powers because they didn't trust George Washington. They created a Constitution with separation of powers because there was a probability of something happening without one branch catching the other branch, doing something either accidentally or on purpose that violated the Constitution. And I think we need to be very careful in this meeting and in this process that personalities are out of it. I personally have a problem with the board policy where it says the board president can call a meeting at will. I had that problem when Ms. Appleman was president, not because Mrs. Appleman was president, because to me it opens the door for me to catch you out of town if I know you're adamantly opposed to something that I'm pushing. Call a meeting, and boom, I can get it through. And to me, that may be politics, and it is, in its worst form, but it's not good governance, and it doesn't provoke unity among the board. So I think we're right. I think we need to trust the chancellor and verify. Trust and verify. And I can guarantee you, with my discussions with Irma, Irma doesn't care if we verify that what she's doing is what we ask her to do, because she's a good chancellor. But I would like to see this board set a precedent so that we establish a procedure that it would avoid the problems, the pitfalls that we have experienced in the past. And now's a good time to do it, because we have a good CEO who's not afraid to put her performance out to the public and say, here's what I'm doing. Aren't you proud? And we are proud. We are very proud of our chancellor. And so are a lot of other people. As a matter of fact, I think you're being initiated into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame in September. So we're very proud of her as a citizen of Tarrant County. We're very proud of her as chancellor. And this is not directed at any change that you make in the policy that limits, or you think limits, the duties of the president. I'm not going to take personal, because I encourage you to do it. I encourage you to look at the role of the president of the board, and if you believe that it's open to political maneuvering, take it out. So My comment.
Well, and Mr. Hudson, checks and balances are so critical to anything that we do. Because, we have to look at the past to know what we've done that wasn't right and to avoid it. We can't ignore where we came from. We have to be able to look at it and begin to say what happened, what went wrong, how can we avoid it? How can we put checks and balances in places so we can not have to repeat this again? And it is critical as we get started that these things are in place. I totally believe that.
Before I lose my thoughts, I'd like to respond to 2 or 3 observations. Trustee, I'll just get to you because, I'll forget it. Important point that Trustee Carter made. Within your policy, there is the board's responsibility and the authority. When you talk about the governance system not working, I think that within that policy, you and the rest of the board can identify ways by which a governance model can be established and still adhere to the law. The piece where you're elected publicly, and that's something that we can't change, at least through this process. But I think that there is a way by which your thoughts can be explored and expanded, and maybe within that policy, something to be done to make sure that you are getting the kinds and the level and the quality and timely information that you need so that you can be part of governance, because you are. Now, the other point that was made, and that is the role of the board, Mr. Hudson, and that is that you are an independent oversight group. That's why the public elected you all is so that you can take an independent, objective view of how the organization is running. You have to establish the criteria for the evaluation of your.
Excuse me. Would you stand behind the microphone because the
Okay,
the
I
system will
realize
not
now
pick you
why I
up,
was asked to
and my
stand
cameraman's
behind.
having a fit back there.
Oh, okay. I realized I was admonished earlier to make sure that stand behind the podium. Now I know why I'd rather be walking around. But you are an independent oversight committee, and with the other responsibilities of evaluating and supporting or not supporting what the chancellor recommends. So you are right. It's not about the chancellor, and it's not about the chancellor directing. And you mentioned earlier, Mr. Carter, about the lessons learned from the prior administration. I think that you kind of need to deconstruct that and find out how it got to that point. Because because as we said earlier, you need to ask the embarrassing and the tough questions. If it's embarrassing, but it's for the right purpose. It's not to be critical. It's not to go after individuals, but you have a right to know. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee.
No problem. Going back to the original question, I too don't have really any expectation to hear from you personally on, specific moments, but do appreciate the emails and the phone calls. I am one to, whether it's coming from a roundtable meeting or an ACCT meeting or a TERS meeting, to pick up the phone or email the chancellor, and I've appreciated a response, but don't necessarily expect a response. I really come up with ideas and thoughts and try to get them off my plate into yours, because I know and respect that you have the ability to either follow through or follow up with the trustees. In addition, though, I do go back to the line of communication of especially the board agenda and all the material that's there. I try to have everything pretty much thoroughly read and vetted and ask those questions prior to the board meeting. And you've been very helpful in, forwarding those questions to the proper staff members, and we have good dialogue. So if that's appropriate to continue that process, I appreciate that.
I want to answer your question about my own observations and experience. You have to be careful, avoid any opportunity for not informing all of the board. I had weekly meetings with my board chair, and we would have an agenda, and the agenda was such and such and such. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to speak with my hands, and I might beat the heck out of this microphone. Yeah. So I would have a weekly meeting with my board chair, and we would have an agenda, 4 or 5 items. At the end of that session, I would email all of my board members and say, I met with Trustee Hudson, and we went over these 5 or 6 issues that are critical to personnel, finance, and our current status on contract negotiations with our 12 unions. This is a non-union state, right? But they still is very challenging.
Did you say 12 unions?
12 unions.
Yeah, I wanted y'all to hear that. How blessed you are to live in Texas.
And so this way, at the next board meeting, the chair would give the chair's report and say, there are some critical issues we need to discuss, either plan or da-da-da-da-da. And at least you all know, and if you don't, it's because you didn't read the email. So it's important, and it doesn't have to be a tome. It doesn't have to be a thesis. Just key points so that people are in the loop. And I think, Trustee Winnett, you mentioned that there were occasions where only some board members had information, others did not. Yes. And that is what causes the dysfunction, the problems among and between board members, because some are in the know and others are not. And that will create that disruption. So I think also one of the important things I think that you all need to establish, and I think it's really important, I would ask my board, how would you like for me to communicate with you as individuals or to the board chair? But understand that if I meet with Trustee Robinson, or Trustee Morrison, that everyone will know that I met with a trustee, because I would send an email at the end of the week, and I said I had several meetings, and I had a meeting with Trustee Jones or Trustee Brady, and we had a discussion surrounding an area that came to her attention. Boom, and name the area, and that's it. This way everyone knows. In a public environment, and I think we were talking earlier, I think it was you, Trustee Rainhill, in a public environment, the importance of keeping everyone informed is essential, because you don't want to be perceived or appear to have your favorites. And I've seen it happen where a chancellor or a president has established a special relationship with 2 or 3 board members, and that can lead to chaos down the road. So again, it can be done, but also you need to establish as a board how you would like your chancellor to communicate with you, by letter, by email, by phone call, meetings, but at the same time, everyone knows what's going on. You know, we should take a break. It's 10 o'clock. Earlier today, I have to tell you this story. Do you want to record this? This is my watch. You know, as I was coming across the street, somehow I lost my watch. It's an old Timex running watch. As you can see, it's cheap. It's Velcro. But I like it. You know, it's like everything else. So somehow I lost it. I went outside and I found it. But this is all I found. The rest was in pieces. So I've lost a good friend. You know,
God,
I've lost a good friend. So I know it's 5 after 10. Why don't we take about 10, 15 minutes and get a break, get some coffee, and then we'll continue.
Thank you.
Get you down to Target. Get you another.
Hey, let's
Test. Testing. Testing. What, wait a minute. What's it sound like? Testing. Testing. 1. Okay, hold on. Yeah, your game's off in there. What is that? Is that gain or what is that? That's gain. Okay. Testing. How about your output? Some kind of channel 2.4. Doing on different channels. Turn it down. This one says 38:22. This one is 6:44:375. There you go. 36:19. 2.4. It's not going to that one. 36:19. This is Mike. It says check. Oh, yeah, it's just that. It says 38:20. No, that's what it was. 38:23. There's a 6:44. Oh, that they're matching now. Hello, test. Testing. That did it. That's strange. I don't know why it was off. Put some bass in there, but that's up to you. It sounds tinny here. Did you find
You
it?
said it's supposed to be in there. Can we make sure?
You're kidding.
Oh, wait, here you go.
Okay, Bruce. What are these supposed to match? These frequencies? Because they were different.
It's supposed to be the same.
Well, they are now. I changed it. I don't know what this 644 stuff is. Frequency.
Yeah, I think so.
They were different, and I pushed the button. So
Does it work?
it sounded all right. You got it like cranked up. It's cranked up.
Well,
Do you? He's on. Can you change that to microline? This is what needs to be changed. Does it have a menu?
try it now.
Check. Volume. Yeah. Check, check. Check, check.
Still right, real high.
Does this change to microline? Okay.
Shouldn't.
I was thinking more of the output of the receiver. Test, test, test. Yeah, that should actually have a mic line.
Of course, he'll talk louder than that, too. Let's go put it on and see if it works for you.
It sounds good. We mic him. Okay, you want mic him? Let me get the tape. It's not a big deal. And 15 minutes off this. Oh, it's big.
Oh, you figured out one. Oh, good.
I know we have. You feel the urge.
Oh, okay, okay.
So majority on the mic.
Good advice, good advice.
But at least this gives you
A little
a
freedom.
little freedom, flexibility.
That's the way to do it.
Tell you what, you want to take this.
It's counterintuitive for you.
We didn't. Normally, we don't have our wireless.
No, that's fine,
with
that's fine.
us.
Just-
Okay.
just-
But we did a taping with Armin yesterday, so we had it up, and I went, "Wait a minute,
Yeah.
it's in our bag."
You can't.
You guys are the techies, you know everything.
Yeah, but Because what's happening, this doesn't go through.
Is this on? Okay.
You'll see it.
Okay. So you want to test it?
Yeah, just go ahead and talk.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Test. 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 Can you hear me? Can you can? Okay. Okay. All right.
You good?
Yep. Oh, go in here and get a little coffee.
Yeah, I'm making chocolate.
Uh-oh, it smells good.
I'm not a purist when it comes to coffee. Just put some junk in
Yeah.
it. So you live in San
I live in Lake Oswego, Oregon. Just southwest of Portland, about 7 miles.
I've been there.
Oh,
Some
have
friends
you?
of ours moved from Arlington to Lake Oswego.
Really?
I've been there 12.
I've been there, let's see, it's 4 years.
Oh, that's a
4 years.
beautiful country.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Live right on the river, on the Willamette.
Wow.
Yeah. So your friends are in Lake Oswego. You know, what are your friends' names?
Rick and Debbie Ford.
Or what part of town do you know?
Oh,
Would you say in relationship to the snooty downtown area?
it's not in downtown, I can tell you that much, but I just couldn't tell you. You know why? Because probably Portland, like Nashville,
Yeah.
like everything drives like a spider web. It's not like either here or New York where it's on a grid.
Yeah.
So I sometimes get my sense of,
Oh, Ford is the last name.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice area. It's a nice area.
Does the weather bother you?
No, it doesn't. No, it does rain. It does rain, but you have some beautiful falls, spring, and summers, and they're not over. They're not no humidity. It's not hot. You'll get rain, but that's what makes everything so green, and water all over the place. Also, this year.
Probably not as bad as Washington in terms of
I would say not. But people we like, we say, no, it doesn't rain. It doesn't rain.
We got a. I want to do is get all the trustees out there for.
Sorry? Sure.
You're a little dark over here, so try to get a little bit of light on you. We'll just stand behind me. Just right behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah. They might kick up just a little.
They shouldn't burn you too bad.
At least they give you some
I
light.
like your golf shirts, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
They're cool. So all the employees wear them?
Just our department.
Oh, your department. Cool. That's nice.
I'll just move the forward.
Yeah, we're going to get that for a while.
He's going to be there.
Oh, good. Good. Informational event. Want me to round them up, Doctor? Want me to kind of round them up?
Yeah, we can get started. Yeah, it's 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Zach, if you get on, I'm going to go get my computer. I just have a couple of things. iPhone, I thought requires it. Email part, but I pay for the phone card. I don't even know my iPhone telephone number. This is what we see, the email was in the price of one.
I'm wired, but I just learned the drill to stay here. So, but I'll practice. You can hear me okay, right? You can. Okay, is everyone here? Oh, we're waiting for Trustee Morrison. Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll be doing this in about. Okay. Okay. I think we can, with this particular overhead, we can summarize what we've been talking about. Again, the board, the importance of the board and the CEO's relationship. Again, the board delegating authority to the president to lead and administer. The board has the authority to set policy. The board should be involved in significant aspects of the strategic planning process. Again, this is an important area. We earlier spoke about this. In most institutions, certainly in mine, the strategic plan is a policy approved by the board. The development of that strategic plan includes a lot of stakeholders, your staff, your faculty, everyone that has a stake in the organization, and clearly the board has to be involved in the thinking, the process, and setting those priorities. So once the plan comes to you for your approval, then you will stamp it with your approval, and that is the strategic plan for the next 5 years, 7 years, however you have established it. And we already spoke about individual board members do not speak for the board. The president provides the board with comprehensive, relevant, timely information and follows the rule of no surprises. And it works also the other way around. Don't surprise the chancellor with information that the chancellor needed or needs for the purposes of addressing issues, problems, or future policy. Next one, please. The board, again, CEO relationship. Be clear about expectations. And I'm going to come back to that. Evaluate, understand the difference between policy and operations. Work with a spirit of harmony and cooperation, and refer complaints to the CEO. Be clear about expectations and evaluation. One of the strategies that you probably already have in place is to establish by the board, the entire board, or an ad hoc committee of the board, working with a chancellor, establishing performance goals for the year. 5 or 6 key things that you mutually agree are important to the operation, successful operation, balancing the budget of the district. So you work collaboratively with the CEO, you set up your expectations, your performance goals, and also I think it's wise to establish how you're going to measure how those performance objectives have been met. They can be qualitative, they can be quantitative, and I think this is something that works, because at least you have something to work with as you evaluate the chancellor. And the other thing, of course, is understanding the difference between policy and operations. And we spoke about the issue of micromanaging. You have one employee, you manage that employee, you will hire, you fire, you evaluate, and you support the professional development or improvement of your one employee. And again, there is also, in many instances, a tendency for board members to try to get involved in the daily operations, which creates a disharmony and the tension between your CEO and board. So I think this is something that you always need to work with. And when in doubt, have a discussion. Next one, please. Board-CEO relationship. Again, the CEO provides appropriate executive summary, relevant, concise, pertinent, big picture, integrated background information to the board so they can make informed decisions and provide sound advice. It's not limited to the conciseness or the succinctness, but I think there might be instances where you will need detailed information to have you make informed decisions, and these are individual decisions based on your own thoughts, your own conscience, and what you think is the right position to take. The CEO will utilize the board's expertise and relationships. There are many issues where in the external community, the board members can be very helpful in assisting the chancellor with external issues. Could be any number of things. It could be future programs, working with industry. It could be fundraising. And so you have that experience. You've done that before. Again, the CEO will encourage board development, and I think this is an important part, even though some of you may be board members that have been here a long, long time or newer board members. I think it's really beneficial to your growth as an effective board member to attend those conferences and meetings, whether it's sponsored by your own state organizations, but also organizations such as ACCT and the regional meetings of ACCT. Again, the CEO will seek the best thinking of the board in policy decisions, and we talked about the communications and regularly and openly. And I think an open process, of course, is just letting everyone know when the board member speaks to the chancellor, you need to report and make sure that it's clearly communicated to everyone else. Next one. What the CEO owes the board: valid credentials, especially high energy, especially in strong spirit, and I think she's demonstrated, manifested, the honesty and integrity, and sound advice, and from what I know of the chancellor, a passion for the enterprise, and action that faithfully carries out the board's will, loyalty and respect. Loyalty in the sense that it's ensuring that the board can be confident that they will get the best performance, the best information, and certainly respect for the elected officials' role in making policy and being an oversight board for the community as a whole. Next one. Again, what the board owes the CEO, again, your interest and your passion for the college mission, a willingness to fight for resources, cohesiveness as a board. I think, again, just to repeat myself, I think it's really important to have a civil discussion where you can disagree as long as it doesn't come to uncivil action. So I think it's a respectful way and an effective way of getting to making sure that the best policy is approved and discussed by a board that is cohesive, and at least you don't have a lot of agendas and issues and tensions among and between. disinterest in the nitty-gritty, the detail, the day-to-day operation. That's the chancellor and her staff's role. Support and trust. But again, as in everything, you can say that, but you also have to have a way by which you're going to do a formal review to ensure that that support and that trust is ongoing, again, by doing the evaluation and being interested in ensuring that the chancellor gets the support and resources to run the organization. Next. Again, we spoke about fiduciary responsibilities, must follow the law. Again, independent financial audits and oversight. And again, this is important because I think Trustee Winnett mentioned this. What can we do to understand the whole financial operation, the audits, the oversight? What is an audit? What does it mean? And what are the questions we should ask as far as any management letter that comes as a result of an audit? And what do we need to do for the subsequent year? Hold and trust of property and assets for future students. Report to appointing authority. Don't confuse oversight with management. Next. Ethical commitment, conflict of interests, employee relations, personal gains, perception of power. I would like to stop there for a second because Councilor Robinson has a few comments and something that she would like to report to the board or say to the board. Councilor? On this issue of ethics, we also can continue the discussion on that.
I've been asked to address once again open meetings and open records, and I'm passing out the handbook sections that clearly are a reiteration of the law on open records and open meetings. Open records is found at GAA Legal, and basically we have to produce to the public any document we have that relates to the business of the college. There are some exceptions, which I won't go through every one of them, and they are found in GAA Legal, but there's a couple that I thought ought to be pointed out that we've dealt with frequently. There's an exception on portions of a personnel file, but only if it relates to a privacy issue, such as a rape, medical history, or other very private information. Otherwise, personnel information is to be produced on open records request. Litigation of a civil or criminal nature if the litigation is pending or reasonably anticipated. If it's an email from your attorney, it most likely will not be open records if it's attorney-client privileged, and this is for you, Bill, under Rule of Evidence 503. If it's a privileged communication. So there's various other exceptions. Another question I get a lot from the board members are concerning emails. The E in email stands for eternal evil evidence. And those are produced to the public. And if they're between you all, I have to produce them if they ask for the subject matter which the email relates. And some of you all have had that experience before. I just wanted to remind you.
I'd like to ask a question in this regard, because we talked about this briefly during the break. We were talking about communications between the chancellor and the board, and it relates to litigation. Insofar as what we've gotten so far, I have no problem with, but it might be sensitive in the sense that something's going on. It might be useful if you two talk and say, is this something you should send to us, so that at least it has an appearance of attorney-client privilege, certain items that relate to litigation and investigations or something else that might create more questions than it can be answered in a simple little email. So maybe that's just a minor point that in this regard, because it.
You make a very good point, and it actually did come up in the empty holster case that I just tried for the college, and where somebody had repeated the legal advice I gave to another employee in their email, and that broke the attorney-client privilege, and it was something that they got to be cross-examined about on the witness stand. So you make a very good point.
Well, yeah, just
and a very valid one. So.
May I add something to that from personal experience? The weekly emails, for example, if you agree that this is a way the Chancellor would communicate with you, to each of the board members, the Chancellor is only stating information. She's not requesting information. She's not talking about anything that has to do with litigation or a contract or anything like that. It's just informational. Now, I used to also send a separate email to my board members that was labeled confidential and protected under attorney-client privilege. And those emails would go only if I needed to inform the board that a grievance or a personnel issue or a lawsuit had been filed. And again, you're just stating the issue. And so that it's protected. You're not asking for information, you're not disclosing detail, but you're informing your board about what's coming up. And you have to be very careful about that, because I had a case where all of my weekly emails to the board were subpoenaed, but we were able to withhold those that were protected under attorney-client privilege. So this is an important thing that, because you need to know. You don't want to read about it in the newspaper the next day.
So are you saying that the fact that you put on your email that this is confidential, that has the same result as it being originated from an attorney?
Yes, because typically our counsel would have known about it, and I would call the counsel and I say, I have to inform the board, and the counsel would say, fine. But the counsel would not check my spelling or content, but it was protected simply because in our policy it tells you what can be communicated to the board, what's legal, what's protected, but at the same time you have to be very careful as to how you format it, how you write it, and not express an opinion, because once you express an opinion, then it becomes a situation where you're trying to influence a board member on that litigation. But yes, it is protected, and when there is a request for public records, and they will request all of the emails that I wrote from 1988 to 2004, we'll go through the tedious process of selecting what we can send and not, and so again, but sometimes you have to take that chance about making sure that people know what's going on.
And actually, you reminded me, the Open Records Act is so broad in Texas that I'm not even sure that application would apply once it came from a board member from another employee. But it's so broad that Laura Miller is still battling the fight over her text messages. Somebody wanted her BlackBerry text messages. Her attorney made, I think, a tactical error. He sent some of the text messages down to the Attorney General for protection. The Attorney General wrote back and said, if you can get some of them, you've got access to them all. And I'm going to demand that all of her text messages be produced. And that's working its way back and forth to the Court of Appeals. So I don't think there's any resolution on that yet. And you made a good segue into the next section, and that is open meetings. The key, this is found at BD Legal, the key definition is the term deliberation is a verbal exchange during a meeting among a quorum of a board. That's key because there's two definitions to a meeting that's subject to the open meetings. One is a deliberation among a quorum of the board. The second doesn't require a deliberation. It simply requires that a gathering of a quorum receive information from or give information to or ask questions of. And I do this best by way of example. If I have a July 4th party and invite the board, 4 board members come to the party. There's a verbal exchange among the 4, but only 2 have to be talking, but the 4 are there. That verbal exchange concerns public information or information about the business of the college. I should have given 72 hours notice of my party and had an agenda because it's an open meeting. The second example is the board president has called the party. So it's a gathering of the board members for the board members. The chancellor is also invited. She shows up and decides to share information about a new org chart. You've got an open meeting because you've got a quorum, you've got a gathering, even if there's not a verbal exchange. The law also has developed a third kind, the walking quorum, and that's where if Joe Hudson has a party, Kristen Vandergriff has a party, you each invite 2 board members. Irma's feeling energetic and wants to go to both and share her org chart. Now she's done a walking quorum because she's got 4 board members. So that's how I get it in my mind in a party format. Let's see if there's anything else I need to tell you. Oh, I wanted to go back to the example that was given earlier about the board president meeting with the chancellor once a week. No problem there, no meeting. Then either the board president or the chancellor sends out an email, just gives information. It's not to a gathering. You're just sending out information. No problem. But once information starts to be exchanged, then you have a deliberation if it's exchanged between a quorum. So don't email back if somebody thinks it's something that ought to be put on the agenda or ought to be discussed, then put it on the agenda, but don't email each other about it. So any questions?
It seems to me that that's something that is going to happen.
Yes,
it's like a reply all. Mm-hmm. If somebody sends an email to all the board members, if Reginald sends an email to all the board members, I hit reply all, boom, I have held a meeting, right?
Right.
Because my communication goes out to all board members.
Right.
There ought to be some way that when the chancellor sends an email to the board where it's a broadcast email, that our technical department could set up an email address that would not receive emails. I think this is probably true, and it might be something that we need to explore so that you could send us an email and we couldn't respond to it even if we wanted to. And we would recognize that email as being an information email. You might check with someone and confirm, but if that would be a solution to that problem that, like Mrs. Murphy said, is going to happen, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Just a no reply.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Any other questions or comments?
You'll notice that the policy and regulation manual is on the board in front of you. I've got Dr. Joe Jernigan back there. All of you know how to use it online? Who does not know how to use it online? What? Joe, go back to the beginning. Go back to the home page just a minute.
I'm not sure I even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. The Tarrant County College District has an electronic policy and regulation manual, and you will find, that's our homepage, you will find everything that governs the college in the policy and regulation manual. We contract with the Texas Association of School Boards to keep that policy manual up to date for us. That is the reason why some years ago the board voted to include all of its bylaws and information within that document so that we can be assured that we are keeping up to date with the latest laws, both national, state, and local information. And so every so often, 2 or 3 times a year, I think, quarterly, the Texas Association of School Boards checks the latest information that it has governing community colleges and updates that information for us. You'll recall that in times past, Bill Lace has come to you with stacks of information saying these are the changes that have been made in these policies. And so that's what you will find there. Now, Joe Jernigan is back there and will walk you through how you get on to our policy and regulation manual. One of the easiest ways to get there is to go to the very top, see that A to Z index, put the cursor on it, Joe, right there. Just click on A to Z and go to P, and you can do this for a lot of things. And right in P, you'll see policy and regulation manual. You click on it, and then there comes our policies and the policies and procedures. Click one more time. You'll see how to click there, and then you get it. And then you can go to the top, and you can enter a word or a phrase. If you know the code, like Angela just gave us a GAA legal, if you put GAA legal in there, it'll go right to GAA legal, see it pops right up. But most of the time you will not know the code, I guarantee you. But you can go to the subject, and if you put a word in there like board policy, just try that. That's a very broad one. I don't know what's going to come up, but probably section B. So that comes up, and it'll show you there on the left-hand side. Each one of the alphabets has a different thing, and if you go to B, didn't come up for some reason. Sometimes it'll do that, but there's something there about the board, and a lot of that your board members and ethics. There is B way down there. There it is. So you click on that, and you'll get to that. Now it's in 3 sections: local, legal, and regulation. The local section is your policies. Those are policies that you have set as the board. The legal are the policies that are, as you know, are made by the Supreme Court or Texas legislature or whatever that affect us. And then the regulation would be the procedures for implementing board policies. So I just wanted to give you a quick walkthrough of that. Ms. Appleman, you had something to say? Okay.
I might make a comment also that if it says local, anything within that category or within that group can be changed by majority vote of the board.
Right.
Supermajority, how many votes?
2/3 is 5.
5 votes. Okay, so if we talk about changing board policy, we're not talking about changing the legal section or the regulation section. What we're talking about is changing the local section, which is the state and federal government sets parameters, and within those parameters, we can devise our own policy within those limits. So when we're talking about changing board policy, we're talking about changing that local section. Also, Angela and I discussed the possibility of rather than putting together a single document, which would require, as you mentioned, maintaining this document as bylaws and then making sure this document actually agrees with the board policy, which is actually housed on TASB website, right on their server, that we could actually maybe create a link that would go directly to board policy, so that when you clicked on that link, you could actually get the information that you were looking for as board policy. And maybe that's an option that we need to look at when we start changing that.
It's not an issue now, but when I first looked at this, trying to figure out what our policies were, and I was going to print it out, these come out one page at a time instead of, it's not a one whole document. So I wanted to see what our bylaws were. Reg saved me. I was going through the process of printing one page at a time, or my secretary was, but I guess now we have the book, so it doesn't make any difference. But that is, to me, it's not user friendly.
Yeah, another problem with that website also is that if you want to create a document by copying and pasting, I've been in computers for a long time, since '69. And my PC and the software that I have doesn't have the capability of me taking that policy, putting it on my PC, and creating a single document where I have all of it together. I've tried and tried and tried to do that, and I can't do it.
I think that's by design. With TABC. I mean, TABC, oh my goodness. What is it? TASB.
Yeah.
That's the alcohol.
For a board member, if I'm looking at BCD, I would like to see BCD legal, BCD local side by side, so that I know what the parameters are from the state, and I know what the parameters are from what the board has decided in the past, and then I can know how we operate within it. To me, it's difficult to use, but I think it may be more difficult to, and you may decide differently, it may be more difficult to extract that, put it into a bylaws section, and then maintain those two. Personally, I prefer to see it in a single document where I can take a look at it, read it once, and boom, I've got all the information I need. But that's just a personal preference.
Sure, we'll look at it. It'll be a challenge for us, but we'll take the challenge.
I just had a question. Not to digress, but I don't want to lose Angela. Without asking the question in regards to open records request, I think there is a huge benefit of being transparent, even though it's cumbersome online per se. But the volume of open record requests that we've received probably in the past 4 years is huge. Could you just address, just briefly, that volume, the process, the expense to the college that accrues, and in addition to that, even though we talked about the email and electronic, I know we have executive sessions, and anything that we write on is subject to open records, and clarify some of those issues.
The first question or first issue you asked me to address is on the volume and the procedure. The volume of documents produced is literally in the thousands. The procedure is the request gets to Dr. Lace, is still the open records. Reginald Gates is the open records expert. So the request has to get to him. He'll send out the request to whoever he believes has the information. The information has to be assimilated as soon as possible because we have 10 days from the date of the request to the date that I get a letter to the Attorney General if we believe some of the documents are not to be produced. So I have to look at the documents if there's a question about them and write the letter to the Attorney General. Then there'll be about a 45-day period before the Attorney General responds about the production of some of those documents. The expense to the college, well, first from the perspective of just making copies, what the college usually does, which is a very good procedure, is when there are thousands of documents, they'll invite the requester to come in and look at them so that we're not copying thousands of pages of documents they never wanted in the first place and didn't mean to ask for. So then they can ask for specific copies and we'll give them those. Does that answer your question about the procedure and the expense? I can't give you an exact dollar amount because I don't know what that is internally.
Well, I'll help you out just a little bit. When you figure what it costs us for open records requests, it's not just what it costs to copy, it's all of the staff time that it takes to, sometimes records are archived and there are just all kinds of things. And even though we're in the process of getting everything we have our archives computerized, we aren't quite there. So it takes a lot of staff time. And the college does charge, as we can by law, we charge the amount allowed by law to the people who want us to produce documents, and that's a very negligible amount. It doesn't come close to paying for what you have to do, but the law didn't intend for the public to have a burdensome, be overburdened with paying for money for things that they think they have a right to know. But it does require a lot of staff time. And you're right, we do invite people to come because many people who ask for information say they don't have the money to pay anything. And so we invite them to come to the premises to look at what they want to see. And maybe there's a page or two they want, they can copy that. And we don't charge for small numbers of pages.
Is there any pattern? You say increased voluminously. I mean, is this a trend in all community colleges, or do we have a pattern in our particular institution of particular information that people want?
My observation on that, Trustee Greenhill, has been that there was a substantial increase when the construction started.
Okay.
And related to that. I don't know if, Chancellor, if you saw anything different.
Well, we've had requests for information, open records requests for quite some time, but, they're negligible. But, most of them have come around the construction project. However, I will tell you, my colleagues around the country will tell you that it's just a sign of the times as well, that people are asking for information under the almost all states have Open Records Act laws of some kind, and people will just ask. And very often they will come from people who have a very deep interest in what you're doing and will want to know more than normal about what it is you're doing, and so they'll ask for the information. The other piece that I didn't say anything about on the cost of Ms. Vandergrift's concern is the legal costs that are involved, because we have to make sure that we're doing the right thing as an institution, and sometimes we don't know, and we have to ask legal counsel for an opinion on what we should do about things. So it does get to be quite costly, but it's a part of the cost of doing business for the institution. And one of the things you'll see on the budget this afternoon is an increase in legal fees, because there are so many things for which we must have legal counsel.
Bill, I actually went down and asked for all the open records requests for the last couple of years, which is about this much, and an inordinate amount of them really were from 2 or 3 individuals, and so who have interest in specific project, and it looks like they know a lot about the college, but frankly, some of it too just sort of pretty much borders harassment, I thought. And I'm speaking of that from the angle of somebody who's filed a lot of open records requests themselves.
Thanks. That's what I was,
That's a very good point, Mr. Carter, but let me tell you that we have a responsibility of making sure we don't fall in the trap of letting people think that we think they're harassment, because we can't do anything about it. And it doesn't matter whether and sometimes it probably
doesn't matter what you think.
Right. We still have to do it
anyway.
That's right. That's right.
Your second inquiry, Trustee Vandergrift, was into the open meetings. I'm so glad you brought that up. When we go into a closed meeting, it's like the people who wrote the Open Meetings Act didn't talk to the Open Records Act people. Because while what you say in a closed meeting is confidential, and actually there's criminal sanctions attached to producing the certified agenda without a court order, the documents that are generated, including your personal notes, are subject to open records and have to be produced, unless they fall under one of the open records exception. But there's not a blanket closed meetings, whatever you have, whatever document you have in the closed meeting. So if you make any notes and somebody asks for those notes, we have to produce them. Or if you're given documents that aren't privileged or otherwise not subject to the Open Records Act, they have to be produced. Any other questions?
The issue is not unique to Tarrant. It's pretty much universal. And I remember when I was chancellor that there was a huge demand for records, especially board actions, board travel, during the time that board members were running for re-election. The incumbents or the incumbents' representatives wanted to get a lot of that information. So there was a spike every 2 years. So just so that you know, so be judicious with your travel. Ritz-Carlton, no. Holiday Inn, maybe. Okay. Again, ethical commitment, conflict of interests, employee relations, personal gains, and perception of power. Employee relations, just a little bit about that, and it happens so often. different types of employee relations you can just imagine. But I'm just concerned about many board members trying to influence the hiring or firing of an individual at whatever level. So you have to be very objective, and the problem with that is that if it gets to an issue that Councilor Robinson will have to deal with, and there has been involvement by the folks that make policy, then it can really create a very complex kind of a case for the district. So again, be very careful about how you use your authority and your role as a board member. Next. Again, sample code of ethics. It's something very practical, but again, this is just a sample. And as I mentioned, all of this information will be left with you so that you can refer to it anytime you want. Again, demonstrate good citizenship, refrain from making decisions or commitments concerning college governance, except in board meetings. Make decisions which are responsive to the community. Make decisions which give priority to the students. Next. Again, these are some issues, some ideas. Especially demonstrate civility, integrity, and professional behavior. When the board does, your own assessment of your own work, your own effectiveness, and whatever instrument you use, one that you use among yourselves, or one that you distribute to a selected audience, maybe faculty, maybe others in the community. These are the kinds of things that they would judge you, or at least comment with respect to open-ended questions, whether or not your behavior in a board meeting is professional, disruptive, and whether or not you are more of a hindrance than a benefit to the organization. And again, bring credit to the college through personal effort, either directly or indirectly, in business, social, professional, and personal relationships. Next. Understanding conflicting demands. We talked about information, Trustee Vandergriff, and the hectic schedules, long hours, maintaining a positive institutional climate, and honor the internal governance system, that which you are responsible for creating and approving. Next, please. The role of the trustees, again, governance, leadership, oversight. Challenge. Remember, we spoke about challenging issues, challenging policy, challenging questions, challenging items on your docket. Direct, again, directing as a board, request to your chancellor, support, protect. Responsibilities are statutory in nature in many cases, in many of your policies, fiduciary, and in coordinating. Next, please. The new trustee, we have one very new trustee, gaining acceptance and becoming an effective voice. The rookie trustee syndrome, operating procedures, understand the bylaws, the role of the chair, committee structure, and policy governance. The rookie trustee syndrome, I think I was speaking with a trustee earlier about my experience over the years with many new board members who were elected based on a platform, and that platform could have been some policy or some chancellor or some college president, and that was their platform. And realizing that once they become a board member, that they don't have the individual power to take an action. They can influence an action. They can, but nonetheless, over the years, as they understand how the total board operates, then they can learn the procedures that are proper and more efficient in running the organization. A new trustee, a rookie trustee that has an agenda, one can be very disruptive to the entire operation. So again, this is an area that it's a good thing that some of the newer trustees are coming in at this time, as you are developing your own bylaws and creating a code of ethics that will be addressed, supported, and voted on by the board. Next, please. What new trustees need to know? Look to the future. Board's role in strategic planning. Board's role in growing the enrollment. Board's role in setting accountability standards. We spoke about that.
We don't have a problem with increasing our enrollment right now.
Accreditation, outcome assessment, student success quality. That is really, I think, really one of the areas that I'm pleased to know that you are going to focus on, and that is the accreditation, the standard of good housekeeping as you go through your own self-assessment evaluation as a college district, and student success. And that is something that board members should focus more on as well, equally as the whole operational policy issue. Next. New trustees need to know the fundraising, advocacy, finance, board self-assessment, presidential evaluation, planning. Some of these are repetitive. Go ahead. You all know you've gone through your consent agenda, policy governance, ethics, trustee handbook, and policy manual. Do you have a policy handbook, trustee handbook?
We do not have a trustee handbook.
Yeah. Again, this is, not to add more, but you may have enough information now as you go through. By the way, as I went through your own website, and it's easy to navigate. I really enjoyed going through it because I would enter keywords like personnel or governance, and boy, did I get exactly the stuff that I was looking for very quickly and very, very efficiently. The other technical issues that the trustees mentioned, I was not looking for that because I didn't want to change your policies for you, by the way. So they're good as they are. Next, please. What trustees need to know about board self-assessment and presidential evaluation. Next. Helping boards and presidents, barriers to designing an effective self-assessment and evaluation, group consensus, defining the process, time, staff support, confidentiality. Next. Again, effective self-assessment and evaluation, CEO contract, parameters, expectations, and we spoke about performance goals, timeline, process which should be involved, instrument and documentation, data, sharing of information, formal agreements, and next steps. That whole evaluation process has to lead somewhere. Retention, performance acknowledgement, extension of contract, any number of things, but it has to be, I think, the best process to take is to ensure that you have formal process with measures to guide you as to why you make those decisions. Next, please. Strengthen and build a relationship. Get to know the expectation of all board members and the president. Plan and implement. Involve the president and all board members. Focus on priorities. Cover as many different topics as you can. I think new trustee will find value in knowing as much as you can. Next. Components, status of the college, presidential self-assessment, board evaluation of the president, and board self-assessment. I think I do have a copy in one of the attachments that you sent me. Next. Again, we spoke about this earlier, what criteria should be used, community representation, policy implementation, board CEO relationships. In my experience, the issue that received the most publicity and most notoriety was a relationship between the board and the chancellor, because boards and chancellors seem to be in the newspaper articles all the time, good or bad, and sometimes some of the ugly, wicked issues come out in newspaper articles where a board member will make a statement about another board member or the chancellor, and as you do an evaluation, you want to be able to state that the board and CEO, that board member is respected, they have performed well, their public persona, their relationships with the CEO is such that it makes the institution progressive and effective. Otherwise, I have seen board members who have been who have lost their re-election simply because of their comportment and their behavior in public venues. Again, communication, external and internal relationships. And these
Could I ask a question before you go on to the next slide? When I visited with some boards at some of the sessions that I attended, there was some discussion about limiting communication by individual board members to the press, talking to the press. Some said we think that there ought to be one spokesperson for the board. Others said no. And my thought on that is that if the board members, and I want to get your opinion on this, if board members are elected by the general public, the press is a vital part of our democratic system of government. So discouraging board members from talking to the press is not something that I see as a good option. But any dissatisfaction with that the board members has with the board or with the chancellor or with anybody else should be resolved within the board itself or with that person they have the problem with. But what are your thoughts on individual board members talking with the press? I don't have a problem with that, but what are your thoughts?
Well, there is the issue of balance. Individual board members can speak to the press as a citizen, and they speak as a citizen, but by the way, I also happen to be a board member at Tarrant County Community College District. So the readership will say, this board member is representing the voice of all the other board members when the board member is not. So it all depends on the issue. If it's information program, something that I think benefits the organization, well, yes. But then if you have some other, if you have differences among some board members and that board member goes to the press, then you have a problem board. I think those are the issues that have to be addressed, discussed. And remember, those are not executive session issues. Those are discussions that you have to have in public, in an open meeting. And the problem is the best practice with respect to general information or information that needs to go to the press that is controversial. You need to agree that your person assigned to the public relations, your press relations, your government relations person should be your point person to bring that discussion to the newspaper, and a good PR person, a good government relations person will know what to say, when to say it, and how much information to give. Because that is something that works well if you have one person that works with the organization that provides information to the news media. In my experience over the years, one of the first things that I talk to boards about, and I talk with aspiring presidents and superintendents and chancellors, is that get to know your media, get to know the electronic media, print media, and engage them in editorial board meetings, and so that they know who you are, who the organization is, and that you will, as a matter of fact, bring them information, good and bad. So at least when they report the ugly parts, at least they can do it objectively and without some kind of a bias. But again, you don't want to exercise control or censure. You don't want to abridge people's right to speak. But remember, one of the items that we had here, the board member does not speak for the board. And the danger of going to the press, the impression will be is that board member is speaking for the board member. So it all depends on what kind of information you're going to convey. It's a long answer to, I think, an important question, and I think you all know the practical consequences or bad consequences if someone has an agenda and goes public. That's happened. It happened to me. Board self-assessment, as I mentioned, communication, the board-CEO relationship, procedures and operations of the board, community relations, role of the chair, and new trustee training and orientation. Community relations is very, very important. One of the that is important not only to the district, to the chancellor, but to the board for obvious reasons, but also you need to get credibility, form reasons why your community supports the organization. You're connected, you're linked, you're involved, they involve you, you involve them, and they will be supportive in the future for important things that come up, whether it's a bond issue or an important initiative. So establishing community relationships, I think, is something we all need to work with to create that link of credibility and perception of credibility. The role of the chair, how the chair conducts the meetings, appoints subcommittees, and exchanges information. That's important. And I mentioned again trustee training and orientation. Okay, again, this is you have folks that can assist you in terms of designing an instrument, and again, those are thoughts that excellent, good, adequate, marginal, poor. And again, I mentioned earlier that if you're going to do a quantitative kind of a evaluation, make sure that you, as you write your objectives and your performance goals, that you state them in such a way that they can be measured.
Augie,
Okay,
before
yeah.
you get into that, let me take you back
Okay.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm not sure, when you talked about the Ritz-Carlton and the Holiday Inn. Because I was hoping you were going to move to another point with that. When Reginald gives the board members their notebooks that include opportunities for board development, they aren't going to have a choice about where they stay. I mean, it doesn't make good sense at all if a board member is going to go to a conference and try to find the closest Holiday Inn. It may be 20 miles away, it may be whatever. The other thing is, if a board member goes to a conference and tries to find a cheaper hotel down the street or 2 blocks away or 10 blocks away, chances are that board member probably will not be as fully engaged in what's going on at the hotel where the conference is being held as if he or she were staying there. So I'd like for you to address, because I am sensitive as well to what you said about, being on the lookout, but when you're going to participate in something on behalf of the board that is board sanctioned, it may be at a Ritz-Carlton someplace,
Sure.
Probably not the Ritz-Carlton, but I've been to meetings at the Ritz-Carlton that the organization chose the Ritz-Carlton, and sometimes places like that are chosen because they are underwritten by different people out there in the private sector who have a lot to gain, and so the colleges, universities, or whomever don't pay an excessive amount to go there. I think it's important for all of our board members to feel comfortable with what the board decides to do. So I appreciate your going a little bit deeper into that part of it, because sometimes, for instance, we've got one coming up now, the ACCT Congress is going to be in Toronto.
Mhm.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind to most of us when we see Toronto or Hawaii or wherever is that's exotic, that's an exotic place. You and I both know that most of the time organizations choose locations that they think will be attractive to people to come, and that's one of the ways they get people to come to the things that they offer. So talk a little bit about Tarrant County College District and how we might be cognizant of the public scrutiny, but at the same time be aware that there is a need for us to participate.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think my comment was just sort of off the cuff. But really making sure that those members of the board and your staff who travel are adhering to the district's travel and conference policies and procedures and limits of expenditure. And really, essentially, what we're talking about is don't pad your expense account. And sometimes it's really important to appreciate that staying at the hotel or the location where the conference is held is a lot less expensive, because you don't have to deal with cabs, you don't have to deal with missing meetings and that sort of thing. No, it was just a sort of an informal comment. No, as long as, folks adhere to your own policies and procedures on travel. But I have seen examples where sometimes folks will pad the expense and have dinners that will go way beyond what the spending limit is and expect to be paid. So I do have one case that reminds me very much about a board member in my own organization who created a problem for himself by not adhering to that policy. But again, I absolutely agree. With respect to whether the conference is held in Hawaii or whether it's in Toronto, if you look at what it costs to travel to Hawaii, it's probably just as much or less than traveling to Washington, D.C. or to New York. So the thing is, it's just a perception. It's Hawaii. In Toronto, we have to appreciate the fact that there are many community colleges in Canada that are part of the ACCT organization and also part of the AACC organization, Association of American Community Colleges. So there are going to be instances where meetings will be held outside of the 48 states, and maybe at some point in Alaska. If you travel to Alaska, it's going to be a heck of a trip, but it's not necessarily more expensive. It's just a perception. But again, I have to reinforce the fact that the ACCT conference in Toronto is an important one. I think that the agenda will be good, and again, the expense is not going to be any greater than if you were going somewhere in the East Coast or in the West Coast. But I appreciate your point, and there are many instances where the conference hotel is a lot of the dinners are sponsored by such and such, and therefore it's fine. To me at least, it's within the range of what the district can afford. So I do encourage folks to be involved in those kinds of learning activities. Again, these are, you're working on sample survey items. These are, the board sets clear expectations for the CEO, provide a high level of support. Board maintains open communication with the CEO. Very, very important. Next. Again, open-ended questions. You can design an instrument that meets the needs of your community, your own district as well. Next. Planning. We've talked about planning. Next. Okay. What issues does your board need to address? Develop manuals, procedures, audit board documents, adopt a code of ethics, change behavior. I think we have spoken about each of these in direct or indirect ways. I think the changing of behavior is one where you are willing to look introspectively and begin to not only examine your own policies with respect to comportment, ethics, evaluations, self-evaluation, and also creating a policy that better and clarifies your role and responsibilities as board members. You're working on your bylaws. I think it's a great step. So I think a lot of these things you're doing, and it's a tribute to your leadership. Again, this is just almost repetition. Follow Robert's rules. Board meeting minutes. You're required by law. Open board meetings, and we spoke about that, so there's no need to repeat that.
Augie, let's pause there for just a moment.
Okay.
When you said follow Robert's rules, Mr. Hudson and I have had some discussions about that, and this may be a time for us to call Angela back to the microphone to talk a little bit about Tarrant County College District and how we fit as a small board in Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
So if you
Sure.
don't mind, let Angela come back up. And
Yeah, it could be Robert's rules, or it could be other formal rules of operation
Right.
that are followed consistently. I think the key term here is a consistent process in running a board meeting.
After the last board meeting, the issue was raised about whether we were following the procedure for a small board or whether we were following the other rules of Robert's rules. And there is a procedure in small boards where you don't need motions to be seconded, and members aren't required to stand, and there's, let's see, 2, 4, 6 bullet points that are applicable only to small boards. Small boards are defined in Robert's rules as being less than 12. Chairman Hudson and myself have discussed this, and it seems too much of a formality for people to be required to stand, and that the chairman can't speak in discussion without rising or leaving the chair, and those things that are required in the regular rules. The only rule that on the small boards that may need an exception to is that motions not be seconded. Robert's rules go extensively into why you want a second. That is, that you're not wasting time discussing something that can't even get 2 votes. So if you have a second, you know that you're going to probably have at least 2 votes. And Chairman Hudson and I discussed the fact that, or President Hudson and I discussed the fact that maybe the fact of what rules we're following, and if we're making an exception to the small board rules, that we shouldn't put that in the bylaws under the section on conducting a meeting. I didn't know if there was any discussion.
Is that something you think we should do? Because my concern was that, and this comes from a legislative background, that people would call for point of order. And if you're out of order, you had a problem. You had to deal with it, or maybe what you had just done was not valid. So it's a little bit picky, but what I'm thinking is that maybe whatever we do, and I agree that we should continue the process, the procedure that we have done in the past, that maybe where our board policy says now that we will follow Robert's Rules of Order, and I need your opinion on this, should we put small board provisions for small board with the following exception or something like that? I think basically the question that I'm asking is, do we need to state specifically what we're doing in the policy?
Well, as Augie just said, I think it's important, if you're going to have consistency, to have it written in the policy. If you're going to make exceptions, if you're going to say follow Robert's rules with one exception, then you ought to have that exception set forth. And the exception would be under the small boards that you're going to second the motions. Yes.
Angela, with that in mind, then, when you have a second, that, to me, I guess presumes that when there's amendments, we go through the same litany.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
One thought on the issue of Robert's rules is the notion of seconding a motion. And typically that's not going to necessarily guarantee you 2 votes, but at least it allows the minority to speak or address and discuss the motion on the table. And it might, you may not even get a single vote. But I think perception process is important, and if it's not going to use up a lot of the time, it might not be a bad idea to have that opportunity.
I believe we're using, you're correct. You said that we're using the Robert's Rules of Order for small boards. So we actually have discussion, which are allowed under the small board provision, prior to the motion. But once the motion has been made, then there's a second required before you can have further discussion. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next, please. Again, look to the future. I don't want to sound repetitive, but again, you have a critical role in strategic planning and growing the enrollment, because this is where you ask questions such as growing the enrollment is important. We're meeting the needs of our student demand, but can we afford it? Can we pay for it? Are we getting enough state reimbursement and student tuition to cover the cost? Do we have enough facilities? And I think you've gone through this process before. Many organizations, they like the idea of growing for the sake of growing, but also sacrificing at some point the issue of quality and services and level of services. So again, the board has to be a very important part of this discussion. The board's role in setting accountability standards, accreditation, and we spoke about outcome assessment and student success. So that's something that the board always needs to be addressing and looking to the future to ensure that success, setting of goals, and the issue of planning is always something that is dynamic. Again, annual calendar. I think you have an annual calendar for policy review, for mission review, budget approval, staff contracts, and board professional development opportunities. Next steps, and just the one before, the next steps. Yeah, right here. Again, tips, become an advocate for the college. Find ways to show appreciation for a job well done. In all daily encounters, be positive about the college. Speak out with the college, and don't fudge on expense account matters. And as I remember, I was not kidding when I said that when you all are running for re-election, your opponents are going to be looking for all of these kinds of patterns and habits that the board members have established. And even though you are legal, you are following the law to the extreme. There's always people that will be critical. And I mentioned this: don't ask the president to hire your friends or relatives. That's a very, very difficult situation that you place your personnel folks in, and also the head of the organization. And as I said, if there is a grievance down the road, the organization as well as the individual could be held liable for that kind of infraction. And again, the importance of receiving information, making your decision, voting on an issue based on the information you have, and again, don't rubber stamp. And I think it happens.
If I may interrupt again.
Please.
That's a really important one. Don't rubber stamp. I want to be personal for just a moment again, and ask the board if you would give me direction. I certainly don't expect you to rubber stamp, but I also don't expect you to let me walk into a board meeting all prepared to do something and you say, we don't want to do that. I really would like to know what kinds of things you feel good about the college, and what kinds of things you don't feel good about the college. And if we can establish a procedure through which you can always let me know, I'll bring you things ahead of time, and you let me know, well, I need some more research on that, or I need you to look at doing something a little bit different. I don't think the place for us to disagree. I mean, I don't mind your disagreeing, of course, but if I'm going down the wrong direction, I want to know that before I have the staff spend a lot of time working out details and all of that, and then you're saying, well, we don't want to do that. In other words, what I'm not asking you to rubber stamp anything that I give you, but I am asking for your guidance before I get too far down the road. And I'll always keep you informed about what my thoughts are, but I'll always want you to keep me informed about what your thoughts are. And as we go to the section today on board evaluations, where you'll have an opportunity to set your goals for the board for how you want to operate, and then, of course, you've already set my goals, and I know what those are. But within those goals, I'll have ideas about how I think I should carry those out. You may disagree about how I think I should carry something out, and I'd like for us to establish a process through which I will know when you think I'm going down the wrong road.
I've already alluded to that before, and I will say it again, and I understand Dr. Morrison's concerns about this, but one of the ways you can do this, Irma, is I was saying it's a two-way street. We want information and you want information. You want to know and your staff wants to know whether or not this TIF, for example, is a good idea. Is it politically, is something that we can support, or is it something that's, you know, just out of whack? If we have, my suggestion is the way I do it in the corporate world is you have committees of subcommittee that has no authority to do anything but simply to be informational, to give recommendations. You can bring your staff into the meetings. For example, if there's a particular issue, you say, well, we need a finance committee meeting, you know, to discuss with whomever and bring your experts. Is this a good idea? Is this something we need to be doing? Is this the right direction? And we can't make a decision for the board, but we can give you some input. You know, that's the only tool that I know of that we can help. You know, it's a two-way street. A TIF or a lease, or should we even think about a building, you know, for you know, the Alliance project? Is this something can we even go down this road? That's what I think.
Would it be possible to do some sort of preview agenda? And I've thought about this several times, that at the end of the agenda for the regular meeting for August, we have some pre-notice of things that we're going to be seeing in September, October, November, December. That does two things. That gets us ready to prepare for those items, and it gives us the ability to call you and say, I don't like this. So it's kind of like the politicians do in D.C., right? They hire somebody to leak some information illegally so that they can kind of test the waters and see if it's going to fly. So you could kind of do that, and that solves a little bit of both of our problems, so that we know it's coming and you know it's not going to work. Okay.
Let me respond to this issue where we started with the rubber stamp concept. It's always helpful as you begin to set your consent agenda for that board meeting, that the chair explain what the consent agenda means. It means that, in short form, that you have had the opportunity to review all of the docket items, and you, the board members, as you go through the agenda, decide which items you want to pull and which will go on the consent agenda. But that does not mean that you have not read, understood, and those that you pull, are you pulling because you want more information, or you may want to defer to a different meeting. I've seen many times where the criticism has been that, boy, that board meeting only lasted 10 minutes. Everything was on the consent agenda. So people perceive it as being rubber stamping the chancellor's, the agenda that the chancellor has brought before you. So I think, though, that consent agendas are good because it's good for good board practices. But I think for important reasons of public relations and public understanding, discussing, repeating, and describing again to your public what the consent agenda means is very helpful, because you don't want to get into the habit of everything is on the consent. They'll not think much about the board, not asking questions. Now, with respect to the thoughts as to what comes before the board, it is anticipated, and this is an important information that the chancellor knows and staff knows, that anything that comes to the board should have been completely viewed, vetted, and researched, and as much information has been placed to describe the agenda item so that the board members know what to ask. They have had at least a week, 2 weeks to review the agenda, so that if you have any questions, at least those can be asked. There's a process by which you can avoid this business of rubber stamping, because sometimes it's more of a perception than a reality. Okay, next. And thank you. Now, this is this is sort of an overview of some of the issues that we discussed, but I'd like to kind of open it up and see if there's anything else that needs to be discussed before we go into some of the other areas that we may want to discuss, such as board evaluation, CEO evaluation, and any other things that you have questions or challenges that need to be discussed in this forum.
I have one question. You mentioned the consent agenda, and we adopted the consent agenda several months ago, which I think is great. Do you, and you said that sometimes all the items are on the consent agenda. Do you err on the side of and I don't want to say it this way, do you put things on the consent agenda that may need further discussion and allow board members to pull those off, or are you very conservative, I guess, with what you put on the consent agenda? Are you a little more liberal, but give each board member the option to pull that off and discuss it if they want to do so, consider it separately?
Well, I think that there should always be the option to pull something that comes after the fact that you've adopted a consent agenda, but something else that may have come up in the meantime that needs to be discussed. Now, do you have a process whereby members of the public can pull an item for discussion?
No.
You don't?
We post the agenda, and that's the agenda we operate under. But prior to posting the agenda, we categorize those items on the agenda into a consent agenda and then the regular agenda.
Right.
At the beginning of the consent agenda, when we consider the consent agenda, then we do what you said. We make a statement that I have chaired one meeting, so I have a lot of experience here. I didn't explain to the general public why they appear on the consent agenda, but we do explain that any board member can request that item be moved off the consent agenda and that it would be considered as a separate item.
And the public, even if an item is on the consent agenda, a member of the public can speak to that or question that item?
Yes.
Okay, and but it's not necessarily pulled. You've already agreed on that item.
Well, the answer to your question is yes and no. We don't have a process where, when I was in the legislative branch of government in Arkansas, we actually had discussion when we considered an item, and we invited public input when we were in a committee meeting. Our process here is that we open the meeting and we invite public input at the beginning of the meeting, but once we start working through the agenda, there's no more public comments, and there's no debate from the public or no comment from the public on any particular issue at this time.
Right.
That is correct. However, that does not preclude a member of the public from, during that open comment session, from commenting on an agenda item that's on the consent agenda. So they can speak about anything.
I see. Okay.
How is the consent agenda, how does that work?
The consent agenda is determined primarily by my working with the board president to say, these are items that I think can go on the consent agenda. What do you think? And the board president can say, well, let's leave that on the consent agenda, let's don't. And I will tell you that, practically speaking, since I have been, I guess we started the consent agenda, how long ago? How many months ago, Louise? I don't know, several. And most of the things that we put on the consent agenda are things that are absolutely non-controversial. Now, we've had a number of items on the consent agenda concerning the Trinity River East Campus, but from our perspective, they were absolutely non-controversial because they were items that the board had already approved. I mean, we were working with, for instance, we'll bring a change order to the board that is within the approval that the board has already set. And in my mind, there's no reason to put it on the agenda for debate. People can ask questions, of course, if they want. But for instance, the city, say, decided that the code was going to change on something. And so we do a change order, bring it to the board, because if it's going to be more than $25,000 by law, we have to bring it to the board. So it's those kinds of items, Mr. Greenhill, that are put on the consent agenda.
So basically, it's a determination, these are not controversial, these are micromanagement kind of things. Yeah, I understand,
Yeah.
okay.
It kind of mirrors.
But there is an established, at least a mental criteria of what goes on the consent agenda.
It kind of mirrors the state legislature. We had two agendas. We had a non-control agenda, and that's where every legislator was out in the lobby doing business, and other people were voting for them type thing. Because it was actually we didn't do that, but it was one of those issues that nobody could contest. Nobody would disagree on budget items. You have to fund the education department, so it was something everybody was going to vote for. Everybody knew it. It came out of committee with the full support of the committee, and we put it on an issue. There was no need putting it on an agenda and working it one at a time because we knew everybody was going to vote yes anyway. So,
Items that require a supermajority, they're always on your agenda or not? The acquisition of property, let's say. All of those items.
Yeah, the only thing that's placed on the consent agenda are items that I would suspect that Irma, and I know that I would believe firmly that no board member would object to that
Right,
item.
okay, yeah. So
And all of the items, whether on the consent or the regular agenda, are accompanied by volumes of information and data.
Oh,
So
I see. Yeah.
even when you approved the consent agenda, you had an opportunity to review the history and data that supports that.
Yeah, again, I'm just referring to trying to avoid, the perception that everything is automatically approved, without any kind of explanation. But I think you have a good process to address that. Any other?
Yeah, I guess just, and again, the budget that we establish every year is essentially a policy document.
Right.
And my question too is that at what point, and I know that within categories, we can shuffle around how we spend money, but at what point do we know when we shuffle it so much that we're no longer meeting the policy intentions of the trustees? I mean, is it a dollar amount? Is it department changes? Is it personnel? Or are we simply giving all of that leeway to the chancellor?
Well, it's a good question. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. If you are moving from one object code to another, what is the limit? What does the statute say?
I don't think you can move money from one category to another, really. Maybe we do, but without trustees. But I mean, how much movement within the budget are we to allow? I mean, for example, we may create new positions. We may get rid of old positions. We may create new whole departments that may not have been originally part of that policy statement, which is the budget. So, I mean, what are the parameters for making those kinds of changes?
Well, the simple observation is that you approve your budget policy, but there's always the language that says that any changes to moving funds from one object to another will require board approval. So I'm sure that's in your policy. You're not changing the budget. You're not changing the amount or the priorities of the budget. What you are doing is moving some fund to another fund or adding to another fund. But
well, you would be changing the priorities of the budget.
Well, yeah, but then that would require board approval.
Maybe I can help. Each month, each board meeting, you get the report, the finance report, and it'll show you what the budget required or allowed, and then it'll show you how much of that has been spent. And of course, if it's over, you'll see, and then the person making the report will explain why it's over to that extent. Sometimes it's a timing issue having to do with collection of taxes or tuition.
Well, staying within budget's one thing. Shuffling what you make those expenditures for is another. So my question is, at what point does it require more trustee oversight? Or is it something
I
we,
don't know that we've ever had
What do you
that.
mean by shuffling? Because
Turn your
What's
mic
the
on.
budget?
Turn your mic on.
I guess my question is, what do you mean by shuffling? Once the budget is established, we're basically required to work within those confines.
well, within the confines of the amount of money, but I'm trying to think, have we created new positions, for example, major positions within the budget that were not originally accounted for within the original budget? I think we have.
Yes,
So
we have.
Are those reviewed? You know, we may have new, programs that we start that don't have anything directly to do with personnel except the need to fill them. If it's within the category, do the trustees have to approve it?
No. At this point, the answer is no. The trustees at the end of, or at the, I should say the beginning, I guess, of each year, has traditionally given the chancellor the authority to make those kinds of decisions within the budget, within the scope of the budget. And so those do change from time to time. For instance, when the board adopted the TCC 2015, Vision 2015 plan, there were strategies that the board adopted that needed some additional staff, I'll say. And so within the budget that was adopted, I had the authority to decide what additional staff was needed to meet those objectives. And that would be the same within any of those categories that we have. For instance, Augie mentioned something about performance measures, and this board has adopted performance measures. If I made a decision that we weren't meeting some of the performance measures that the board has challenged me with the responsibility of doing, then I have a responsibility of making sure I have the staff, the right staff on board to do that. And no, I have not brought those changes. I've reported changes to the board, but I haven't brought them back and say, I'd like for you to approve this.
Any other thoughts? Was your question answered, Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Oh, okay. There was another, if we want to take about a 5-minute break?
No, sir. What I'd like to do, if possible, I squeezed in 2 reports that I think are really important for the board to get today, especially our new board members. One from our foundation, and one about our Stars of Tomorrow financial aid program that the board had set aside some money to do. And I thought it would be better if I could have those 2 gentlemen make their reports.
Wonderful.
And then we go to lunch.
Okay.
And I think that would be a little bit better, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, then we'll do
and they are both brief.
Oh, okay.
And now that they know that they are the only thing standing between this board and lunch, they will be even briefer.
Okay, good.
Okay. So we've got the foundation up there first. Dr. Joe McIntosh is the executive director of the Tarrant County College Foundation and Development. And most of our board members know that the foundation operates for the sole benefit of the college. We have a very close working relationship, but the foundation is a completely separate, standalone entity. And Dr. McIntosh is going to talk a little bit about that with you today. Joe, and so you can talk pretty fast as you've given them the handout. I know they can carry that with them as well. But thank you so much for being here with us today.
Let me tell you, you're the best-looking group to be on a retreat.
Stand behind the mic.
I thought this, might even be T-shirts and shorts, retreat setting, but so I commend you. Second thing, Nolan and Mark Cuban are still bidding on the Rangers at this moment. It hadn't been decided. I don't know. They've delayed and delayed, so it's still a couple blocks from here. Thank you for the opportunity to take a few minutes, and it will just be a few minutes, to give you kind of a 10,000-foot view, but yet a closer look at what the Tarrant County College Foundation is all about. If you just, Joe, help me click through these slides. First of all, and the Chancellor so well introduced this, that the Foundation is a separate, not-for-profit, IRS-approved 501c3 organization that provides philanthropic support for the students and critical needs of Tarrant County College as identified through the college districts, and I will point this out, strategic planning process. You approved your plan, the strategic plan, Vision 2015, and as I'll point out in goal number 2, it did talk about increasing funding for financial assistance for all students. So that's charge number 1 to the Tarrant County College Foundation in response to your strategic plan. Go on, Joe. What's our vision? It's to be a dynamic community college foundation which secures current contributions and endowed funds to these different program areas, not only support of students, but recognizing academic excellence and instructional process and teaching, supporting other efforts within the community that relate to Tarrant County College, and then undergirding community partnerships that can help us also accomplish these same goals. Now, what composes the board for the foundation? The foundation is governed by a volunteer board. We're self-perpetuating, as according to our bylaws. You, as the Tarrant County College board, have 2 board seats on our foundation board, as well as the Chancellor has a seat on this board. So that's how we're joined at the hip and have that interlocking dialogue and communication between the 2 entities. Our primary goal and objective is providing scholarships for Tarrant County College students. For this coming academic year, we anticipate awarding over 300 scholarships for almost $400,000 to students. We have both a general scholarship fund and an endowed dedicated scholarships. And in addition, we have partnerships with entities all across the county where we help and assist in the providing of scholarships. For instance, the Birdville Independent School District, who this past year allocated a portion of their gas revenues to be used for graduates of Birdville high schools, and they're providing a scholarship in conjunction with both our Stars of Tomorrow and other federal programs where that they can ensure that every graduate has the opportunity for their first year of college at Tarrant County College. We also are partnering with Rotary clubs, service clubs, the organization Communities and Schools. Many of you are familiar with that. They have traditionally been involved in keeping young people engaged in the middle schools and even reaching down to elementary school, really with the goal of just trying to keep them in school until they graduate. Well, now they've added a second component of saying, hey, we've got to get them some training beyond that, and either a technical program or a traditional 2-year plan through a community college system. So they're partnering with us exclusively to provide at least the academic side of things for their students.
The question that I have is this. You're partnering with public schools, communities and schools being one of those. To do what? I know the premise. You're trying to get them, focused on education. But what is the relationship? What does one do for the other as far as?
What one does for the other? Well, number one, let's take the Birdville example. Number one, what it's doing for them is it's ensuring that they can pay for, by partnering with Tarrant County College Foundation, representing Tarrant County College, at least that first year of college. I mean, to be able to say, we're going to ensure you have a scholarship to Baylor or UT or whatever could be prohibitive. So it's very cost effective. What it does for us and what it does for the college is, number one, it identifies the potentially an upside of 1,100, 1,300 students every year that potentially could be coming here. So it's formalizing a pipeline And then number two, assisting the school district in a cost-effective way so that they too can ensure that kids that grow up in their district do have the opportunity to go to college.
It also does for us a lot of marketing. Yes. A lot of marketing.
Exactly.
Well, and that's good. But I'm wondering, and maybe they do, maybe they don't, I'd like to see a report. Does that particular school district keep records of the recidivism rate? I mean, do they continue? Do they drop out after the first year? I mean, is there something to track the success of these two collaborative efforts?
No, we do that.
Yeah, we do that.
Okay, good.
We keep the records ourselves.
Good. Good,
Yeah,
yes.
once they graduate, then it's within the premise and jurisdiction of the community college, yes. They give them the hand to get started, and then we take the next step with them. Okay?
Okay.
And then other organizations, for instance, we're partnering with the Hispanic Chamber. We're also in conversations with the other chambers about assisting them in their scholarship programs as well. We have our General Scholarship Fund, and this is funded through gifts received from individuals, families, businesses, corporations, private foundations, and TCC employees. And let me underscore that how generous the TCC family is in support of its own students. And each year we have an employee annual giving campaign. We've reported to you each year about that, and just the participation of that has just continued to grow each and every year, and it's been very significant. We also sponsor various special fundraising events, and I trust by now all of you are aware of an event we have on September 7th, and we'll be participating in that. We have the Honorable George W. Bush will be here to speak, and we're anticipating a very, very noteworthy occasion, and look forward to a very big crowd for that. We also
You didn't
raise
invite
money.
the board members to come.
Pardon?
You didn't invite the board members to be there.
They have all been invited individually, and so I'm sitting here, wink, wink, hoping each of you will respond. And I know several of you, and Bill Greenhill has purchased a table, and Ms. Appleman and Ms. Vandergriff and others as well that'll be, involving and inviting guests. So we encourage you to be there and to participate. Thank you for doing that. Our General Scholarship Fund, as I indicated, and then the special events. We also raise money for specific programs. In essence, the Tarrant County College Foundation is no different from any foundation that's associated with a college or university. We raise support to assist the students and programs. Some of the programs, the Bolin Math Competition, some of you know about this. It's an annual competition fostered by Mayor Bob Bolin and his family. The Math and Engineering Academy, it's a new program based out of the Southeast and South Campus where we take young people that have the aptitude to study math and engineering and start them in a program, as well as early entry summer programs. College Connection, you've heard a lot about that. We have raised support that several local foundations have helped us in that. Visions Unlimited, monies that are going to directly help the underserved and folks challenged in the area of housing. A workforce training program.
Excuse me, make sure they know that's the homeless program,
Homeless
Visions
program.
Unlimited. And we had our first graduate, remember, this past May.
Do we know how many of those we're serving?
The homeless, the last count I got right early May that we had about 85 students who had gone through our program, who are either enrolled now or have gone through. It's been very successful. It's a difficult situation. We'll talk about 85 is outstanding, by the way, because to get a homeless person in college takes a village, and sometimes an extended village to keep them there. We're very proud that Ernest Thomas and his staff have just done an outstanding job with Visions Unlimited.
Faculty, staff, professional development programs. In fact, she may get mad at me for saying this, but Louise and Gordon Appleman established an endowment to assist faculty and staff and opportunities that they, present to us. And then there are many other things that we're involved in and raising support for as well. You recently have heard and been a part of the launch, really, of the first ever Tarrant County College Alumni Program. This was officially announced at graduation. Wendy Davis, the state senator, was the first charter member of this group. Why do it? What is it? The bullet points are stated there. It's a one-stop shop for alumni. It's a way to connect with former students. It's a way to keep them connected. It's a way to engage them. And primarily, it's a networking opportunity for them. It's free. We don't charge an alumni association fee. We want as many, come all, come one, to be a part. It offers the opportunity for former students to connect with peers and classmates. We see it as a way of interchanging job information, networking with others in the career field. And then we are promoting it as be a part, and you receive several benefits. We've been able to connect with several entertainment, Six Flags, the Rangers, Casa Manana are all offering discounts to our alumni now. Dell Computers is providing a program that they can come in through our portal and receive discount on ordering equipment. And then some of you may know of other potential opportunities that we need to know about and connect our alumni with these. What does TCC gain?
I'm sorry, Joe. Could you go back to the? I know we're going to go to lunch, so I'm just trying to understand how this works. This alumni association is part of the foundation.
We are, yes, staffing it. Yes.
And I'm seeing it as possibly a mentor. Is it a mentorship, networking? Yes. Wouldn't that be best served by student support services? That would leave the foundation with more time to really focus on the deep.
It's a very good question. We basically took the opportunity to say it needs to happen. And this was even an issue that continued to be voiced by the community, and a lot of these community events that we had as part of the strategic planning process, people saying we need an alumni association. Traditionally, alumni programs at colleges and universities are kind of tagged or very closely associated with the advancement or development office, simply because the bottom line is they then become a good constituent base to raise money from.
Right.
And there's a couple more steps that are involved in the community college world. You need to show the reason, for continuing to be associated. Many students go on and graduate from other universities, and so showing them why they would want to stay connected to where they went maybe their first 2 years. So there is a real, and best practices has shown, and programs that have been very successful across the country, is that you really start it by showing, hey, there's a benefit for joining, and there's a benefit for staying connected. So your point, yes, there are some pieces of it that can be served very well by other facets of the institution, and we're very much want to see that happen. We're not trying to say, hey, nor can we staff all of it, but we simply are trying to create it and put it out there.
The other piece of that, Mrs. Winnett, is that Joe didn't say it this way, but he and I talk all the time, and he's teaching me all the language about fundraising and all of that. But this is what you call friend raising, that generally comes before fundraising. So he's doing a lot of things in the foundation to raise friends. Right, Joe?
Very well said.
And that's good, but I really would like to know how much of this friend raising is raising. Because I think how I see the foundation is to seriously focus on, again, acquiring the money, the scholarships, and all of this. And I see a lot of sidetracks. This, for one, it's a wonderful thing, I think. But I think, shouldn't we be going after the big money? We have a lot of students to assist financially. And I guess this is what I hope that the foundation is focused on. Yes, these things are good, but we need to go after the bigger money. And I have no idea where you find that. I have no idea.
Well, it's both. You must do both. To raise, research shows that the highest and best gifts comes from those that are closest to you. And one of our challenges has been is when we, and the foundation was somewhat rechartered and reconstituted, 2001, it was starting from scratch. So it was kind of, the world was the opportunity, but yet where did you go? And so it really, a process had to start of, I mean, the idea is, I mean, think with me for just a moment, why give here? You know, if I'm just in the community, do I do it because I just love young people? Do I do it because I'm a communitarian? I want to see what improves the community. You know, there's different facets that somebody falls in, but one that has to be developed and one that has to be encouraged is those that are closest to you. They give the most and they'll give the highest. And we've got many alumni that have gone on to be successful business operators and entrepreneurs, and you know, so unless we discover who those are, then it's just the general public, and it just makes our job that much. So yes, there are some front-loaded efforts. I'll grant you that. And there's a lot of work being done, and when you look at the end of the day and say, hey, did this raise us $1? Right. The only thing we can say is that research, best practices, and those that have been successful doing it have done it this way.
And I'm going to shut up and I'm going to address a question to Irma. I would like to see, since the foundation started, and these records may be in place already, I want to see how much money has gone into the foundation. In existence 4 years, when you become a separate entity? I mean,
in 2001.
Okay. I'd like to see how much money has been brought in, and I want to see how much money has actually been given out in scholarships over that course of time.
Okay, yeah, Joe has that
Okay.
readily available. As a matter of
Right.
fact, it may even be on the website. I don't know if that particular, but it's already
Right.
produced. We can get it for
Right.
you. Absolutely.
And something like this alumni association, again, what categories is the money coming from? I mean, is it this? I want to know how much, and then I
Well, now,
guess,
this is not money. Remember, Joe said it's free.
Right.
All he's trying to do now is gather up people. Now,
Yes, networking.
we did allocate funds for him to hire, did we do part-time or full-time?
Part-time. It's a
Part-time,
shared position.
a person to work part-time to help us get established with the alumni and getting the data, the records. It's a very difficult process to find your people.
Right.
As a matter of fact, once they've gone. But we can get a report
Okay,
for
if you
you.
would.
And the other thing I will tell you, I'll invite, I think I'm right, yes. All of you, we have one now. But the board, as Joe told you, has 2 board members, and you're going to elect the second board member at your August 19th meeting. Right now, Mrs. Appleman is serving on our board. Mr. Kennedy was the second board member, and he's gone, of course, who sit on that board and attend all the board meetings, but they're open to the public. And so anytime you want to attend a foundation board meeting, you're invited to come. And I'll tell you, you'll be impressed with what's going on with the foundation. We have a great group of volunteer board members who are leading the foundation. So we'll get the information for you, and then we'll invite any of you to come to any of the meetings you want.
I think I was on that scholarship application committee a couple, 3 years ago. It's amazing how much a $1,000, $500 scholarship can change somebody's life around. As I understand it too, Joe, somebody gives you a $500 scholarship, that's just passed on.
Right.
You're not keeping a piece of it. But
No.
the implication of this, by the way, is separate, not for profit, means that you're not getting any TCC funding, or I mean, you're self-sustaining salaries and spaces in the Water Garden building.
No,
Or are you being
the college pays for that. The college pays for all of the administrative costs of the foundation at this point.
Staff?
I wouldn't say
Including staff.
I wouldn't say it was necessarily separate then.
No, it's not.
What it is, it has to be by the Internal Revenue Service. It is separate.
I mean technically, but I mean
Yeah, and it is.
technically maybe, but it's not. So
Right. And of
you're
course,
funding.
like
And
Irma
your question
said-
probably is better is that how much does it cost as opposed to how much do they raise? And I wouldn't count, by the
Absolutely.
way, all those scholarships that are earmarked separately.
Right.
I mean, that's just another deal.
Yeah, because.
But you have to count those
Yeah.
because the foundation staff goes out and finds those scholarships. So they have to be counted in what the foundation is bringing in. They have to be.
Yeah, and I'd like to see those numbers. And again,
It's a big number for scholarships,
yes.
by the way.
What I've seen over the years is very, and again, this is on reports that I've received, very, I mean, compared to the money that's there, the amount of scholarships are quite limited. I mean, maybe it's improved, but.
Well, one of the things you're going to hear from, in just a minute, you're going to hear from David Jimenez about your Stars of Tomorrow money and how it works. But I will also tell you, I guess I could let Joe say this, very often when money comes into the foundation, it is put there for growth so that the foundation, so that the, yeah, well, you're telling the same thing I was about to say.
Go ahead.
Well, if, say a donor gives us $50,000 and Joe goes out and works really hard and brings in $50,000, and the donor says, I want you to use that $50,000 in your investments, and I want you to give scholarships on the interest only. And so if the market is as it is today, and there's very little money coming in, and in past years, oh, that's great, I can give a $500 scholarship every year because the interest rate 10%. I'm earning 10% on the $50,000. We're not earning that anymore in some cases, but I will tell you too, we don't have time now, but I mentioned earlier the foundation has a very aggressive, safe, aggressive investment strategy, and it's earning significantly more in its money than you would normally think. But the amount of money that's given for a scholarship is indeed driven by the marketplace, if indeed the donor has given that money based upon your keeping the corpus in your fund and giving out the interest that's raised on it.
And that's great, but I want to make sure that interest is being paid to scholarships. So as much money is that.
Well, that's the only thing it's paid for.
Yeah.
That's the only thing it's given for.
Yeah.
But we'll have it for you.
I'd
We'll
like
get
to see
it.
those figures.
Sure. Yes, Joe?
Ms. Appleman, I mean, you are a board member of the foundation. You may have a perspective to add as well.
No, well, and I compare it to when we created the Community Foundation of North Texas, as it's now known, was housed at United Way for many years. And United Way paid all of the infrastructure costs. And so the foundation activities were strictly to collect funds to make grants to nonprofits throughout the community. They finally got to the point where they were able to move out and be separate from United Way and be self-sustaining and pay the rent themselves. Interestingly, they used to have a grants committee, and we were able to sit down and make grants and give away money. Most of the funds now are donor advised, and so the grants committee is limited to following the directions of the people who put the money there. That's the advantage to the college paying his salary and his staff's salary and giving them office space, is that they can concentrate on all the money they bring in, that Joe and his staff bring in, are dedicated to scholarships. Now, most of those instruments are written so that he can only use the interest. In fact, he and I just had a conversation last week because we got our report for our fund, our family fund, and no grants had been made. And so we're going to change the rules, if you will, so that he can make grants out of our fund, even though the original contract with the foundation was that he could only use the interest off that fund. Well, the interest situation hadn't been so hot the last year or so, so we're going to change our arrangement with the foundation, but that has to be in it. And then if you'll notice the piece that Joe gave us, he's looking to make grants for almost $400,000 this coming year. That's a significant gift to the students, in that $400,000 goes a long way at Tarrant County College.
And I would like to see at the end of this 2010-11 how much it was actually given scholarships. That's information I like to have.
Sounds like that's another
Yeah, the
workshop.
board gets that
Yeah.
information every
Yeah.
meeting, and you can see what's in the pot and how much has gone out. And if you ever want to be inspired, come to some of the award ceremonies, like the bowling competition or the Gorley luncheon or whatever, and you'll
I think maybe what Robin's saying is that if you're giving away $400,000 in scholarships and it's costing you $400,000 to operate a foundation, you might as well just go ahead and give the scholarships. and cut down your overhead, really.
Absolutely, because I want to make sure that that the overhead justifies the amount of money going to students. You know, that's my
Then that's a funding issue because you can't take operating funds and give them for scholarship.
No, of course you can't.
So
But
there's
I
a way
do-
to do it, and I
But
think
I do want to make sure that every effort is made by and I'm sure that there is room for improvement and maybe to reorganize and look at things. But again, it is costly to the college in some ways because we are furnishing space and we're furnishing the staff. So I want to make sure that we get as much as we can and that as much as possible regarding the money is going to our students. I guess that's my concern.
I'm going to ask Augie to come back to the microphone. He has experience. He and I haven't talked about this at all, so I'm putting you on the spot, I know. But he has experience with his college foundation. But the thing that I want to say before he comes up there is what you both say is absolutely true, except, I should say until. What you say is true until you want to think long term. And if you think long term, and you think about the importance of a foundation to the institution, and you know you must grow it, and then you've got to put seed money in there someplace to grow it. And that's what the college is doing. This is what Ms. Appleman said the United Way did with the community foundation. It's an investment that the college is making in the staff and the space that's given. But foundations take a while to grow. And that's what we're doing now. So, Augie, you want to talk about this issue that these two trustees are raising, because it's a valid point that they're making. So what would be your take on that?
It is a valid point. I am on two major foundation boards, two different university campuses, and when I was in San Diego, we had our own foundation as well. The most foundations, the university's foundations in which I am involved, out of the general fund, they cover the cost of staff. It comes out of the general fund because it supports the mission of the university. The money that is raised for the same purposes, for scholarships, for endowed chairs, for supporting different academic programs throughout the university campus. There is a challenge, of course, because as you raise the money, create a foundation, create an endowment, the amount that you can give is really based on how the market is performing. So everyone, from your Harvards to your Princetons to other organizations, they're going through a very difficult period. You do need, however, to maintain some kind of effort to, at the point when things become a little more normal, and you have raised 100,000 or 50,000 friends who may be able to contribute down the road, the effort is long term. It's not going to happen right away. Now, so these are the challenges. I'm not going to take a position either way. That's your role. One thing that, in response to one of the questions, in some institutions, the general fund can be used for purposes of giving tuition waivers to needy students. Okay? So you can use, now I'm not saying that all of the institutions. Right. My question, though, is I'm not understanding where the $400,000 go. Do they go to Tarrant County Community College students or to students that graduate and go on to? No. Okay, it's all, okay. So you may want to explore both options, where the college may want to look at, under your state laws, whether or not you can use general funds to do tuition waivers and support students. Now, a little bit about the operation we had in San Diego. We had a foundation, and the proceeds from the foundation, 50% of the interest that was earned was retained in the corpus, so that there would always be some growth. The other 50% was distributed among our colleges for purposes of scholarships and for college improvements that the presidents may need, or all to support the mission of the college and of the district. The staffing for the purposes of raising money to add to that endowment, it was all district supported staff. So you will find only in some very rare situations where in a public institution, the foundation from the revenues that they generate will cover staff. It's simply an investment that is being made to help the college carry on their mission, but it is an operating expense. But I think the questions that you ask are very legitimate, because that may lead to, if we are spending more than we are taking in, we may want to keep the concept, but how do we improve it? And what is the short-term projection, the mid-term projection, and long-term projection, so that you establish benchmarks. So if things don't improve, then you can take a decisive action.
Right.
But I think it's really important, as some of you have mentioned, that you have to give, especially a brand-new foundation that started, reconstituted in 2001, it's just not enough time to establish the relationships,
Right.
the links, and we talked a little bit earlier about the credibility.
Right.
Does the community out there know who Tarrant County College is? As big as you are, they know that it's here intellectually, but what do? You provide an education to 100,000 students, you place students in jobs, they add to the economy, the institution itself with its 4,000 or 5,000 plus employees add to the economy, you work with vendors, you work with businesses, with contractors, so those are all your contacts. And this is where you need a foundation to be able to develop those kinds of
Right, and
linkages.
that type of aggressive, and again, I'm so unfamiliar with the foundation, but that is the focus that I would like to see. And you're right, a foundation does take a long time to kind of build itself up. But you can't tell a student who wants to go in the fall, there's no money for you because we're building this up. Again, we need to use as much as we can to make sure that students who want to go to school are able to do that. This general fund money, can we be used for tuition?
I don't think so, but I'll look into.
Please.
I'll look into that for you.
Please.
Mrs. Burnett, but I don't
Yeah,
think
if
so.
you would, please. Anyway, okay.
Okay.
My lips are sealed.
Okay, Joe, can you finish up in the next minute?
Yes. Why don't Joe just flip through? The alumni, we're primarily doing to keep costs as low as possible, doing it primarily through a website type entry point and social networking through Facebook and all the different current tools that are available. Now, bottom line, let's go to how can I help, Joe? I ask you of this group, no different than I ask of any other group. How can you help? Number one is giving. We accept the following gifts: cash gifts, pledges, TCC employee payroll deduction, and our employees are doing a great job in that. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, tribute gifts. Why send flowers that fade? You can send a nice gift to the foundation. It can go on and perpetuate the memory of someone through the life of a student and giving the opportunity for education. And then planned giving. And I'll underscore that most of the successful foundations, you would agree, have been built through planned and long-term gifts. Baylor University announced this last year, the largest gift given to academics, $200 million. It's not going to come for a number of years. But when it comes, it will be significant. And it's something that's being paid for now with staff and effort and work, but yet the windfall comes in years to come. This is a component, and really, we have not even been able to yet to scratch the surface of. That's on the next layer of our plan, is wills and bequests, gift annuities, and charitable trusts. You will not see those dollars against the bottom line now, but I can assure you they will come. I spent several years working for St. Jude Children's Hospital, one of the largest healthcare charities in the nation. They had 20,000 planned gift donors. They literally could chart, and we had a Excel program that we could chart and seeing when would wills pay out. We had so many wills and bequests. That's ultimately what you want to be able to build toward. And then the other, first is giving and the other is getting. Be an advocate. Help tell the story. refer prospects to us, and then attend foundation events. And I'm going to extend that invitation to you, not just September 7th, our scholarship recognition dinner, which will be on October 19th. You'll be getting information about that, and the other events that we have throughout the year. You are invited and welcome. Our board meetings, be involved. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. Now we'll have David Jimenez. David is our District Director of Financial Aid, and he's going to give you a very brief report on Stars of Tomorrow.
I'm David Jimenez. I'm in the District Financial Aid Office.
And I will just introduce this by reminding our two new board members, maybe you don't know this, but several years ago when the Barnett Shale came to visit, this board decided that the best use of that money would be to invest in our students. And so it set aside the money to go into a fund. We call it a scholarship fund. It really was never a scholarship fund, as it turns out. But it is a way to help students with our financial aid needs. And David is going to talk briefly about that.
We're wrapping up the end of the second year of the Stars of Tomorrow program. And what I have for you are about 6 or 7 slides. The first couple of slides give you just the basic background information. We're trying to get it loaded. But you also have it in front of you. We're pressed for time. So most of you probably already know what the requirements are. The scholarship program or the financial aid program is made available for Tarrant County high school graduates. It was launched in fall of 2008. It's for students that graduate in the top 50% of their class that meet certain income thresholds. And that's that second slide, Joe. You see there, it's kind of a middle income type of scholarship program. But if you go on to the next slide, what it shows is that we will award students up to $4,000. It's $800 for a full-time enrollment level, and it's prorated down to $600 and to $400 depending on their level of enrollment. We make it a package of awards. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the slide coming up. But we basically explain on the application packet that when you apply with the federal financial aid form, that's part of the overall package that is made available to students, and included in that package is the Stars of Tomorrow program. So next slide will show this is what's been earned through the Stars of Tomorrow program over the last year and a half or so, the last 2 years. You'll see, and there's been some mention through the foundation presentation, that the earnings in the past were a lot higher. And so I listed this slide and I included it for 2 main reasons, just to kind of demonstrate how much used to be earned versus how much is being earned now. And then also, because there have been some requests of me from other departments, from other organizations, from student activities, those types of areas, can't we use Stars of Tomorrow funding to help out with this group of students, or can we use it for that group of students? And first of all, I always say, well, it's not my decision to make, but I do like to point out whenever I am asked about that there really isn't money available to help other programs besides the Stars of Tomorrow program unless the board changes the design or the layout of the Stars of Tomorrow program itself. So for those 2 reasons, I wanted to include this slide, show you kind of the history and overall what's been earned and what's been deposited. The next slide summarizes the last 2 years' worth of awards. For 08-09, which would have been fall 08 through summer 2009, we awarded 246 students $219,000. We also had in that pipeline another 1,470 students. Those 1,470 students from last year, we called them Stars of Tomorrow Scholars. We still consider them part of the Stars of Tomorrow program, but they were awarded federal and or state financial aid to cover that commitment that the college has made to students. We've committed to fund them $800 per semester. They already had that funding through federal and state financial aid sources, but we still consider them part of the Stars of Tomorrow program, have them come through the Stars of Tomorrow orientation, go through some extra custom Stars of Tomorrow advising, and treat them as a Stars of Tomorrow scholar. That 08-09 volume compared to 2009-2010 shows that the overall application volume grew substantially. We've got 2,326 scholars with 188 actual recipients at the end of this year. So most of those students for this particular year ended up receiving federal and state financial aid. But we still consider them Stars of Tomorrow recipients. We still consider them Stars of Tomorrow students. Next slide has, for the last 2 years, that group of 4,200 or so students, just some basic demographic type student information: average income, average household size, the campus distribution. The ethnicity shows that it has been pretty diverse, that it's been spread out among all ethnicities here at the campuses, so we've done pretty good there. And then the final slide shows just where we are as of this coming fall. We start to award students in April, May for the upcoming fall and spring semester, and as of this past Monday, we had already processed 1,000, I need to look at my notes, 1,046 or 76? 1,026 Stars of Tomorrow scholars. So those are the students that are going to receive federal or state financial aid. And then we have about 76 students that are already fully eligible, fully awarded, fully committed to. And then we've got about 45 or 46 students that are going to qualify as long as they can submit evidence that they've graduated in the top 50% of their class. And so this is the cycle, basically the process that we go through. We promote to students that the Stars of Tomorrow program is available to them. We encourage them to apply. We let them know that they apply by completing the FAFSA application. And then we make the awards available for them for the upcoming award cycle. Went through the first 2 award cycles. Now we're into the process of getting things ready for the upcoming fall semester. So that's everything I have.
Questions for David?
No, I was going to point out, right after Irma took office, we identified a number of scholars. Talk about shuffling money. We went to the back page of our financial report and found a number of scholarships funds that had never been used or had not been used in a long time, and we transferred how much to the foundation? $1.4 million from our ledger to the foundation, which was a big help, I think, in bolstering. And then I hate to tell you, but it took about 20 years before the Community Foundation could move out of the United Way offices. So it does take a lot of time to build a fund like that.
How much is the permanent endowment fund now?
Right at $5 million.
5 million?
Depending on the market.
And that's over 9 years?
I've just, go ahead.
My question, David, is I know early on we had concerns about getting applications, and obviously we've seen a great increase. Is there a theme there? I mean, are we drawing from certain high schools? Are some areas doing better jobs of facilitating that application? Are we meeting all the demands that we need to right now?
There are a lot of students that are not applying for financial aid, but there's also tremendous growth in the number of students that are applying for financial aid. I was just looking at that this morning for another proposal, not a proposal, but a presentation that I'm putting together, and it shows that last year we received 28,000 FAFSA applications, the federal financial aid form. That was the year before last. This past year we just completed, we've received 43,000 FAFSA applications. The same thing with the Stars of Tomorrow numbers. You saw 1,400 scholars last year, and then this current year we're up to 2,300. So the application volume is growing. The recipient volume is growing. The disbursement volume is growing. We, in 2008, 2009, helped 10,500 students receive Pell Grants. At the end of this year, it's 16,426 students. So that's just from one year to the next. Pell Grant growth has gone from 10,000 to 16,000, and it's not just Pell. It's Stars of Tomorrow, it's financial aid applications, it's state grants as well. So there's more and more students that are applying, but that number is about 29,000 enrolled students out of 45,000 students. So there are still a lot that aren't applying, that are choosing not to apply. And so we continue to get out to students and encourage them to apply, let them know that we're available to help them with the application process. And we see for the last easily 5 years that it continues to grow, that there are more and more students that are applying, more and more students that are receiving financial aid, and more students that are being helped. But there's still a lot out there that aren't getting the message for some reason.
You know, there's another benefit to Stars of Tomorrow, because what it does, when you say Stars of Tomorrow scholarship, students listen with a different kind of ear than they do if you say financial aid. Because many students out there, families especially, think, well, we don't know how to do that, we can't do that. Stars of Tomorrow gets them in the door. And so they may come thinking they're going to get a Stars of Tomorrow scholarship, and they may not need it because they get financial aid. So the college is helping a lot more students get financial aid because of the name Stars of Tomorrow Scholarship. So you're doing a lot of good in ways that you may not even know.
And if I could just add to that, that's one of the beauties of the Stars of Tomorrow is that you can tell a student, graduate in the top 50% of your class and meet these income thresholds, and it's basically guaranteed. When we talk about financial aid, I have to ask them, what's your family size, what's your income, what's your taxes, what's your assets. It's never really simple when it comes to federal and state financial aid, but it is pretty simple when it comes to Stars of Tomorrow, and that's been a big draw for students, and that's encouraged them to also complete the application and to complete that FAFSA so that we can consider them for other financial aid programs as well.
So then going back to those thresholds, I remember there was early discussion about maybe raising that a little. Are we fine the way we are, or do you see that in the future?
We raised it a little bit.
They were raised.
We
they
did.
were raised 20,000.
Yes.
What you're looking
Yeah,
at
we
are
had
the
to.
increased figures. A year, the first year they were 20,000 lower than what they are now.
Is
That's
it in
that
here, David?
second slide. The second slide on your PowerPoint, it's got 4 slides per page. So page 1, slide number 2 has the income thresholds. Year 1, they were 20,000 lower. And so, I kind of hesitated because we still, even with these income thresholds, 90% is funded by federal and state financial aid. So, but at the same time, there's only so much money being deposited and only so much money available. So I think right now we're okay. If the market starts to turn around and funding, there's more money being deposited, then we might have an opportunity to talk about increasing the thresholds to help more students. Right now, it seems to be the right amount, the right balance. But it's still, 90% is going to, from federal and state financial aid programs, and then that last little 10% is being funded by Stars of Tomorrow.
Well, anybody out of Tarrant
Turn your mic on.
When I'm outside of Tarrant County and talk about the Stars of Tomorrow, I mean, it's a wow factor. I mean, people say 50% if you graduate,
Top
the
50.
50%.
And then we like that Birdville signed on this coming year to cover the other. Birdville scholarship is going to cover the students that are above the income thresholds
Right.
or in the bottom 50% of their graduating class. So I like how the foundation was able to secure that scholarship program for Birdville ISD students, because that's not 10 or 15 students. That's 1,600 or so different students that graduate.
Thanks for bringing that up again, because I wish each one of you could have been on the Northeast campus when the foundation accepted the gift from the Birdville Foundation. It was really, really a moving event. Not only was the superintendent of the Birdville schools there, his board of trustees, city council people, I guess it was 3 or 4 people from the city councils were there. For those people in that community, this is a big deal, because they are getting the word out. If you really want to go to college, we can help you go, and Tarrant County College is where you need to go. And that, again, is great marketing for Tarrant County College, because many of those students think of us now in a very different way. Birdville says we'll help you go, and then we're there to pick up the slack where Birdville can't help, and then we've got Stars of Tomorrow there to pick up. So it's been a really great partnership, and Joe McIntosh with the foundation, working with David with Stars of Tomorrow, working with the Rotary clubs and others, have just done a great job of bringing additional students in. And one of your goals, as you know, in helping the state close the gaps with the Higher Education Coordinating Board, is for us to attract larger numbers of students, and this is an excellent way to get them. So thank you, David.
Just one more, just a couple more questions. The money for the Stars of Tomorrow is coming from where?
It's from
the oil, from the.
There's a list of 12 or 13 different funds.
Yes, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Now, you say that once you get them, they apply for the FAFSA, which is federal Pell Grant. Does that mean that their FAFSA, if they're eligible for financial aid, is reduced because of the money that's given by this Stars of Tomorrow?
No, because the federal and state aid comes first. If they qualify for federal or state financial aid, that's what they get.
So this is an addition.
This is beyond and after federal and state financial aid. If they don't qualify for federal or state financial aid, but they're within these income thresholds, then that's when Stars of Tomorrow finally kicks in. So it doesn't reduce the federal aid. It reduces Stars of Tomorrow if they qualify for federal or
And
state
is there someone that monitors how much they need? I mean, for books and, I mean, tuition? They're not getting too much, are they? That they go out and party with?
We have the fixed amounts.
Okay.
The full-time student gets $800, the
Okay.
three-quarter time gets $600, and then half-time student gets $400. If the full-time student takes more than 12 hours, there's not even that much money to cover
Right.
books. So because they're fixed amounts, because it's only a couple $100 over the tuition,
Right.
and because books cost $500, $600, $700, it was decided way back when we set up the program to just disperse the entire disbursement to the
Right.
student as long as they meet those income thresholds.
Right.
The way that it's basically rationed is based on the level of enrollment. If they take less than 12 hours, then they get less than the full-time amount.
And, the way that we're purchasing books, college students now is changing. But one thing that I'm very interested in is finding ways, until things change, the cost of books for students struggling to go to school is it's ridiculous. And if there's a scholarship that can be made, set aside to help students purchase their books. I mean, it does them no good to enroll in college and they can't afford these expensive books. That is one of the things that they struggle with. And I hope that at some point we're able to address that.
Well, we are already
Good.
addressing that. As a matter of fact, last year, as a part of the budget, you may not recall this, but we had, I don't remember how much money we had in, Maria Shelton is walking in the door, she might remember, but last year we set aside money for book scholarships out of the earnings that we got from the bookstores. I believe,
I know
hate
that
to say it's on
it's-
public, but how much was it,
It's
Dave?
$418,000.
$418,000.
The bookstore commissions. You want me
Thank
to?
you. Yes, go ahead.
Briefly. When you guys the board decided to make that funding available for scholarships, it was brought into the regular group of financial aid awards that are made, and it was $418,000. It's students that are enrolled in 9 hours or more with a 2.75 GPA that aren't qualified or aren't eligible for other grants that are receiving these scholarships. So that was brought into the financial aid awarding program, and we awarded, I don't remember how many students it was, but we dispersed all but about 30,000 of it, and we're carrying forward that 30,000 to next year's awards just because it was too late by the time we got everything in
Yes.
order. We didn't spend it all at the start of the spring semester, so we just are carrying forward that amount for students that are applying for fall 2010 scholarships.
That's
But
good. That's good. It is a hardship for our students.
Okay, Augie has another comment before we break for
Part of
lunch.
this conversation, I think what was not clarified, and Mr. Jimenez is the expert, I can tell. I used to be an old financial aid director 40 years plus ago. The way it's set up for financial aid, there's a student budget. Let's say the student's budget is $6,000. The student and the family can contribute $4,000. The remaining need is $2,000. That $2,000 is your financial aid package from all sources, including the bookstore. So it's not in addition to the $2,000. So that $2,000 includes purchase of books, and that's part of the total budget. I don't think that was made clear.
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
so it's not in addition. So the limit is what the student
limit,
budget
yes,
is.
yes.
And then I wanted to mention, Trustee Winnett, is that when we were talking about the foundation that I was involved with in San Diego, we did use some of the foundation revenue to support staff support, but it was approved by the independent foundation board. And the foundation board said, we are going to allocate only this for the purposes of supporting the activity of the foundation. But it was easier for us to do that because the funding source to create an endowment came from district operations. We had a contract education entrepreneurial arm of the district that was operated as a foundation. So we generated money from training contracts, and I ran about 20 years of training contracts with the Department of Defense. So that's how the seed money, $17, $18 million came about. But so it was easier. It was easier.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah, to use that mechanism. But when you go out and you raise $18 million or $400,000, and you're using foundation resources to support the staff, so the net worth is zero, then this is when you need to begin to answer questions. But it is not uncommon for public institutions to support the activities of a foundation from the general fund, because it is a cause for the good, and it is, but it also has to, and public entities, the legislature, you all understand that it's an important aspect of promoting the college, supporting students, but you also have to evaluate it.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I want to especially thank Ms. Vandergriff for asking, she sent me, I asked all of you to tell me what items you'd like for me to consider adding to the discussion for today for you, and she suggested these two plus some others that we didn't have time to work in today, but we'll work them in a little bit later. But you were right. She said to me, I think board members need a little bit more information on the foundation and Stars of Tomorrow, and you were exactly right. So thank you so much, Ms. Vandergrift, for that.
Put in a quick plug. One of these days,
Yes.
invite us in to talk to you more about the other group of students that we help, the 20,000 students that are receiving $79 million in those applications and that
I'd
group
like
of students
to
as well.
hear
We'll be
There's a lot
happy
of them that we
to.
help.
We'll be happy to allow you to toot your horn.
Not mine, it's staff's horn.
You and your staff, so you do a great job, and we appreciate it. So thank you so much. And Joe, thank you so much for all the great work you do with the foundation. Well, there's now nothing standing between us and lunch except the restrooms, I guess.
Yes.
And so lunch is served in the boardroom.
And what time are we due back? Because I've got to run to the post office.
Well, we're 20 minutes behind schedule. So I guess we still take 30 minutes for lunch, right? That might Mr. Hudson. We'll make it up. 12. That was final. Results of your 2004-2005 board evaluation. It's been a minute or two since we have done this, and I thought this was at a perfect time for us to examine what you want to do for your board goals for 2010-11. And so what you have before you in this presentation is your last board evaluation. I'm sorry? This is what you used last time. Yes, it's in a little different form. If you'll go to the back of that, and you'll see pages that look like this, that was what you actually saw. We just put it in PowerPoint form for you, just to put it up on the screen so you could see. But Mrs. Appleman provided this for me. Ms. Vandergriff. Ms. Vandergriff, okay. Okay, I called the board president and I said, I'm looking for the evaluation instrument that the board used. I know you had one. Oh, my, that's perfect timing.
Yes.
We're on this right now. I said, I know you had one because I remember it, but I've never seen it. And she said, well, let me see if I can find it. And so I remember now, she couldn't find it. She called Ms. Vandergriff, and she found it from all those years ago. And so what I have here for you is a blank copy of your instrument at the very back of the packet. And then this copy is what you actually set for your goals. You had a workshop or I'm not sure how you did, I think it was a workshop. And you decided what your goals were going to be. And then you decided how you were going to measure whether or not you were reaching those goals. And so the first one that you adopted, goal 1, and you chose the goals for the board were chosen from the ones you had already adopted for the college. That's how you got them. And the college at the time had 5 goals, and you went through and did the 5 goals and came up with a strategy for your achieving those goals. And so that's what we have here. And for instance, on that first one, and I won't go through all of this, I gave it to you just for your background information, and you can take it home with you and read through it. But you said that each board member will participate in 4 or more activities that develop greater understanding of identified areas of strategic importance to the college district. In order to achieve this objective, suggested activities meetings might include the Chancellor's Fall Breakfast, graduation, performing visual arts events, enrollment services, recruiting functions, or other special events. To help inform board members of opportunities for participation, they will be notified of availability of TCC this week on a regular basis. Hear that, Nina? The board will be notified. You still get those, yes.
It's by the month, I think.
What Rita is, and her people are responsible for getting all that out. Of course, we put all kinds of things on the website, too. We didn't have the web when you did this. But it's coming out of Reginald's office. Yeah, yeah. And they give it to Reginald. The other ones will give it to Reginald. I'm sorry? Enrollment Services is a department that we have that's outreach. Enrollment Services goes all over Tarrant County recruiting students. They may go to community fairs, they go to faith-based organizations, they go to malls. And we do have a bus called the Mobile Go Center, has a big, we have some money in the budget for this year coming up to put the TCC logo, and I probably won't do it until we get us a mascot. I am determined that we're going to have us a mascot. Well, it's the last time. I don't intend to be jealous anymore. I told some of the board members when we did that work with Nash Elementary School, and it's an agreement between Tarrant County College, University of Texas at Arlington, Fort Worth Independent School District, Nash Elementary School. And we all went over to Nash, it's an elementary school, and all of the little kids came to the gym. They were sprawled all over the floor. And James Spagnola, who is the president of UTA, and I were there on behalf of our institutions along with the other people. And the students were just absolutely wonderful. They had a great time. Well, UTA not only brought James Spagnola as the president, they brought their mascot. and they brought their cheerleaders. And when I stood up, the kids didn't even want to look at me. They were looking at the mascot with the Maverick with the tail swagging. And when I told James Spaniel, I said, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. So we're going to get us a mascot. We're going to put it on the bus. But anyway, sure we can. They can cheer for the intramural people. We don't have any sports teams. We don't want to talk about sports team. But but anyway, so at the end of the day, you came together at the end of the year and you evaluated your performance. And this was based on a rating of 1 to 5. 1 is low and 5 is high. And you can see that you rated yourself a 4.3 on the whole. And as an individual trustee, the average rating was 4.1 on that objective. And you can go through the rest of these. You had a second one under goal 1, and you rated yourself as a whole 4.0. The second goal was to design, implement, and maintain curricula and systems responsive to the changing needs of the students and community, and you rated yourselves a 4.7. On your third goal, you rated yourselves a 4.3. On your fourth, a 4.3, and on your fifth goal, 4.8. So you all did a wonderful job that year of doing what you said you were going to do as board members. And now it's time for you to determine what you're going to do as board members right now. And that's why I've given you this form. If you have any objections to using this, all you have to do is let me know. If you want to amend it in any kind of way, let me know that, and we will do that. The other thing that you have in front of you or in your packet someplace is TCC Vision 2015, and that's where you'll get your goals. You adopted this strategic plan, which means that you adopted the goals, you adopted the mission statement of the college. You know, that's under the board's purview to adopt it. It's in your packet somewhere, Mr. Hudson. On the right-hand side of the folder. Right in this. And all of you remember, as you went through this process, pretty much every one of you attended some of those sessions that we had during the process of presenting, not presenting, but of establishing this plan. And we boiled the 5 goals down to 3. And so these would be the 3 overarching goals that you would use unless you decide to use something different. Goal 1, of course, is to support student learning and success through excellence in teaching and learning, support services, flexible instructional delivery systems, student engagement, learning outcomes, assessment, and dynamic curricula. Goal 2, ensure affordability, accessibility, and diversity reflective of the community. And goal 3, to promote institutional effectiveness through continuous improvement, collaboration with and service to the community, employee engagement, professional development, and an optimal environment for teaching and learning. So those are the 3 broad overarching goals. And underneath each one of those goals, you will see strategies, supporting strategies. And you may choose to choose some of those strategies as the subtopics for your board goals, or you may choose to choose some other strategy. Those strategies don't have to be limiting to what you have there. Now, so that's the basic overall piece. And the other thing that I want to do right now, I'm going to call Augie back up to the microphone to talk about a piece that we as an administration have rolled into the Vision 2015, and that is Achieving the Dream. I took a team of 4 other people, and I went to Austin for the kickoff for Achieving the Dream for Tarrant County College, and I believe it was 31 new colleges who are coming into Achieving the Dream this year. Tarrant County College is the largest community college in Texas that was not already participating. We are really far behind on that issue. When we look at some of our key measures, We were talking yesterday as a CELT at how we lag behind some of our sister institutions in Texas, and we all think that it's probably because of some of the policies that we've had at the college. For instance, this is a major one. Most large urban institutions especially require students who are not college ready to take remediation immediately upon enrolling. We did not do that. We're starting this fall with that policy, but our policy hasn't been to do that, which means that many of our students who came to us needing remediation may not enroll in those courses for 3, 4, 5 years. Well, a lot of them drop out. If you have difficulty reading and you can't keep up with your reading, you probably are not going to do very well in any course you take. So we think that has a lot to do with the number of students who were not successful in completing their coursework with us. So we're doing a lot of things, a lot of them. You'll hear more about those this afternoon and at the Chancellor's Breakfast. But one of the main things that we're doing is joining Achieving the Dream, and it is a transformational kind of opportunity for us. I mean literally transformational. The main thing it does is have you look at data before you make any decisions about what you're going to do. And with that, I'm going to call on Augie to give you a brief report. Augie has been associated with Achieving the Dream, as I told you before, but not only has he been associated, he has also been a coach. Are you presently a coach, Augie?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So,
thank you so much again for giving me this opportunity to speak on Achieving the Dream. A little bit of history so that you have an appreciation for what ATD is. I gave you a handout that gives you some pretty good information about Achieving the Dream, its philosophy, its goals, and what it intends to do. Around 2003 or so, the Lumina Foundation was developing its own strategic plan. Lumina has a huge endowment. They developed a strategic plan, and in that plan they made community colleges a priority. It was a priority because they felt that community colleges enroll an inordinate number of students, 6+ million students, almost 11.5 million students, 6 million plus in credit programs, the other 5 million in adult non-credit programs. But they also were concerned from their research that so many community college students were being admitted but were not succeeding in their academic programs. And more compelling was the number of low-income ethnic minority students who were enrolling in such great numbers, but again were not completing the programs or succeeding in course completion. And so through that planning year 2002-2003, Lumina decided that they were going to fund, and the first wave was about 27 colleges throughout the country. So 27 colleges, more than 27, applied for the first Lumina-funded grant to support this initiative. Again, as Chancellor mentioned, it's a transformation. It's a data-based decision-making student intervention programs that will be designed based on good data that could be sustained and be supported. And I'll just take you through this document. Currently there are about 83 community colleges that are involved. So if you look at close to 1,150 community colleges across the country, Tarrant is one of the 90, you're in good company, colleges that have agreed to follow the process to create this transformational systemic change in how we teach, how we learn, how we implement student interventions to assist students complete their objectives. The Lumina, as I said, funded the first wave of 27 colleges, and each college over the course of 4 years received a planning grant, and then for the next successive years received about $100,000 each of 4 years as they completed their work, and with a hope that they would sustain it, and then the college would take over the strategies and the continuation of that activity. Again, not to spend too much time on this, I think it's really important to appreciate that on the second page, why ATD matters. As I mentioned, about 6.7 million students. This is on the top of page left-hand corner. Nearly half of all undergraduates in the U.S. are being educated at 1,200 community colleges, but too few are reaching their goals. So ATD's goal, Achieving the Dreams goal, is to help more students, number one, successfully complete remedial or developmental education and advance to credit-bearing courses. So this is a key goal that each college will need to work on and find strategies to ensure that that occurs. And again, the interventions that are being identified are based on a series of data gathering and also creating the kinds of interventions that can be proven to be successful in the learning experience of the student. Second very important goal was to enroll in and successfully complete the initial college level or gatekeeper courses in subjects such as English and math, and then complete the courses they take with a grade C or better. And again, the issue was to ensure that students persist from one term to the next, and then finally earn a certificate or associate's degree. These are the five key goals that the colleges are going to be working on. The process, the strategies that each college uses, it's really up to the college. No one is going to determine that for the college or dictate what they should be doing, but the idea is to reach these general goals and objectives. The way the process works is each of the colleges has been assigned a college coach, and the college coach will be working with the president or the chancellor. In addition, there is a data facilitator. This is an individual that will work with your institutional data group, your research personnel, to assist the college in developing ideas with respect to data gathering and using the data to support student teaching, learning, and other support service interventions. Again, based on data that makes it a sustainable and workable kind of an intervention. The process, and I'm going to speak in general terms because as soon as you initiate the activity, the coach assigned here is Christine McPhail, and she is an absolutely wonderful former college professor and also directed and led a higher education program in Maryland. And I don't know who the data facilitator is, but these are the two folks that will be assigned to the college to work with your staff, with your presidents, with your deans. And importantly is that the college itself will establish or create a core, leader core, and that core team will consist of faculty, deans. It will consist of any other individuals that the college and the district deem are important to initiate the process of investigating where the major challenges and needs lie. To give you some examples, I've worked with El Paso Community College these last 6 years, and also with Brookhaven here in the Dallas district. One of the interventions that the El Paso Community College District did was the following. About 87 to 90% of the students that were enrolling in the college required 1, 2, or 3 courses of remedial education below the first level of math, for example, a college algebra class. About 51, 52% of the first-time students required remediation in English and writing, so a course or 2. So the idea, what we were finding from the data, is that as students enrolled, they went through an orientation process. They were placed but again, it was not mandatory placement, as the chancellor alluded to. So you give the students the opportunity to enroll, they'll enroll in courses, and yet they may not be prepared to do well in those courses. So the idea was to decrease the number of students that require remediation to something fewer than that huge number. So there was so the data was able to determine what how the students were performing upon admission, upon completing the first semester. So it was decided that something had to be done. The El Paso Community College began to work with about 19 of the feeder high schools, middle schools, to begin to look collaboratively at what kinds of things they needed to do to prepare students better, to prepare students during their junior year or sophomore year to take the placement exam, which incidentally is the same placement exam that is used at the University of Texas at El Paso. And the students, once they are enrolled and complete their 2-year program, are automatically admitted with the same application to UTEP. But the point here is that there were different strategies, and this was one that the college decided was more important. So by doing interventions during the summer, by working and preparing students to take the placement exam seriously, following the orientation and the advice of counseling and faculty personnel, they've been able to decrease the number of students that require that level of remediation to a more manageable number. And I won't go through the numbers. They're spelled out. They are spelled out there. But I think what's important is using data, establishing a culture of evidence, and not just picking and choosing something that you think might work. The idea was to look at different kinds of approaches, study them, look at the data that show the most promising teaching learning strategies that will help students. As I mentioned, the data facilitator who will work with your research folks, they won't do the design. They're not responsible for carrying out the work, but to advise on the use of the data, the compilation of the data, and more importantly, to make the data useful to the institution, but equally important to the reader, to the board, to the faculty, to others. What does the data mean in succinct terms? What is it that we need to do? If you are enrolling 4,000 students at the beginning of the semester and only 2,000 show up at the beginning of the second semester, you have a problem. So the idea is to find out what the issues, the problems, the evidence that would show that it would help the institution create some interventions that would be successful. But I think achieving the dream is an initiative that needs to be sustained, taken seriously, and supported by all, because really it is about student success, especially those students that typically have not done well. As I mentioned, the first-time college goer, low-income students, students that have not been well represented on our college campuses. And at this point, there has been now, since 2005 now, almost 5 years of data that has been collected from different cohort groups that show that there has been a significant improvement in what some of the colleges are doing in supporting students achieve their goals. But also, interestingly, in being able to present the outcomes of these data-supported interventions to help students, using these data has helped shape public policy at your state level, at your national level, because now people are looking at because of the significance of community colleges and the role that they play in this country in economic development and certainly in the transfer function, there has to be more done to ensure that more students complete. So in a nutshell, the issue is about student success progress and public policy impact and I mentioned what the ATD goals are. The final thought with respect to this, as I mentioned, 27 colleges started, and we have about 83 colleges in 15 states, and they are being funded primarily by Lumina, but there are now quite a few other foundations that have supported this effort, and I think the Houston Foundation here in Texas has been a big contributor to this effort, among others. So the organizations that are involved in this whole ATD initiative is the Association of Community Colleges, Jobs for the Future, the Community College Research Center at Columbia, and the Community College Leadership Program at UT Austin, MDC, MDRC, and the Public Agenda. So in a nutshell, this is what ATD is wants to do, to achieve, and as I said, you know, it's growing, and more funders are interested in ensuring that that students succeed. The student success, educational attainment, achievement is really important for obvious reasons. But I attended and was part of a Department of Defense discussion not too long ago, and it is an issue with national security. The Department of Defense was concerned that from their own recruitment efforts, it was like 1 out of 4 individuals, or even fewer, between the ages of 18 and 25 qualified for being inducted into the military, simply because of low educational achievement, issues such as police record, drug usage, health issues, and the concern is that if you're not able to recruit and maintain and sustain a viable military, it could, you know, lead to the issue of national security, and certainly it contributes to the problem of economic security as well. So with that short summary, as I mentioned, you are going to have an exceptional coach here assigned at Tarrant, and part of this process will be reporting to the college community, reporting on the interventions that will be used, the progress that students are making, and when there's a need to change, the strategies will change, again based on the outcomes of the data. But it's all a data-centered initiative that I think will hopefully yield in the short term and the long term some important goals that you have established to ensure that your students are successful. So a very brief overview, and any thoughts, any questions that you may have. Yes?
Turn your mic on, please.
You know, I have been a social worker for probably over 30 years now, and I have seen these types of programs come and go, of course, under a different name.
Sure.
And I've seen a lot of these same goals being used to address equalizing educational opportunities for our students. So while it looks good on paper, these are things that have been tried. I think that even here at Tarrant County College, we had a retention program, was it not?
We still do.
Where we addressed these very issues. There were other things, and I can't remember of what it was, even in the public schools, these very same type of programs, again, to prepare students for higher education. So I guess as I look at some of these things that are being addressed by this Achieving the Dream, it does list some of the barriers for access to a good education. Transportation, students who work full-time or part-time, students who live in neighborhoods with no grocery stores. And I see a lot of these global identifications as not being an educational, but more of a social need. So I guess my question is, what happens after the identification has made? For example, a student doesn't have transportation. Again, I've seen these very same initiatives. How does this stand out as being different from other things that I've seen very similar to this?
Well, this is a general statement. The issues, challenges faced by students at Tarrant may be very different from those students elsewhere, whether it's San Diego or El Paso or any place else. This is why, as you do your own focus groups with students and others and faculty and community, you determine what those factors are that may impact the student's ability to succeed or not succeed. So let's say that you only have a handful of students that have transportation problems. I don't think that the priorities or the resources are going to be focused on transportation. Let's say you have 1,000, 2,000 individuals that say child care is an issue. Then you have a challenge. You say, how are we going to address that issue? If students can't find child care, adequate child care, what can we do with respect to program offerings, weekends, evenings, online? I mean, these are the things that the data will present to you. And again, the achieving the dream is just essentially a blueprint, sort of a template. So each of the colleges will be responsible to creating their own strategies, use their own data, and determine what works best for those students. Again, the idea here is to find out what the learning environment, what is the best learning environment, classroom instruction, team teaching. It could be any number of interventions that will help student building or learning communities, for example. So this is really up to each district, to each college to determine how they're going to approach a problem or an issue or a challenge, but with a final objective of having students complete developmental ed courses, having students persist in their courses, passing gatekeeper courses, moving on to transfer, to graduating. That's the goal. That the idea then again is to have each college establish a systemic, a formal process. I would agree with you, and having been involved in higher ed for many years, we tend to implement a lot of things that we think will work. And at some point, we need to formalize that process and only implement those things that we know will work based on the fact that it can be sustained. Data show that students are succeeding as a result of that intervention. We've done a lot of that, but we've not used data to help us make informed decisions. This initiative has been around, as I mentioned, since 2004, and it seems to be going well. As I mentioned, there's 83 colleges involved, and probably a few more now, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's just strategies to help colleges look and interact with students in a way that show promise.
And I think it's a good idea because I know a lot of our students do need this type of service. I was one of those students. And I think what disappoints me is in a year or two this will go by the wayside like other things that we've seen come and go.
It all depends on you. And this is why the reporting, the systemic and systematic reporting of what the progress is. Remember, you're not going to see amazing progress from one semester to another. I think you have to take this over the longer term, the midterm, to see how students are doing and evaluate in that fashion. But I think that we have a responsibility to do things much differently from what we've been doing in the past. We enroll students. We look at enrollment as a measure. That's revenue. But we have not looked critically at retention and student success, because with retention and student success, the recruitment effort may not need to be as great.
Well, I don't mean to contradict you, but I think we have looked seriously at retention rates, have we not, here at the Tarrant County College District?
Of course, we've looked, but we haven't been satisfied.
Right.
And I think that's one of the main reasons
Right.
why we're looking to achieving the
Right,
dream.
absolutely.
The thing I think that's different about this particular program is that it informs you with data. Because, we can look at 5,000 students at Tarrant County College, or we can look at this, we can look at that, and all the other things. But unless we have the data to really tell us exactly what's going on with the students, we really don't necessarily know. And the good thing about Achieving the Dream is that, you and I were talking the other day about the research department.
Right.
And how
Right.
we're having to revamp the research
Yes.
department because we're having to get different kinds of data. And once we get that data, then we'll be in a position to do things in a much more prescriptive way than we have before. So yes, you're right. We have had retention programs right now. Every one of our campuses has something
Right.
on retention, but it isn't as systematic as it will be with Achieving the Dream.
Right.
I don't know if I think I told you this sometime before. I guess it was, I don't know how many months ago, Dr. LeBlanc sent me an email saying the Northwest Campus would really like to participate in Achieving the Dream. And I had heard about it, but didn't really know a lot about it. So I went online, started looking around, and I called her back and I said, "Oh, this is great, but let's do it for the whole district because we need to do it for the district." And so that was how we got involved in it. It was her starting it that we got involved in it. It is different.
Right.
You have a right to hold us accountable, though. And after
I will.
next year, I know you will. After next year, ask us, Irma, how have we done?
Yes.
And then the next year, how have we done?
Right.
And we hope to give you some very different results from what we're
Right.
getting right now.
Let me see if I can use this framework from my experience. And again, I don't want to talk process because that's going to be the coach's responsibility, working with a college team. But in College A, and here you have 100,000 students, 50,000 probably in your credit program, and another 50,000 in the non-credit. But let's reflect on the credit program. And let's say that at the beginning of this coming fall term, you enroll 8,000 new students. At the end of the first semester, only 6,000 students show up for the second semester. 6,000 out of the 10,000, let's say. And I would be concerned about that 40% attrition. Then it's reported that at the beginning of the subsequent fall semester, fall to fall, only 25% of the students return. It's a hell of a lot of students not to be concerned about. So these are the questions that Lumina was asking, others were asking. That's a huge investment, and we don't know what's going on with the students. What do we need to do to improve that? But more critical is the fact that of that group, probably 80 to 90% were students that came to college for the first time, Latino, African American, low-income students. So there is a responsibility to do something about repairing that. So again, the issue is that you've made an investment in the students. You've done a good job of enrolling, but I think you need to go from admissions to success and to retention services that will assist the students. So these are the kinds of this is the kind of reporting that is practical reporting, and it allows the board and others to ask the questions. Why is it that when students enroll in a developmental education program and they're here for 4 or 5 years taking developmental ed courses, then they drop out? So heck, if I enrolled in college and I was taking 4 or 5 semesters of basic math and English, I would be bored to death and finally decide to quit. So I think some of the colleges are tackling that issue at the very beginning. What can we do before the students enroll to make sure that we work with the schools or with community groups to make sure that we get through some of that problem of overcoming some basic ed, basic skills challenges that students may have. Again, these are the things that will be answered as you begin to look at the data. The idea, again, is to report the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the ugly is what's important in helping you make the correct decisions to support your students succeed.
And anybody have a question? Because I want to ask one more.
Go ahead.
Okay. What will this cost us?
I have no idea.
Is there a
I
cost
am
involved
not.
with this?
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh,
And-
absolutely. There is a
and I
cost.
can imagine that, again, the college coach and data facilitator for each campus?
No, we have one for the district
One
because
for
we
the
are one
district.
college.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as far as cost, Trustee Gwinnett,
Roughly?
one of the initial wave, and I think the second and third groups, all of them were funded by Lumina. And I don't know if the subsequent groups, I think the cohort, the fourth cohort and beyond, it was sort of a shared responsibility by the college and funders.
That is
So
correct. In
the-
our case, the Meadows Foundation
Yes.
and the Texas Foundation sponsored Tarrant County College and some of the others, and we ended up paying. The initial cost to get in is about $85,000. They paid half of it,
Yeah.
and we paid half of it. But when I say yes, it'll cost, that's the easy cost. The cost of our implementing the strategies for achieving the dream is where we'll spend the money.
Right. And again, I support this, but I want us to go at it all the way. Let's do it. Let's get
Good.
the data. And if it doesn't work, not be afraid to say it didn't work, let's go
And
somewhere else.
I think this is an exceptional point.
Yeah.
This is why
Yeah.
the reporting of data to the stakeholders, and certainly the board is a stakeholder, as we spoke about
Right.
earlier, the reporting of data that you can understand, because we have a tendency in higher education to capture lots of data, but we don't know how to report it clearly and easy enough to be understood in order to make the right kinds of decisions. So I think the challenge is here, Chancellor, that as you engage in this systemic change of using good information to support decisions that you make, that along with that, incumbent with that, is the reporting process.
Absolutely. Another one of the parts of this, board members, is once you're in the program, I believe it's 4 years, when do you become a leader college? If you sustain your efforts, if you really increase your student retention, your graduation rates, and the other measurables over a period of time, you get to graduate to a category that's called leader college. And we have, I believe we have 3 or 4 leader colleges in Texas. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has stepped up to underwrite activities that are done by these leader colleges to push it even farther. There is a sustained effort to move us from where we are to where we must be if we're going to make sure this country stays a viable, competitive force in the world. So it's a well thought out process. When the 5 of us came back from Austin, we could have all gone down to the courthouse square and had a pep rally. We were so riled up. We were so excited about what we think achieving the dream is going to mean to our students in Tarrant County.
A note on the Leader College, and not because I'm the coach there, but El Paso is one of the Leader colleges. And what's nice about the number of community colleges in Texas that are part of this transformation of how we run and operate teaching, learning, and student services is that you can learn from each other. I'm sure that President Rhodes at El Paso would be willing to send a team of folks to work with you. And the interaction, the collaboration, and that kind of sharing of information, I think is very important to make every college a strong one. Bill and Melinda Gates, as the Chancellor pointed out, is and has made significant contributions to the colleges to support their efforts as leader colleges, and also the developmental education initiative. El Paso is also involved in that developmental ed initiative, which is going to support them through external resources, improve that whole developmental ed, all those courses that students may need to take.
And we're also a part of that. We're going to be participating in that initiative as well through a $1.5 million grant.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on achieving the dream? You'll be hearing more about it, Ms. Vandergrift.
I just I think we do a great job here at the district with developmental courses and programs. I don't know, whether it's Sure Start or College Connections, or even Do Credit can maybe qualify to a certain extent. So I guess my question with this Achieving the Dream, will we hybrid that into one program that we can all identify with district-wide, so we don't have all these, I don't want to say piecemeal programs, because they're all essential and they're all important and they're all unique to each campus. But kind of like Robin's statement is, we've kind of done a hybrid of what you're talking about, maybe not in the reporting mechanism, and as the accountability piece becomes more important and the completing, it feels like there's a lot going on. And then
No,
we
you're
tighten it
right.
up.
You're right, and that's a very good point. As a matter of fact, last year, I guess it was, when the Higher Education Coordinating Board asked us specifically, what are you doing at Tarrant County College District to retain students? And they wanted us to give them our plan. What's the one plan we had? And we didn't have one. We had 5, but we didn't have one. So you're exactly right. And we'll be able to roll all of those efforts into Achieving the Dream through some fashion, and we will allow the data to tell us exactly what needs to be done. So that is another one of the good side benefits that we'll get from this. The biggest challenge that we will have at Tarrant County College is getting 5 campuses on the same page. That will be a challenge. As a matter of fact, we talked about it in Austin. Our coach, one of the great things about Christine McPhail, she is wonderful, and one of the reasons she was assigned to us is because she's done quite a bit of work with districts with multiple locations, multiple campuses, and it's a challenge because every one of our campuses right now has its own personality. Our 5 presidents each has his or her own personality. They have all their individual things that they like to do. I'm looking at Eva LeBlanc back there smiling, and she'll admit that. But they all have great things that they like to do, and they're all wonderful things. But we're one college, and when we get ready to report, we have one report to give. And so that's going to be my biggest challenge, to get us all on the same page. But we'll get there.
Okay, then one other question. In terms of identifying those students, are those going to be students like, say, in this year's cohort that clearly meet the criteria, or are we going to go out and identify actually new students?
We're going to be identifying all students.
Okay.
Students who are already here, because we want to capture those. Those who are here, we want to keep them.
Right.
And students who are coming in new. It'll be one of the things that I know I've reported to you on before, that we participate in SENSE and SESI, and Augie knows all about that too. That's another part. And it's a part of Achieving the Dream, really, that also looks at, from the student's perspective, Achieving the Dream will go after various kinds of data that we capture. The sense is the students entering, engaged the first time, whatever, I don't know. Joy will tell us about it when she comes later. But those students are surveyed, and they're asked very specific kinds of questions. When you walked into the campus, how did you feel? Did you have somebody to help you? How many times did you go for advice? And did you get the kind of help you needed? All those kinds of things. And the gathering of that data will allow us to look at what we're doing specifically. We may think we're doing a great job with it, but the students may think otherwise, and we'll get to tweak what we're doing based upon that data as well.
I wanted to reflect on your observation, Trustee. El Paso has 5 campuses, and to bring them all together took a superhuman diplomatic effort among the key leaders of the college. The president played a key role, always involved, knowledgeable, even to the most minute detail about the things that needed to be done to change the environment. They had no plan at El Paso, and they used this opportunity to create a plan for the entire college district, whereas another district, another college, had some ongoing programs that were, some were formal, had been there for a time, some were ad hoc, but they were kind of favorites. So when you ask the question, how have your students done, you could never get some good data to determine what the effort had produced. And it reminds me of a story. I have a lot of these stories, by the way, but I remember a newspaper reporter that wrote for the education page of the San Diego Union Tribune, and we were talking about students, student success. We enrolled quite a few students. And the reporter asked me, "What is your transfer rate?" And I said, "Well, let me tell you about Joe Smith here." Joe comes from a poor family, was just released from San Quentin, but he found our little college here in downtown. Now he's the editor of the Harvard Law Review. No, Chancellor, that's not my question. What is your transfer rate? Well, let me tell you about Mariano Ortiz. And I would get to the same story. You see, community colleges have a tendency to report our successes anecdotally. But now we're at a point where we have to do it in a systemic way, a formal way, and produce results. And that's part of the accountability that your own board, your own legislatures are going to want to do. So back to the question that you made, yes, this is where there is going to have to be some integration of programs to create one or two viable ones that will be able to sustain based on their successes that can be reported. But on the other hand, you can leverage what you've started by adding or including or partnering with this type of initiative. So anytime you begin to create a model for systemic review and systemic change for the purposes of reaching a student success goal, this is where you're going to have a lot of good people willing to work as a core team, and this is why your core team is probably going to be made up of folks from throughout the district. It's also important to engage your external community, your public schools, your chambers, your business roundtables, because they need to know and they need to support, the fact that you are engaging in a major initiative to make the place a much better place.
Okay. Other questions? Well, thank you so much.
That's all I have, and I think that concludes my day.
Well, we want to thank you so much for coming and spending the day with us. If no other questions about Achieving the Dream board members, any final questions for Mr. Gallego?
If not, I will be sending you some information, and I can always be reached by any of you. I'm not a board member, so you can have serial meetings with me.
Can I have your business card?
I don't have a business card, but I'll leave all the contact information.
We have it. We have all the contact
you.
information, and we'll get it for you. Well, thank you so
Thank you very much.
That was wonderful.
Thank you very much.
And now, board members, back to the board evaluation. You get to take this with you, and Mr. Hudson, you get to tell me when you want the board to sit down and work this out and how you want to do it. If you'd like, we can tag on to our next board meeting on the 19th. My request is for you all to do it as soon as possible. And so perhaps you could come an hour early. How much time you think you need? Hour and a half early. Each board member may want to look at this and determine what kind of things you think would work for you. Bring those back, and then when we get together, we'll have, at least your thinking will have been completed, and then you can have other board members' thoughts to get others, but that would be my recommendation.
I agree.
That-
Does the board concur?
When do we bring them back?
By the 19th?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Bring them by the 19th.
Yeah.
This is nitpicking, but there are two different words on Goal 1. The first word on our report sheet says enhance student learning in the plan.
Oh, that's different. What we gave you is what you all did 5 years ago?
No. I'm looking at what we're supposed to, our worksheet.
Oh, okay.
And the first word of Goal 1 is different in the worksheet than it is in the print.
Then in our vision
2015.
support.
One says support and one
Yeah,
says
it should be what's on the Vision 2015, Reginald, so we'll get that corrected. Rather than enhance, it says support. Okay.
Oh, I see. So what you want is for us to begin to complete this and jot down the activities, suggestions, activities, and bring that with us on the 19th.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Okay, bring it back on the 19th according to Mr. Hudson. Okay, and then hopefully during the session, I should be able to put an action item on the agenda for you all to actually adopt your board goals along with the strategies. That's too soon? Turn your mic on.
I won't be available on the 19th until at least 5:30.
Oh, okay.
And I think that we need to talk to them. So I think we need to just take a little time and get it right.
Okay. So my question for you is, do you want to try to work through this in a regular board meeting, or do you want to have a special session to work through it? That's my question.
I'd like a special session, I mean.
Okay.
because we
Well,
can focus on this.
we can do it that day. It's fine for me, but I just wanted you to be aware of my time constraints for that day, for the 19th.
Most of the work will be done before we get here, right? I mean, we'll each have an opinion of what we think the goals should be, and it will just be
Actually, what I'm
picking out.
looking for is the strategy, because you've already adopted the goals. So that's the easy part. You've got that part done.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what I want from you is the strategies that you intend to use to reach these goals.
Okay, so now I have a question. So can we pick from the strategies
Sure.
that are already here?
Yes, you
We
may
can
choose
just-
from those or
Oh,
choose
that's
others.
easy. Mhm.
Absolutely.
Well,
And maybe we could start at 5:30.
I think the issue's going to be is correlating everybody's ideas into, that may take a little more time. I mean,
Sure.
no, because we could do
Have
our
a little
worksheets
session.
and submit them.
I think what we did before is that we submitted them in writing to Dr. Lace, and he compiled them all, and only 6 of us participated. That's one of the reasons it says preliminary, and the scores are a little bit off. And then what we received at the meeting was everyone's comments.
Yeah, and I'm saying that we could probably do that and submit them between now and then and get them tallied.
Just get them back, I guess, to
To
Reginald
Reginald.
now.
Yeah.
He's our new point guy. We're talking about you.
So we could start at 5:30.
So we'll be looking at a working document.
Yes, in fact, I think
A compilation of
it was returned to us maybe with the agenda. You know, it was done, y'all help me remember.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It-
It was a compilation.
And so it came back to us in print and prior to the meeting, and then we tweaked it and came
Right.
up with the final
Right.
2 or 3.
You got it right.
Mr. Gates, we're talking about you in submitting to your office our strategies, and then you would compile them and print them and get them back to us along with the agenda for the meeting on the 19th.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we would vote, select them at that time. I'm trying to remember how.
That's fine. I think that's a good idea, as long as everybody agrees. Is that, Bill, Mr. Greenhill, you had a comment? As long as everybody, you're going to send us a revised copy with the spelling corrected, right?
We can just,
And then, once you send us that copy, then we will turn that copy around, send it back to you, and you'll put together all of the suggestions that we have, right? Is that,
I think
Is that
we can
good
just
with you?
correct the thing we have. It's just that one word that I.
do we need to have those back so that he will have time to put them together prior? And what time frame do we need
For
to?
10 days,
Next Wednesday.
next week.
Thinking 7:30 tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking more like 2:45 today. You know, we've got,
We'll get them turned around.
Friday next week?
That's too long. Because if we give ourselves too long, we'll just put them off.
right.
So we really
Friday this week.
give us those 2 or 3 days.
Tuesday?
Next day.
What about Tuesday of next week that we have them back in your hand? Does that work? Okay.
Okay, very good. All right, is that the end of this session?
Like a honeydew list, okay?
Okay, we have the rest of the team gathering here. Let's take 5 minutes so that you can do what you need to do before we get started with the board.
Now, if we scan and email these back, that's permissible too?
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking about this?
Well, are we ready? Okay, well, first of all, thank you, faculty members and presidents and KELP members, for joining us for this very important presentation. And I said KELP members, other administrators who are here with us today. Gary and Kirby Caldwell. Here are 2 seats for you right here. Don't try to hide from me in the back of the room. They're next to the door, so they have a great possibility of running out, and we don't want that. I'll first start. All of you know the 5 campus presidents, and they're sitting right here in front of you. They're in the hottest seats of the House. And then, of course, the other KELP members here are behind you, but 2 people some of you may not know. Kirby Caldwell, I just stumbled over his name a minute ago. Kirby works for Nina Petty in the facilities area. He's fairly new with us. How many months you've been here now, Kirby? Since March. He's been here since March, and he's done an outstanding job of helping us get to where we are today. And, of course, we have our veteran, Gary Prather. Gary is Director of Facilities district-wide for all of Tarrant County College District, and the 2 of them are here today to answer any questions. They told me most questions, but I say any questions that we have about the facilities budget and Nina Petty's absence. And Nina wanted me to let you know that she really regrets not being with you today, and I gave her permission not to cancel her plans a second time. She had planned to be on vacation at the end of July when we had first said we thought we'd be able to make this work. And so she changed her plans so that she could be here. And then when it did not work with your schedule, she had already booked all of the flights for her family, and therefore I told her to go right ahead. So she was with us until late yesterday evening, into the night, I guess, before she left. And so she has these 2 very able people here with us today to answer any part of the discussion, thank you, that may accrue to her. As soon as Shelley gets set up with she's ready. Boy, she's really fast. But let me start this budget presentation by telling you that we are entering into perhaps the most changed environment in higher education that we've had in a long time. Last week, I attended the Higher Education Coordinating Board meeting along with one of your members, Ms. Appleman. I invited any of you who wanted to go, and I thought you might want to go if you could because of the agenda that was put before the Higher Education Coordinating Board, one of which was to adopt some rules for different funding mechanism. So Mrs. Appleman, Reginald Gates, and I attended that session, and it was no surprise to me because I have been attending the meetings for the last year, and I knew it was coming. I wasn't really sure the coordinating board would indeed adopt some of those policies as soon as they did, but they have. And basically what we're being told by the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office, the legislative budget board, and the higher education coordinating board, and they're basically all singing out of the same songbook, and they're about on the same page. And that is, we're going to need to fund higher education based upon student outcomes in the future, not based upon student enrollments. And you heard a little bit about that from you board members from our consultant a few minutes ago about accountability and what it means to higher education. That's another one of the reasons why achieving the dream is so very important to Tarrant County College, because we think achieving the dream is going to help us be much more accountable for our students' success. I don't expect that the legislature is going to pass a bill this session that says students are going to be, or colleges are going to be funded on the basis of success, student success, but it might. If it doesn't get passed this session, I think you'll certainly hear a lot of discussion about it. For those trustees, Mr. Greenhill and Ms. Appleman, who went to the Association of Community Colleges Trustees meeting in Dallas earlier this summer, you heard from State Representative Dan Branch, who chairs the Higher Education Committee in the legislature. You heard what he said to us that day, and he said basically the same thing. That's why I said they're all pretty much now singing out of the same songbook, which means that we at Tarrant County College are going to be responsible for changing the way we have done our work with our students as we move forward. The really good thing for us, I think, is the fact that we have just completed TCC Vision 2015. And the one thing that I say to people everywhere I go, I said, I am focused clearly on one thing, and that is student access and success. And I put those two together because that's one of the main things that is driving the wins in Austin for accountability is success. We've always been focused on access, and community colleges throughout Texas and throughout the country have long since enrolled large numbers of students. We're beginning to enroll even more in these days because of the economy primarily, but with that brings a significant number of students who are not prepared for college. You heard Ms. Aguejo talk about reaching outside of ourselves to community groups to be more collaborative with high schools and others. And he talked about El Paso Community College. And El Paso actually is a model, I think, for community colleges throughout. They're getting all kinds of accolades for the kinds of work that they're doing with their students. And one of the reasons why they're getting so many accolades, not just because they're doing a good job, and they are, is because of their student population. Their student population is primarily poor Hispanic, and they are still getting some really outstanding results from their work. We can do the same thing at Tarrant County College. I tell Richard Rhodes every time I see him, and I saw him again last week at the Higher Education Coordinating Board, he was on the panel, and I always tell him how jealous I am of all the wonderful things he has going on at El Paso. He's been very kind and helpful in giving me ideas and giving me tips. But I do want to tell you one thing that was said at the coordinating board meeting that will give you pause. The committee on, and I won't say all the words correctly, but I'll say it was efficiencies. Reginald, Ms. Appleman, you might remember, help me remember the full title, but this committee had been charged with looking at how Texas can be more efficient in the delivery of higher education. And there were two college CEOs, one from community college, and that was Richard Rhodes, and the other one from Midwestern State University, I believe. And then there were two business people on the committee. And well, there's many more, there's 15-person committee, but those four were chosen to make the presentation on what they had learned. And at the end of their presentation, there was quite a bit of discussion. Toward the end of that discussion, our Commissioner of Higher Education asked Richard Rhodes, since Richard was representing the community colleges, at what point did he think community colleges were going to have to find some other avenue for those students who are very difficult? And Richard Rose paused for a moment and he said, I'm paraphrasing, "Sir, we are their only hope. We can't give up on those students. If they don't have the community college, they don't have any place to go." And that is very true. And again, they are coming to us in very large numbers. I didn't have time this morning to look to see what our enrollment increase is. I don't know if anybody else looked or not. David Wells is always to the rescue. Thank you. As of today, over this time last year, as we were registering, and we have 26 days left before the beginning of classes, our increase is 19%. We have 19% more students registered today than we had this time last year. And if we look at this, and we can look by individual campuses, the last time I looked, the campus with the largest increase was Trinity River campus, of course, because they started so low, and their increase was like 100% or something. David has it by, is that by campus? Okay, he has it by campus. Thank you, David. He's David to the rescue. This is, let me find the campus. David, where do I see the campus? Oh, that's okay. That's district. That's why I couldn't see. I was looking at district. For South Campus, the percentage is 13.24. For Northeast, it's 14.93. For Northwest, and this is really interesting because you know Northwest just keeps on growing by leaps and bounds. 28.51. For Southeast, 13.37. And for Trinity, 151.98%. So Tahita has as many students today as she had at the beginning of the fall semester last year. So that tells you what a great decision you made by getting a campus downtown. It actually is needed. So we're headed for some real growth at Tarrant County College. And so this budget that we are about to present to you, we think reflects the needs of the college, and we think we have presented something, or we are presenting something to you today that will address those needs. And I will tell you before we start that nobody in this room got everything they thought they needed in order to operate next year. Everybody gave something back. That's the first thing I'll tell you. I should have said the first thing I should tell you is that everybody in this room was intimately involved in the preparation of this budget. Where is Jay? Jay is back there. Jay, stand up for a minute. Yeah, Jay. Jay Green is a member of the faculty. He's the Northwest Campus, and you're the president this year. Jay was here, and I'm going to tell you something about Jay in a minute. John Crawford is South Campus president, and he is the chair of the JCC. And then we have Ann Drake from Northeast Campus. She's the president-elect for the Northeast Campus. And we have Kevin Harper, who is the current president of the Northeast Campus JCC. All four of these faculty members, plus at one point or the other 6 members. You know, each campus has 2 representatives on the JCC. So all 10 of those people participated in this process. And I asked Jay to stand up first because we were debating one day. We were really debating an issue on what we needed to do about something. And I said, I'd like to hear from all the faculty. So I went around the room to listen to everybody, and Jay didn't say anything. And I said, Jay, what do you think? And Jay said, I teach psychology, okay? And so we know that Jay was in there listening and analyzing all of this stuff, and he did eventually give me a thought or two. So thank you, faculty members, so much for being here with us. And so they are here to help with this presentation anyway. Any questions you want to ask them or anything else. And then, of course, another person in the room that you may or may not hear from, so I'll make sure you recognize her, and that's Nancy Chang. Nancy is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Finance, and she is indeed the budget guru. And she works very closely with the CFO. and pulling all of this together. So we've been working on this budget for a long time, right, faculty members? We put in long hours, sometimes from sun up to way past sundown. We've been in this room working through all of this. It really has been a great collaborative effort, and I am proud to present it to you now. So next slide, please. We're going to talk about growth, scorecard, student success, campus highlights under the TCC snapshot. And then we're going to look at the maintenance and operations budget, the salary and market recommendations, auxiliary enterprises, renewal and replacements, the building fund, finally the taxable values and the recommendations. Starting out there with this first slide, last semester we enrolled 45,354 students, and that was the first time in the history of the college that our spring semester was larger than our fall semester. Now, one of the things you just heard our consultants say is that generally as students, if you get 10,000 new students in the fall semester, the following semester, the spring, you may get only 6,000 of those students. A lot of that same thing happened with us, but it was made up by new students who came as well. And as you see, we're the 6th largest among the Texas colleges and universities. And of course, most of you now have been on all of our campuses. Our first one, South Campus. The second one, of course, was our Northeast Campus. The third one was Northwest. And Northwest had the claim to fame. They had the only water until Trinity River came along, the baby campus, but they don't have sailing at Trinity River. Northwest does. So the 5th campus, of course, is the Trinity River campus. And, of course, we have learning centers. We have the Alliance Opportunity Center out at Alliance Airport. We have the TCC Opportunity Center. Those two, Alliance and TCC Opportunity Center, primarily focus on workforce training programs, workforce development training programs. The others, the Butler Learning Center, the Southeast Learning Center, and the others that you're going to see here in just a minute, all concentrate on adult basic education and skills development. You see we have one at Butler, Housing Development, the Eastside Learning Opportunity Center, which is located in the YMCA building, the Northside Learning Opportunity Center. We have one at Our Mother of Mercy School, which is on East Terrell Avenue, the Southeast Learning Opportunity Center, and I said TCC Opportunity Center. All of those programs, look to the bottom right, you will see 3,217 people were served last year in adult education classes. We had campus fee-based GED programs, and we have those at, I believe, 3 of our campuses now, and the other 2 are coming online. Notice in Arlington, we have the Arlington Learning Opportunity Center and Water from the Rock Learning Center. We collaborate quite a bit with faith-based institutions. Water from the Rock is a faith-based. Our Mother of Mercy School is faith-based. But we do that because we find people who are already there. It helps us a lot with the resources. Not only do we have people who need us who are already in those locations, we have to put significantly less staff there because the churches or the community-based organizations are paying for that. Go back one, please. And then in Mansfield, we have the TCC Learning Center at Community Education Center. I believe that's at Ben Barber at Mansfield Independent School District. So we have a wide outreach of services all over Tarrant County. Continuing education, corporate services, and college readiness workforce services offer additional opportunities for businesses and individuals of all ages through regular non-credit courses as well as customized training programs. The customized training programs, for the most part, come through workforce development. And a few quick facts. Approximately 1 in every 19 people in Tarrant County takes a class at TCC each year. And I would guess it's probably 1 in 5 or 6 people in Tarrant County have someone in their families who are taking a class or something. It's amazing what our reach is. And of course, we offer 3 types of associate degrees: the Associate in Applied Arts, the Associate of Arts, Associate of Arts in Teaching, and of course, we have a number of certificates of completion and several continuing education programs covering over 80 technical and transfer areas. These are the key measures that were adopted by the board a couple or 3 years ago. We have not changed those key measures because they are still very relevant. If you decide later that you want to change some of those key measures are taken from the Higher Education Coordinating Board measures, where you are based upon the number of contact hours, academic, technical, and continuing education. We do get funded for continuing education courses. Most of them, not all, go back please, not all of them. And of course, the enrollment gap, the population service area, and Hispanic student enrollments are 2 of the key measures that we have focused on. Are we getting the sufficient number of Hispanic students in to serve the needs of the community? And are we getting the percentages in the key population areas? We are concentrating on first time in college, undergraduate persistence after 2 years. That's a very key measure. That's something that is challenging for all community colleges. Can you keep the students once they are there? And then look at the percent of students who transfer from us to a senior institution. And of course, the percentage of underprepared students who complete their remediation courses within 3 or 4 years. With the track that we are on today, we're expecting our remedial students to be able to complete those courses in less than 3 or 4 years, because research is showing us that unless they do, we are likely to lose them. Just a few other metrics that we have here. Look at 07-08, our enrollment was 37,948, and transfer to 09-10, where we had 44,354. And at the non-credit enrollments, that for 2007 to 2009, we went from head count of 64,197 to 74,000 people who are actually enrolled with us. At the bottom left of the screen, you see our student ethnicity breakdown. 55% of our students are Anglo, 21% are Hispanic, 6% are African American, 6% are Asian, and 2% other. The Asian population at our campuses is slim, except on Dr. Carrier's campus. She has the largest enrollment of Asian students in the district, and they do a wonderful job over there of getting the Asian community involved in that campus. That's a very good thing. On the right-hand side, under finance, on our revenue, we went from $357 million in 07-08 to $339 million in 09-10. If we look at semester hours generated, and this shows the growth that we've experienced again from 14.5 million to 17.7 million on the credit side. And on the non-credit side, from 638,000 to 717,000. Now, one of the measures that we have is completion of degrees and certificates, and you can see that we had a dip for some reason from 07 to 08, but it went significantly up in 09-10. And then, of course, the retention, which is something, again, that our consultant addressed, the number of full-time students who are retained versus the number of part-time students who are retained. And that's instructive because it tells you that the students who are full-time students are more likely to stay with us than those who are part-time. And so many of our students, you may think, because our average age, I guess now is 26 point something, 26 years, you would think that the older students may stay with us longer, but for various reasons, a lot of those students who are part-time are young. A lot of our students come to us right out of high school and decide they're going to take 2 courses. And very often it's because they feel like they must work, and maybe they must, or else they cannot go to school. Look at the graduation rates. For graduation, we're looking at 8%. That's a 4-year running average for us. And according to our research office, that number stays pretty constant. 19% transfer to 20% transfer. This is in 3 years, a 4-year average of those who are successful in a 3-year period. On the right-hand side, that first-time, full-time degree seeking, that's what that interesting acronym is. First-time, full-time degree seeking students. 5,000 of those for 09-10 were full-time students, and 3,490 were part-time students. Now, you also know that we participate in closing the gaps, and of course we don't have an option about that, but even if we had an option, we'd do it, because we know how important it is for Tarrant County College to do its share of educating the masses of our constituents. When we look at overall enrollment, of course, it's greater than what was projected. Our enrollment increases have been significantly greater than the target that was set. And by the way, these targets were also adopted by the board quite some time ago, I guess 3-4 years ago. The African American enrollment is greater than what we projected it to be today. The Hispanic enrollment is greater than what we projected it would be. The associate degrees awarded is slightly less than our target. The African American degrees and certificates slightly less than target. The Hispanic degree certificates slightly less. The engineering computer science degrees and certificates slightly less. Now that tells an interesting story. You look at the top ones and you see that we're doing better than we projected we would be in getting students in. But when it comes to graduating them with degrees or certificates, we are performing at less than the target that we set for ourselves. And so therein lies our biggest challenges. The last one, the allied health and nursing degrees and certificates are on target. That's another one of the closing the gaps measures. The health fields in Texas, of course, in many states over the United States, are also lagging when it comes to trained personnel for those programs. Next one. And now I am going to stop talking and call on the various KELP members to make the next few presentations, and then I'll come back up. David Wells is first. And they all promised me that they were not going to tell you anything that's not true about me in this budget. David?
Thank you, Ms. Hadley, Mr. Hudson, members of the board, colleagues. The focus that you've seen on enrollment is in large measure what drives a lot of the different activities that take place in the academic program areas. We have embarked, and you will see when the presidents come through, about a lot of different initiatives that are going on the campuses that are efforts to try to help ensure student success. As Ms. Hadley mentioned, we're moving in the direction of getting paid for completers, but we can't close our eyes to the fact that we're opening our doors to an awful lot of people that are coming in. So we have to be able to accommodate both the enrollment increases and then do everything that we can to help ensure completion for the students that come to us. So you'll see on the major program initiatives some of the areas that we're working on. There's a section of that addresses itself to the credit instructional budget. That's the dollar amount paid to faculty members. Does not include their benefits. It does not include instructional administration. That's operating expenses for the departments, and it's the faculty salaries. Part of what we are working on during the budget is making sure that the requests that we place in the budget are aligned with elements of the Vision 2015 strategic plan that we've engaged on. And so what you see in the bottom right-hand section of this slide are areas for new initiatives that we're moving forward across the district on that can be tracked back to budget requests that came through the Office of Academic Affairs. Shelley, if you'll do the next slide. Here is a snapshot of some information about the faculty across the district looked at from a district perspective. The salary part of that operating of that instructional budget that I mentioned to you are the numbers that have grown from $48 million to $60 million over the last 3 years. The number of full-time faculty that we have are indicated in the upper right. There's been growth in those numbers for the past 3 years. And when we look at our adjunct faculty and convert those to full-time equivalent on the basis of 15 semester hours taught by an adjunct faculty member, because that equates to a full-time faculty member, then we have an additional, in 2010, 517 full-time equivalent teachers in the district. The ethnic profile of the faculty is in the lower left, and the educational attainment is in the lower right. I would point out that generally most of our faculty will have the master's or the doctorate degree. We do have some technical programs, certificate programs, where the faculty are not required to have the master's degree, which is typically the standard that you find in community colleges. Dr. Thomas, I believe, is the next victim. And while he's coming in, I would say that one of the efforts that we have engaged in as a group of presidents and myself and anyone else that we can drag kicking and screaming into the room is to look at the scheduling process on all of the campuses all together, because we're looking for greater efficiencies in scheduling classrooms and greater efficiencies in scheduling times to be able to help accommodate more students coming in with the resources that we have. Dr. Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Wells, Mr. Hudson, members of the board, Chancellor Hatley. As Dr. Wells pointed out, pursuant to Chancellor Hadley's directive, our budgets are developed based upon Visions 2015. And what you have before you in my slide is a cursory kind of overview of some of the requests that were made in our budget. To ensure the quality instruction, we are requesting a slight increase in the operating budgets and the equipment budgets so that we can accommodate students. And particularly as you look at growth, it is important to make sure that those, the operating budget and the equipment budget is there to address the instructional needs of the various departments. We will continue through our budgets. We'll continue a commitment to enhance access, and the three areas that you see there are three initiatives at South that we work diligently with not only our surrounding schools, school districts, but specifically with Fort Worth ISD. And we're very pleased with the development of a dual credit academy that will add 3 different schools, Poly, O.D. Wide, and South Hills this year. The last 3 requests are really capital improvement requests, and we are looking at or requesting a modular building for the expansion of our testing center This will allow for access, both pre and post-entry service, so that students can be accommodated. Right now we have 25 stations, and you can see the number of students that we are trying to assess as they come in. That calls for a lot of extended waiting periods for students, and we believe that we can enhance the quality of access by expanding our testing center. Advanced welding will allow us the opportunity to address some of the workforce demands for advanced welders. As you know, and you can see throughout the city and throughout the state, that Texas continues to still build, and that requires a different level of skills with regards to welding. And last, we have the Energy Technology Center. This will be a dual-purpose building in that it will house our existing heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration technology program, and also provide opportunities for students to explore alternative sources of energy. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hudson, board members, Ms. Hadley, it's a pleasure for me to talk about the Northeast Campus. And you can see, again, we have the same kind of a similar layout. I'd like to focus on one of the student success programs. We're real excited because we just recently heard that we have a $1.5 million grant in cooperation with the South Campus. The two campuses will be working together on student success. Our program is called Access to College Courses for Every Student Success, or ACCESS. And this program will set up learning communities for students who have tested such that they will be in developmental courses, at least in two different developmental areas, and they will be part of learning communities. Learning communities are very successful ways of teaching, and we feel that this will be an important way to help have student success. As part of that, we also have a bridge program to college, which will be through our continuing ed area, where students will enroll in continuing ed to, again, gain the skills that they need in order to be successful at the college level. These would probably be students who got very close to making it into the college level, but just need a little bit more work. In terms of Vision 2015, we will continue the renovation of the NBSS building, and when this is finished in about a year or so, we will end up with about 12 more classrooms, because all the computing that was in the NBSS building has now moved downtown, and we're renovating it, having more classrooms and about 12 to 15 more office spaces, which we really need. And the renovation of the ceramics lab will continue, and this will allow students to throw some really interesting pots. And this lab really hasn't been renovated since we opened 43 years ago and 42 years ago, and so it really needed some upgrading. We'll be looking at the bookstore and making that into an attractive site for students to buy books. And we're going to expand the weekend college to offer courses now on Sunday afternoons. That'll be the first time we've ever done that on the Northeast Campus. And we're going to be looking at an initial study on our Performing Arts Center. This is a building that in 1999 came to the board as a TIF from North Richland Hills. It was approved at that time, and the city has now contacted us and said we have $8.3 million waiting for you to build a building. So we'll be looking at that, and that'll be exciting for us. Thank you. Dr. LeBlanc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hudson, board members, and Chancellor Hadley. The Northwest Campus, if you look at the big picture, is growing rapidly, and we anticipate the growth to continue based on what's taking place in our service area. all the way from 820 North to the Alliance Airport. In terms of the Vision 2015 budget requests, we will start the early college high school. We mentioned that at the previous board meeting. We will be the first in Tarrant County to start an early college high school. The students were on our campus this summer for a bridge program, and we will be meeting with the parents next week, so there's a lot of enthusiasm for that. We will also start the weekend college. We will continue the dual enrollment. Our dual enrollment numbers have increased significantly, and when you look at the closing the gap numbers, you will note that a lot of the diversity is coming from the dual enrollment and other programs that we have in partnership with the public schools. We will initiate a Center for Academic Success. Some of our sister campuses already have a Center for Academic Success. This will be a collaborative effort between the student support services and our faculty. And in terms of renovations, our campus, it looks absolutely beautiful and brand new, but it's over 32 years old. And as a result of that, it needs repairs, such as the roofs needing repair. And we also have areas of the campus that have safety issues, and we are addressing those right away in the art studio. We continue our partnerships with business and industry, and we continue the conversation regarding the Alliance Learning Center that started in 1996 and continued on through 2008, I believe, when the college obtained 25 acres of land. 20 acres were purchased by the college, and 5 acres were donated by Hillwood. And I thank you for your time. And I guess it's Dr. Carrier.
Ditto greetings to the board. The Southeast Campus opened 15 years ago. We were built for 5,500. We opened with 4,000 students. The next year we had 6,000 students. This spring we had 14,000 students. The amazing thing is we have 50 general lecture rooms, and most of our classes are offered in that format, 9 of which are in portable buildings. Let's talk about access and success. The best example we have of that is our relationship with Arlington and Mansfield ISDs through our dual credit program. Each of the districts provides college centers at the high schools where they're located in Arlington and one location in Mansfield. The combined totals of both of those school district dual credit sections this year is 4,800. The very best part, both ISDs provide tuition, fees, and books for all of their high school students. We provide the teachers. Mansfield does charge $50 per student, so there will be a little input from them. Success, 98% of the students who took those 4,800 sections were successful with a C or better. We are delighted that this coming spring in January, we will open our new sciences laboratory wing. We will double our sciences laboratories to 9. We will have 9 in the new wing. We will retain our 8 in the existing wing. We will move our computer science over to that wing. And then we do gain 5 additional academic classrooms in that wing, so we're thrilled about that. We thank you for that.
Dr. Carrier told me to say ditto, but I am not. I'm going to say, hello, Mr. Hudson, members of the board, and Chancellor Hadley. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to speak. You can look at this chart and see that there are a lot of similarities among the programs that the campuses provide. Our enrollment has already been touched on. I'll tell you just about workforce programs. We are developing an ophthalmic technology and a medical assistant program in our CE, and both of those are going to be collaborative collaborative efforts with the Fort Worth ISD and with Castleberry. We are in the credit area developing a library technician program. We have learned that the libraries cannot hire enough people with skills in technology, and so we are glad to be able to work on that. You'll notice our Vision 2015 budget request, all of them tie directly to every goal, all three of the goals, and they focus on expanded and alternative kinds of delivery and service to the community and in collaboration. Look just a minute at student success. What Dr. Carrier and Dr. LeBlanc have said about dual credit is true on all our campuses, but it's particularly true at our campus because of the location where we are. We are reaching students who would never have a chance to go to college, and dual credit gives them that chance. The first thing we did when we opened the campus was reach out to the Fort Worth Independent School and to Castleberry, and they were very, very eager to have their students. But they said, our students typically don't go to college, and they are coming to college, and they are enormously successful, and so we're very, very proud of that. We're also proud of our commitment to service. In 1 year, we had 1,428 students give 4,900 hours of service in 94 different agencies. And those students are the kind who come back. We're trying to give them a lot of personal attention. We have focus groups with our students once a month. How are we doing is the question. What could we do better is the second question. And then our faculty and staff meet once a semester for a food event with all of our developmental students. And they tell us that that gives them encouragement to go on. So we're going to keep trucking. We think we're on to some things that are great, and we're following the good lead of our sister campuses. Thanks.
Good afternoon, board members, Mrs. Hadley. The Student Success Division has, over the last 3 years, grown in terms of its role and its responsibilities. And now with the expanded focus on student success across the college, it's an opportunity for us to collaborate with other areas within the institution, and that's exciting for us. It's so exciting to be part of meetings across the colleges on all of the campuses where decisions are being made, but only after the question is asked, how will this impact the success of students? And I think that speaks volumes about the direction we are going as an institution. We will be working with the Achieving the Dream organization and utilizing data we get from the Survey of Entering Student Engagement, which is known as SENSE, and the Community College Survey of Student Engagement, known as SESI, to embark upon a process of continuous improvement, identifying strategies and interventions to help students to be successful. We are also going to show you here a sample of data from the SENSE survey that was administered at Tarrant County College last fall. I'll draw your attention to the top block on the left where when students were asked, my placement test scores indicated that I needed to take developmental math, 76% of those first-time in college students indicated that they needed to take developmental math. The data also shows that 61% of that group had applied for financial aid. And at least 50% of those students indicated that they did not have a clear understanding about the commitments that college put upon them. They didn't know how to balance life, work, family issues. And then the last block I think is probably most telling is when asked if they were academically prepared to succeed, 82% of those students indicated that they were. Well, they do. They're positive. But I think you see the disconnect between the first block on the top left and the last block on the right. So working with the Achieving the Dream organization and certainly using the data from SENSE, which really is an opportunity to survey first-time in college students during their first semester at TCC. In the first 5 weeks, we can gather data that will help us to create interventions that better engage these students so that they will be able to be retained, they can persist, and ultimately reach their goals.
I'll just say howdy. As you can see, there's a lot going on in my area. I will draw your attention briefly to just 4 of these. Up on the top right, you will see that we have a new online application and vacancy management system coming online. Some of my colleagues got a sneak preview of that a couple of hours ago, and I think everyone is impressed. This will be of great benefit not only to those of us inside the college involved in the hiring process, but more importantly, I think, to the people who are applying for jobs with us. I'm sure you all remember the fairy tales about the king telling the suitors for the princess, yes, you can marry my daughter, but first you have to do all these labors. It was kind of like that if you wanted to work for Tarrant County College. You had to get through our online application system. I'm glad to say it's much, much better this time around. Also, we will be devising and implementing a diversity plan. You will all, I hope, be part of that process. We will have a planning meeting later on in the fall. We'll get back to you on the dates. You will be involved, students, faculty, staff, the community, all will be involved in making Tarrant County College a place not only where our faculty, staff, and students are reflective of the community, but also that the college is a comfortable place for all people in Tarrant County to be, regardless of their background. I would also tell you about, on the bottom of that top right quadrant, we are looking at going perhaps to a pay-for-performance system in the future. Not this year. We don't think we're ready yet. We are going to be adding to our annual performance review a section for next year's goals. Now, that's something we have already, but in the future, these goals will be very measurable objectives that will be tied directly to the strategic plan, and one possible scenario is that an amount of money may be set aside for salary increases, let's say 2.5%, and everybody will get 1.5%, but then they would have to earn the rest of the salary increase based on the extent to which they achieved the goals that they agreed upon with their supervisor the previous year. So this is something we'll be looking at very, very carefully. I would also ask you to look at, on the bottom right, the new Office of Professional Development. We've had a lot of professional development activities in the district over the years. We have never tried to pull it all together as far as staff development and faculty professional development. We want to really reach out to the faculty and provide faculty development not only in pedagogy, how you teach, but in what they teach as well. And of course, we'll need to find that out from the various departments. What would they like us to bring in as far as what they need to know to do a better job of teaching in the classroom, whether it's to repair an airplane or something in nursing, whatever it might be. So this is a look at what my area will be doing in the upcoming year. And I think I have one more slide, do I not, Shelley? There's a lot of information on this sheet. I'm certainly not going to go through all of it. This is a comparison of how we stand as far as our workforce along with the other 9 largest community colleges in Texas. They are ranked according to that first column, student ratio to employee. And you can see the lowest ratio is Houston Community College at 12.5. Down at the bottom, 21.2. We have the highest employee to student ratio of all of them. That means there's 21.2 employees for every, other way around, 1 employee for every 21.2 students. Now, I'll go straight to the bottom line, or really the bottom 2 lines. Reading across, you'll see our figures on the next to last line and the state average on the bottom. If you see on the third from the left column, the number of administrators, we have 355. The state average is 548. Support staff, we have 970. The state average is 1,251. But then you get to the last column, and we have 664 full-time faculty members. The state average is 607, which tells me that we're putting our resources where they belong in the classroom. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Our area we don't do a lot of exciting things that you can see, but almost everything that you have heard discussed here is undergirded by technology. And the areas of support you can see there, and I'm not going to go through those. A couple of the things that are coming up that I think are pretty exciting, and I think faculty agrees on one of them, is the learning management platform. That we've had a committee that has studied that for about 18 months, and for those of you, some of you are adjuncts, and some of you may have been in classes where learning management systems are used, but these are systems that facilitate instruction by allowing a teacher to gather all of their instructional resources, even using video and communicating with their students, keeping the grades in one place. And we're taking a recommendation to the, I think, what's the new committee called, Mark? Purchasing committee or something. We're taking a new recommendation to the purchasing committee for Blackboard. I think the faculty is going to be very excited about that, and it will allow us to replace in distance learning a system that is failing. It served us well. It was financed by a grant some 8 or 9 years ago, and it's just not doing what we needed to do anymore. Probably one of the other things that I think is pretty important is we're doing a disaster recovery site. As Larry talked about, we're freeing up a building there where most of the IT people were. They moved to Trinity River and taken up Tahiti space now. But it allows us to do a disaster recovery site because all of the data is maintained on our enterprise systems. So some of the things are backed up off-site right now, but it'll allow us to back up all of our data on one of our own sites that's a distant site. So we're pretty excited about that. The only other thing is when you're looking at our budget request in technology, keep in mind that the technology requests that we make fund all of the campus requests. They fund all enterprise software requests, and those of you who are familiar with that know that enterprise software increases probably about 15 to 19% a year, even if you don't get another student. If you got Oracle and it costs you $1 million, it's going to cost you 15 to 19% more the next year. So with that, I'm through.
Good afternoon, trustees, chancellor. You see some of the focus areas for us. Obviously, top left is the budget. We really view all of these as opportunities, but to the top right are some of the things we're currently focused on. Obviously, media relations is of a high focus area for us, and then we're branching out into social media, Facebook, Twitter, MySpace. I think next we're going to go on to LinkedIn. We continue to do website content and development. I think we've had an opportunity this morning to see some of the features that are on our website. We're going to continue to expand those. Our district publications. What you also heard this morning was a need for centralizing a lot of what we do in telling our story. And I think you heard that from the consultant as well as echoed by the chancellor. We're looking to somehow tell that story in a consistent yet efficient way. And I think we talked about having the campuses and trying to get some of that information back into the district hands so that when we tell that story, we can somehow leverage our in-house graphic folk and other folk that we have and make best use of them. Marketing opportunities, the chancellor as well as Ms. Appleman talked about Generation Texas. We met with them recently here in the district office, but we also had an opportunity while in Austin to hear about it. We see those as marketing opportunities. We talked about the Go-Mobile also this morning.
Behind the mic.
Oh, Mike. Look, now I've heard them tell that to folk all morning, and I'm the one to step outside of the mic. So Generation Texas, Achieving the Dream, from a marketing opportunity, those are what we call co-branding opportunities. So we leverage not only from an economic standpoint, but from a visual standpoint. And we think when we partner with some of these highly credentialed campaigns like Generation Texas and Achieving the Dream, that we win as well as a district. The support of the Student Success Initiative that we talked about earlier, there are some marketing opportunities obviously implicit in that. The branding focus, we're working on an identity manual in conjunction with our IT folk so that we are consistent about the way we look. Some of these co-branding opportunities come with their logos, i.e. Generation Texas, Achieving the Dream. So we want to make sure that it complements our look, Tarrant County College. So we do that through those campaigns. Some of the things that we think will impact or have budgetary implications, we are charged with a couple of the strategies on the Vision 2015. One is to revise and execute a comprehensive marketing plan, not a marketing plan that is focused on a particular area or a particular campus, but somehow district-wide. We want to increase our opportunities for collaboration as well as service to the community. I talked about website development. And finally, because we're going into a legislative session, we obviously see some financial impact in hosting our Tarrant County delegation, both here in Tarrant County, as well as some activity that we're going to have to do in Austin during the session. So those are kind of some of our areas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's for the finance people, this is our favorite time of the year. I hope all of you all feel the same way. I wanted to not only stress what we're doing in finance, but we also want to stress some things that we thought was a message to the community. First of all, we'd like to tell you that we do have a finance committee. This is a way of looking at procurement from the oil industry and the construction industry, which looks at the committee to make a procurement decision rather than an individual. We think it's good, and it's going to bring great labor. It's also a way to be able to look at commodity purchasing. The other things that we felt that's a successful program is we are now having we're doing Pell Grant awards twice a year instead of one. This is a major endeavor. It's a lot of work. And now you'll see on initiatives what kind of effort it's taken to us. We've also got an insurance program that right now all the organizations that come and visit our different campuses, big groups and large groups, we're now covering that. That is a great thing for organizational services and that just don't have the funds. We're now making that available to them in reaching out to our community. That is a great thing that we feel that other or small organizations that just didn't have the capital would feel very happy about. Some of the major programs and initiatives I wanted to show you, and in our financial aid, we're just overwhelmed. The whole country is overwhelmed by the change that this semester has brought by. If you look at our FAFSA applications, they've gone from 28K to 44K in the fall. That is a large number. If you look at the financial aid disbursed, it's from 47 mil to 79 mil. If you look at the Pell Grant recipients, they've gone from 10K to 16K. And these numbers are going all throughout the country. When I just recently attended NACUBA, which is the National Association of Colleges and Business Officers. They were saying this is a new normal. Our country is not only faced with a different CPI, we're looking at different inflation rates, we're looking at the balance of payments, but we're looking at a new normal in education also. So it is a new paradigm, and these numbers have just not been seen before. And that has a lot to do with their change in the way our economy is. These are very high numbers. We also, this is an effort that I thought it was a great thing, and it takes a great leader to allow us to do it. And I reached out to the Chancellor and I said, Chancellor, I think we, as being in the state of Texas, being that we have large Hispanic populations, can we reach out to an organization called HACU, which is a Hispanic Associations of Colleges and Universities? Can we look at that possibility? I think a lot of the campus princes have talked about it. Can we look at possibility of certification? And we are. We are doing that. We're talking to them. We believe we can be certified. Some of the bylaws has changed where you can certify not only a total district, but you can certify a campus. We do have a campus. Actually, the downtown campus has greater than 25%. We're in that process of getting that certification. And not only are we doing that, we're actually going to make a presentation at their yearly conference showing the great things that we're doing in Tarrant County and how welcome we are to Hispanics in joining that group of colleges and universities throughout our country that want to do that. At the same time, we have done a lot of things on procurement and ERM, Enterprise Risk Management. And this takes us to our vision request, which we want to work on continuous improvement. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, before you go any further.
Yes, ma'am.
This Hispanic certification provides what?
I'll tell you what we want. One, it puts us together with other Hispanic serving institutions that we're leveraging the knowledge of what we're doing. It also, once we get certified, which is our vision requirement for access, we will be able to, the campus, if we get certified through the Department of Education, we only apply once a year, we can go for Title V grants. And those grants, there are a large amount of grants for Title V for Hispanic serving institutions, And those grants can not only be awarded to the specific campus who does that, but there can be some community outreaches that we can get with those grants. That's what we're going after, ma'am. It's for the campus itself.
They can distribute to any student in need?
Well, it will, what they're trying to do is how do we improve more Hispanics? It's not only the idea of getting the Hispanic through, it's how do we ensure that that Hispanic gets better educated or gets educated? If we look at some of the numbers, ma'am, go ahead.
I love the concept because I think that enrollment-wise we are behind. But I never want us to forget that we're excluding other people. I don't want everything directed to a particular race or ethnicity. We've got to be inclusive of all our students.
Trustee Winnett, I agree with you 100%, and I've also said, I've talked to Dr. Thomas,
Right.
and don't think that we've let it down.
Right.
We're trying to do the same effort on the South campus. We're nearly at 25% of African American. Now, we can never be a historic black college or university because we were not set.
Right.
But there is an association that also, if you get 25% African American, you can also get certain advantages. And I actually, when I was at the Sakubo conference, I talked to the director from the Department of Education under the Secretary for for African American historic black colleges and universities, and we're trying to reach out to him. We're also trying to reach out through the Hispanics. I think our message is that our country needs the community colleges, and these are populations that we want to reach out to. We're certainly going to reach out to all populations.
And that's what I hope we never forget, that we need to treat all of our students equally and provide the same opportunities in whatever that takes to do that. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, and I agree with you, but also what happens, these programs will help reach out certain sectors of the population that our country is challenged with, and I think we're the only one who could provide that answer, ma'am.
Well, and give it 5 or 10 years, that'll be the only population in our colleges. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I just don't want us to, I don't want to exclude any of our students. I know that there are certain grants for certain students, and that's fine. But I want us as a college to remember and understand that we are there to serve all students, and never one at the exclusion of another. I mean, that's just my point. I just want to make sure we remember that.
Ms. Winnett, we certainly are cognizant of that, but let me give you a little different perspective on it. When grants are available for, say, Hispanic serving institutions, they're given because there is a recognition that it costs significantly more. When we start talking about what we're going to do on Achieving the Dream, someone asked me earlier, how much was it going to cost? Was it going to cost money? I think you asked. And I said, oh, yes, plenty of money. That's where a lot of it comes from. One of the things that you will see at another time, and that I think we're probably going to show to the faculty on the rollout of Achieving the Dream, is a piece on equity. And it's a very good thing for us to look at. It talks about the difference between equal treatment and equity, because equal treatment doesn't work a lot of times when you start thinking in the broad general sense. It's an ideal for us, but I was on South Campus a few months ago, and one of our faculty members, I was talking about our challenge in working with students, and one of the faculty members asked me, at what point are we going to get past all the social stuff? And my comment back to her was, any public institution that is there to really serve the public will have a social component to it, or else it will not be successful. And so when you look at a grant that is given for a specific population, it is always given with the recognition of how much it costs you to do business. Another way to think about it is that as those additional funds come in, it frees up all of your other funds, say, to do other kinds of things. So no student gets left out of the mix at all. It's just that the college is given additional resources.
Thank you.
Now we know why she's the chancellor. Okay. And the other thing we wanted to tell you that we're working diligently is on textbook costs. That is something that's close to our heart. We're looking at many things digital. We're even looking at ways, can we, and by networking with other institutions across our country, we're also looking at, is there a way to maybe hold financial aid or ask them to so that they can cover their books. Right now, one staggering figure that we have and we're trying to wrestle with is 15% of our students go to class will not have books. And that is a nationwide issue. And so we're trying to talk and look at other institutions and talk together because no student should be without a book. Excellent. All right. Now, before we start the budget, the reason we have shown you all these different things is we wanted to tell you our story. And our story is that in order to drive a process, the process is driven by the necessity. That's what forms a budget. A budget is not done by the process. So we did not do it backwards. We actually talked to everybody. We engaged everybody. We tried to risk. And I think that no budget is perfect. But I wanted you to know that we put a great effort in trying to listen to everybody, and that's why we went through all these different things. Because in order to be able to carry out the great initiatives of all our campus presidents and all these great departments, it will take a financial requirement, and that's the budget. The budget is the reflection of all the things these people have said. Yes? Okay.
I'm going to do it.
All right. Thank you.
Now, before we get into the numbers, thank you, Mark, for leading us down the story trail. We appreciate this. Mark was insistent that we needed to tell you our story before we ask you for money. And that was because he's a great budget preparer, and he said, you tell the board the story, and I know they'll be convinced that they need to approve all this money that you're asking for. And I hope that is true. I'd like to pause before we get to the numbers to see if any of you have any questions from any of the persons who've presented, the campus presidents or the other CELT members. Did anything strike you that you need to ask a question about? If not, we'll move right on to the numbers, and we'll try to.
Larry?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand Reginald's in charge of coming up with your mascot.
That's true. Mr. Greenhill, do you have a question? Your mic is on.
Larry, when you said that $8 million is ready to be spent in North Richland Hills, did that mean that the bonds have been sold, or did they sell some bonds in their TIF? I know many of you don't understand what I'm talking about, but that's a question that may be involved in this budgetary process.
It's on now. It's on, Larry.
No, I don't think they've sold any bonds. What it means is the TIF monies have come in over the past.
Oh, the TIF monies.
12 years or 12 years.
Okay.
So they've accumulated $8.3 million to build or help us
Oh,
build.
the tax. Okay.
Tax,
I understand now. Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay. The screen in front of you shows our budget, our total budget for this current year, $350.8 million. The total budget requested for fiscal year 11 is $365,496,652, and they are broken down by maintenance and operation, auxiliary enterprises, and that, of course, includes our bookstore, our food service operations. And we have renewal and replacements fund. Those are the dollars that we use to keep our facilities up to par. And then, of course, the building fund is where we fund new construction. And the debt service, of course, you understand what that's about. And you know that amount goes down each year because we're paying those bonds down. Now, if you take a look at the maintenance and operation budget first, you'll look at the revenue and notice that the state appropriation for fiscal year 11 will decrease by $3.4 million. Now, all of you recall that this year, the governor instructed us to cut 5% of the dollars that we were appropriated in this current year's budget, cut another 5% for fiscal year 11, and our college opted to do that in two phases, and we took the largest cut. Nancy, this year, what percentage did we take for this year? 35%. 35 for this year, and then 65% of that amount for this coming year that we will take. And then we've also been told that we can expect to cut 10%. When, Nancy?
5% for next. They asked us to submit the legislature appropriation budget for
Nancy, sit at my seat there and turn the microphone on. Thank you.
Next legislature will submit the 2-year biennial for next year as a reduction for 10%
Yes.
of the basic year for this year, but in an increment of 5% each. So it's the same as 5%, 5% would be 10%.
Okay, so we're looking for another cut later. Right. But anyway, so we're expecting to get $931,539 for this year. Our maintenance tax, we're expecting to get $103 million from that. From tuition, we're looking to increase that by $6 million. That may be a little bit on the conservative side, but of course, as you know, we don't dare be overly optimistic and forecast too much income and come up short. So we might get a little bit more money than the $6 million. As we were working on the budget and trying our best to squeeze a few more dollars, we kept pushing Nancy all the way in the corner, saying, "Are you sure you've put as much money in tuition as you dare?" And she didn't budge on that one. So we think that's a good thing. The non-credit hour funded tuition will increase. We're expecting by $718,000 to $3.6 million. The non-credit tuition, I said funded, non-funded, we're expecting to decrease, and that would be in our non-credit programs because for some reason, well, the economy, we know, people are having less money to spend on non-credit, so we're expecting a decrease there of $432,000. Indirect cost and other, we're expecting to go from $2.1 million to $1.1 million. The indirect cost, or the dollars that we can get from outside grants and other things that we do, that we can charge a part of that for administrative use. The interest income, as you will note, we're expecting to decrease by $1.5 million. We budgeted $2 million last year. We are budgeting $500,000 this year. We talked about that earlier. And of course, in our designated reserves, we're taking out $13.95 million to increase that by $1 million. When we have a designated reserve, we operate the college as though we will not use that money. It's there, so it's kind of like a contingency, but so far we haven't used a penny of that money for this year. We don't expect to use it for next year, but good budgeting means that you really must put it there. Next slide, please. And these numbers represent the increase in the allocation by the various accounts. And you'll see that if you go all the way to the right-hand side, South Campus is getting an additional $500,000, $97,000 for non-technical equipment, $80,000 to the various operating budgets, and that money primarily goes to departments like chemistry, biology, whatever those departments are. And then they are also getting $356,000 in new positions for non-faculty. All of the faculty positions have long since been settled. You've heard some of those discussions where we took that 101 full-time temporary faculty members and turned them into mostly permanent full-time faculty for this year. The Northeast campus will be getting an additional $156,000, $132,000 for non-tech equipment, $13,000 for operating and $10,000 for non-faculty. On Northwest, they'll be getting $346,000. Southeast, $896,829. And you'll see $414,000 for operating and $382,000 for non-faculty. Dr. Carrier told you earlier that she's opening her new wing, and of course we have to staff it with almost all those positions are instructional associates, instructional assistants, and those kinds of, a few perhaps administrative office assistants in there. And of course the operating budget has to go for all of those laboratories that must be equipped on her campus. Trinity River campus, $28,310. That increases a couple or so operating budgets. The Vice Chancellor for Student Success requesting an additional $60,000. The Vice Chancellor for Administration an additional $800,000. And that looks like a large amount of money, but when you consider that Bill has the police department in his division, and we also have the new Director of Emergency Management Planning and the new Director of Diversity. So he has a number of new initiatives that are requiring that kind of increase. The Vice Chancellor for Finance is asking for an additional $87,800, and Vice Chancellor for Real Estate and Facilities asking for an additional $4 million. That money is primarily for operational costs of our physical plants, plus some of the other renewal and replacements, I think. Is that right, Kirby, Gary? Is also in that, renewal and replacements also in that number. And then the Vice Chancellor of Information and Technology Services asking for a 3.9. You heard Maria Shelton say that if you do nothing, you can always expect to increase at least 15%, plus with some of the new equipment that we must have for some of the new labs that we're doing and other things comes to about $4 million. David Wells asking for an additional $737,000 for operating and for non-faculty. And then, of course, the internal auditor. I don't know if we had any money in the budget last year for it. We did not, for expenses for our internal auditor, and that's $6,800. And $45,000 in my office for non-faculty grants, Thank you. Thank you, Shelley. And that's the total of, and then the technology equipment, $3.3 million. And Maria Shelton will tell you the difference between technology equipment and her request at the top, I guess I can say this, is primarily for her operational expenses, and then the technology equipment is primarily the equipment suggested or requested by the campus presidents for their various programs. Is that right, Maria? Right there. The technology request under VC for Information and Technical Services includes operating expenses of all the groups that I have. For example, one of them is the telecom group that pays the phone bill, and that phone bill is something you don't want to hear about, but it's for the lines and transmission and the carriers and all of that. But those are the operational expenses for all of the groups. That last group, technology equipment, is the request that come in from the presidents and from all of the vice chancellors, and includes, for an example, there are at least 3 campuses where one item or one initiative is at least $350,000. So that's what that last one is. Okay, next slide, please. And so there we have the proposed expenditures in the maintenance and operation budget, and you can see how you come all the way down to that. You've got the non-technology equipment, the non-faculty personnel, and this is a summary of what you saw. You've got go to the equity adjustments line there. That's something you haven't seen before as a line item. This year, for the first time in probably 18, 20 years, Tarrant County College did a compensation study, and it was long overdue. We knew we needed to do it, just had not allocated the money to do that. And the consultants came back with a very comprehensive report showing us where we stand compared to the marketplace in Tarrant County or around the country for those positions that were applicable. All the support staff positions are measured by positions throughout Tarrant County. Professional positions are measured by those throughout the country because we recruit nationally for professional positions. And the recommendations, they gave us a range of recommendations on how we would rectify the inequity that they found among our employees. Some employees were classified at positions that were not acceptable for the work they were doing. Some positions were not recommended for reclassifications, but were still recommended for equity adjustments because in the marketplace we were below the market. The dollars that are represented in the equity adjustments represent bringing those people who are below market to the midpoint. It doesn't get them up to the max. Is that right, Bill? Just to the midpoint of what those markets are. And that would be a $1.9 million. Notice that we are recommending a 75-cent per hour increase in the adjunct faculty pay as well as the full-time faculty overload. That's the first time in I don't know how many years we've recommended more than 50 cents per hour. But this is an attempt to try to catch us up a little bit more to what the average is among the larger community colleges in the state. It doesn't get us at the top of the range, but it does move us up just a little bit. We don't compete with UTA, Mr. Carter. We don't pay what they pay. Y'all are rich over there. But it does make us a little bit better. And, of course, Social Security and staff benefits would increase by $1.8 million. That's because of when you get higher salaries, you have higher payouts. When you get more employees, you have higher payouts. And that causes that. We have 6 new nursing faculty in there that we say it'll cost $360,000. 6 of them are going to cost us probably more like $420,000. But we do have some money from the state. The state gives us money every year to help us with our nursing program to increase the number of faculty that we get, which also the more faculty we can hire, the more students we can train. We have $1 million, go back, Shelley, one time. We have $1,500,000 for administrative staff positions throughout the district this year. And I have a list of those if anybody's interested in knowing what the positions are. And then, of course, we're adding an additional $1.1 million for adjunct faculty and overloads because of our enrollment growth. It's going to cost us more money there. About $20,000 for promotion and rank for those faculty members who are eligible for promotion and rank. We're increasing our disability support services budget by $300,000. Our students who need disability support services continues to grow. That's very good for us. It's very good for the county. It's very good for the country. We are doing a much better job as a country of educating students with disabilities. And we have a model program at Tarrant County College. We have an office on each of our 5 campuses that caters to students with special needs. And our staff does a really great job of working with them. Our student services budget, we're increasing by $100,000. It's about $20,000, I guess, per campus. And then, of course, we have the district and campus expenses adjustments and that's an accounting thing. You see it's a decrease of $1.5 million, and Nancy Chang can explain to you what that decrease is. Just know that she's moved that money from one place and put it in another place. Is that right, Nancy? Okay, it's been reallocated someplace else. So for a total demand of, and that's new dollars, $29.8 million new dollars, what we're asking for. Now, on those salary recommendations that I talked about a few minutes ago, the non-faculty market adjustment dollars would be $677,000. The equity adjustments for faculty, clerical, and instructional support will cost $1.9 million. And we're also recommending a 2% increase for most other employees that will cost $1 million for a total salary increase of $3.6 million. That would be an average of $1,734 per employee, or an increase of 3.76 for those it says an average, but remember, most of that is going to be in equity adjustments, both for faculty as well as non-faculty. We did not include the faculty in the comprehensive study that we did on compensation, but we looked at the faculty salaries in-house because they are easy. Faculty salaries are easy to look at, and we have all kinds of benchmarks that we can use for faculty. And what those dollar adjustments for on equity for the faculty have to do with the equity among the faculty in the various ranks and the length of time that they have been at Tarrant County College. Because of the way our system has been, we had a lot of salary compression within our system, and this is the way for us to take care of that. In our auxiliary enterprises budget, you see that we are expecting a revenue of $4 million, which would be an increase of $122,000 over last year, and that money would come from the bookstore, from food services, student services testing center, and the child care center. Notice that the child care center has a decrease of $20,000. You saw a report from the child care center a few months ago, and I told you that night that it's a very outstanding program. It is also a very expensive program, but it's a laboratory. It's not just a child care center, it is a laboratory. And it has to meet certain standards in order to be able to teach and have it certified. So it does take children because it's a laboratory. It has children there. We have a waiting list every year for our students. Our staff has done a really good job of making sure that opportunities are available for people at all income levels. So there is a sliding scale for the child care expenses, and whatever our charge is, if the family can't pay that, there's an outside agency that picks that up. It may be the child care, what is it called, Tarrant County Child Care Department or whatever. Some of the students come to us with vouchers to help pay for their expenses to go to the child care. Nevertheless, we still end up generally with a deficit there. At the bottom, go back to the bottom of that page, and you'll see that the expenditures are designed to meet the income for that. And I mentioned to you earlier today that last year we had, I think David Jimenez said, $410,000 that we gave out of the bookstore money for book scholarships. We gave that money to the financial aid department, and they administered, he said, all but $30,000, and he's carrying it over to next year. Shelley. The renewal and replacements budget, again, those are the ones for construction projects. The campus presidents each identified areas on their campuses that they wanted to have attention. We've gotten a little bit behind on maintenance in many of our areas on the campuses in the last few years, and we're working hard to try to rectify that. Unfortunately, we can't do it all at the same time. Notice that the maintenance tax revenue in that column is going down by $20 million. The interest income is down by $150,000, and the building fund balance is increasing by $2.9 million. The proposed budget for 2011 is $64 million, down by $17 million. And then at the bottom of that, you'll see where those dollars are going. You see the bulk of it is at the district level, but that's because there are district operations that cover all of the campuses. Very little of any of that is for this building, but it may be a district function that it covers. And of course, an additional $3.6 million for South, $12.3 million for Northeast, and that's primarily to complete the NSSB. That's NSSB. Thank you. NBSS. I'm sorry. And Northwest Campus has $3.5 million. The biggest chunk of that goes to repair the swimming pool on the Northwest campus. The Southeast campus, $15 million, and that's to complete the new wing that Judith is getting, and $131,000 at Trinity River campus, primarily to close out the contract for the refurbishing that was done. They are enjoying all the fruits of that, but for some reason the contractors haven't quite closed that one out. That's not new construction. Is that right, Kirby? That's all closed out. Okay, next slide, please. The renewal and replacements, this is a breakdown. Safety and security, $1 million of that. The roof assessment management program is $1.7 million. Energy conservation, $4.6 million. District facilities contingency, $3 million. Capital improvement project support, real estate reserve. We have $500,000 in there for real estate reserve, just in case the board decides that there is a need to do something that concerns real estate. Sometimes we may have to do an easement or something we don't know what may happen. That number has been significantly higher than that, but this year we brought it down to $500,000, and we think that's manageable. For furniture, we have $1.5 million in there, and I believe that is primarily for, is that Dr. Carrier's furniture, or is that district-wide, all over the district? Judith says, I wish. Okay, and a district irrigation management system. We have $100,000 in there for ADA type compliance issues that we need to do. $200,000 for exterior lighting, and $300,000 to finish our district-wide signage that we've been working on for a while. Continuing, we've got program managers' fees that we pay for the construction projects that are going. We have $1.7 million for the renovation of the TCC Opportunity Center. We have $1.2 million for the insurance program. And one that is really, really important to me and to all the rest of us is that $2.8 million, we're going to finally finish our code blue phones. And I don't expect that anybody's going to ask me one more time, when are we going to finish putting the code blue phones in? That's a real important thing, because they will be all over the campus in remote areas and parking lots. And if there is an emergency, a person in one of those places can pick up one of those code blue phones, and it goes directly to the police department. So we're real pleased about that. Something we've been working on for a long time. The clock alarm system is another part of the security program. The clocks will be in all of the buildings throughout the campus. If there is a reason to have a campus-wide alert, the police department, through its emergency operations center, can key in the alert on the computer and send it all over the district, or on one campus only, or in one building only. It's a very sophisticated system that will help a lot with safety. And then, of course, the other fire alarm system safety issue there is costing $1.6 million. The facilities master plan is we don't know if it's going to cost $1.5 million. It probably will. But we have a very large district with a lot of facilities. And before we can really get to a really good academic master plan, we have to have the facilities plan. So Nina and David are working very closely together on those two, and we'll save a lot of money by doing that. We had thought we'd do the academic master plan earlier, but as it turned out, I had advice from all of my good folk to say, David and Nina said, no, we don't want to do it that way. We need to do it a different way, so we're going to do that. We're going to look at the downtown parking study. We have an issue, we know already, with the Trinity River campus. We're managing it right now by scheduling differently. Tahita has her classes starting at different times and ending at different times, and so we're managing our parking facility. But as you know, part of the parking garage we use, and another part of it Radio Shack uses, so we don't have the full use of that garage at this time. And so we're going to look at what we may have to do to provide additional parking. When Radio Shack is out of that building, if that campus continues to grow the way it's going, we still wouldn't have enough parking space for that campus. So we're going to have to do something one way or the other. And then, of course, we've got $350,000 in there for washout bays, and that's an EPA requirement that we're having to do on every one of our campuses to make sure that all of the toxic things that come from washing vehicles and other kinds of things are properly disposed of. Emergency operations, that $2.8 million is for an emergency operations center. That's another part of our safety system, and it's going to be housed with the police department at Trinity River campus. And that should be done this year, if not completely finished, very close to that. And then we've got another $2.7 million for various project closeouts throughout the district, for a total of $30 million. And now for, this is a breakdown of what each campus is going to get. South Campus getting $3.6 million, Northeast getting 12.3, Northwest 3.5. I've gone over those figures before. Southeast 15.1. The Trinity River Campus parking study for a total of $64,931,014. That's the renewal and replacement budget. For the building fund, and that's our Trinity River East Campus, the revenue there from the maintenance tax, $35 million. The balance in that fund right now is $28 million, for a total of $64.9 million. The construction costs still remaining to be paid are $54.9 million. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment, $5.4 million. Professional fees and services, $3.6. Insurance, $850,000. And $110,000 to relocate the programs in nursing and allied health from Northeast and South to Trinity River, for a total of $64.9 million. And that's an increase of $5.354 million. And now we come to the taxable values. As everybody knows, the taxable values in Tarrant County are down. Last year, the certified tax rolls was $122 billion. This year is $117 billion. The estimated minimum of taxes of properties under protest was $4.6 billion last year, and it's down this year to $2.8 billion. That's a good thing. At least we'll perhaps come a little bit closer to where we'd like to be. And that's probably because the values of so many properties went down. People are not protesting as much. And now for the recommendations that I'm bringing to you. We are recommending that for fiscal year 11, the maintenance and operation tax rate remain the same at a little over 13 cents. The debt service rate will go down from 00641 to 00638, and the total tax rate then would be 0.13767, and the proposed, I'm sorry, that's the current rate. The proposed rate is 0.13764, or down by 0.03%. Okay, next one. Recommending that you provide market and salary adjustments for selected employees, and I've talked about who those employees are. A 2% across the board increase at an estimated cost of $3.65 million for the whole group. That we increase the adjunct and full-time faculty overload hourly rate by 75 cents per contact hour. That will cost us $342,618. We're recommending that there be no increase in credit tuition. There will be no increase for in-district, out-of-district, nor non-resident, but leave those where they are. By the way, our rate of $50 per semester hour is, I don't know if it's still about the middle of the pack, about the middle. There are a few colleges that are a little bit below where we are, and some that are higher. In talking with the presidents and chancellors of the community colleges this summer, about half of them indicated that they were going to be raising their tuition for this year. Next slide. We recommend no changes in the non-credit tuition charges for fiscal year 11, which begins September 1st, 2010. Recommend that the board approves the non-credit tuition and fees to be outlined at the August 19th board meeting. We'll get those to you in your board packets ahead of time. And we recommend that the board delegates to the chancellor the interim authority for establishing non-credit tuition and fees, including the establishing of zero tuition, if local resources and state funding provide sufficient contributions to cover the cost of offering the courses. And this is a very important thing that we think will be helpful to low-income residents who need to take continuing education courses but cannot pay the tuition and fees. We can now, if we can determine local sources to add to the state funding, then we can allow people to enroll in certain courses for free. All those questions, comments, and discussions you've been holding on to. What do you think?
I just have two questions. The first is, how many employees does the equity adjustment impact?
That's a Bill Lace question. Quite a few, but I don't know.
I don't have the exact number, Ms. Vandergrift, but it would impact the bottom two quartiles for the faculty, instructional support, and clerical. And instructional support and clerical make up more than half of our non-faculty employees. So we will get you that figure, but I think it's going to be probably in the neighborhood over 50% and maybe near 60%.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing, just to clarify.
Excuse me, 1 second. Will somebody call Ricardo and ask him that number for me? Somebody call Ricardo. He can get it for us right quick. He has it. Yes, Ms. Vandergrift.
Are there still only 2 colleges in the system, like ours, that do not charge for lab fees, where we're all consolidated into one tuition?
I don't know the answer to that question either. I just know that.
I thought there's just one other college as well.
I think there's more than one other one now. Okay. I think a number of them have moved to that. To the combination, but I don't know. We'll get that information for you. Okay.
I believe in my research last year there are more than that, and I'm quite certain that Dallas County, when they charge a tuition, the fees are included in that tuition price. I know Collin County has a fee in addition to that, but Dallas County and Tarrant County both are that way.
Hmm. Other questions? Ms. Carter?
Well, okay, your tax property revenue is down, your state income is down, but you're spending quite considerable more money, so I'm a little unclear where the additional revenue is coming from.
Tuition. That's where some of it's coming from. Some of the money is rollover. I'd have to go back to that slide to see how much of it is being rolled over from last year's on the, for instance, the Trinity River East Campus. Some of the money you saw rolled over came from that, so that's money that we didn't spend this year that we're rolling over for this year. That we didn't spend this year, we roll over for next year. So that's where the increase in the revenues. And of course, there's some revenue. There's an increase in the tax revenue. There's some increase there, not as much as we have perhaps gotten in the past. But am I reading that right? It's $23 million, Nancy. Yeah. Would you get to the microphone, please, Nancy?
In the past, we spent lots of revenue from tax revenue in renewal replacement. You can tell we move a lot of money for renewal replacement and put it in the maintenance fund. And that's by, if we're using 5 cents to generate the state appropriate from the tax property value, we will generate $64 million. But we only put 18 in the revenue. So we slow down the renewal replacement and put it in the maintenance. So spend most of the money in the maintenance fund.
Good trick. Hey, Trick.
Other questions? Well, we're not asking you, of course, to vote today. We wanted to go through all of this with you. We'll give it all to you for your perusal. And then we'd like to hear from you if there are concerns that you have with what we have presented. The one thing I would like to ask before we leave today, though, is your feeling about the salary adjustments. I told you last year about the same time that I don't know if we'll get any pushback or not from, I'm sure there's somebody out there who will question why we're doing salary increases. Most of it's coming from equity adjustments. But again, a couple of things I want to point out to you. The independent school districts in Texas are giving salary increases to their faculties. Some of them didn't want to, but the Attorney General ruled that they had to because they had been given money, especially for salary increases. We compete with local independent school districts for faculty, and there are a few of them in our area who are always right there with us and sometimes a little bit above us. And so we felt strongly that it was imperative that we too would give a salary increase to our faculty. On the equity piece, we felt very strongly that if we intend to keep the good people that we have and continue to recruit good people, we have to be competitive in the marketplace with all of our employees. And then finally, in talking with the community colleges around the state, about 75% of them are planning to give salary increases to their employees. And of course, we compete there as well. So when we looked at all of those factors, we thought it was important for us to give a salary increase. It's not a large one, of course, but and for us, and for our people, our faculty, our staff, it would be a real increase. Last year, they got a real increase, which is probably the first real salary increase employees have gotten at Tarrant County College in maybe 10 years, maybe 8, 10 years. For the most part, it's been cost of living adjustments, not an amount above that cost of living adjustment. So I would like to know from you before we move further with our work, how you feel about the salary adjustments. I mean, if that's something that you think you want us to move forward with or not, because it has a lot to do. We have a lot of work to do, and I don't want us to do it in, just to be doing it. So I'd like to have some feedback from you today. Ms. Vandergriff?
Are you asking our opinion on the equity adjustments or the 2%?
On both.
Okay. I guess I just have an additional question on the processes of, salary increases. I thought kind of embedded in the process within department heads, there's the ability to make that market adjustment on an annual basis. That's not the case.
No, it isn't. Our system is driven by district rules, regulations, guidelines, and it's all done out of the Human Resources Office in this building. Department chairs, divisional deans, everybody can make recommendations, but they can't change anything. Plus, our system doesn't allow for adjustments of that type anyway outside of some process like this. What we have done, every year we do salary surveys, and every year we've taken some positions and perhaps have done some adjustments. Generally, we do them by classes. For instance, we had to make some very special accommodations for our nursing faculty, or else we weren't going to have nursing faculty. And so we did that by a group. One year we had to make some very special accommodations for our IT people, or we weren't going to have any IT people. So we've done things like that, but when we do them, it's at the district level. It's not within the purview of the department head to do that. Now, do you have an answer to Ms. Vandergrift's question? They are working on it now. Oh, they're working on it. Okay. Mr. Greenhill.
Well, there are two of us who have been out in the public recently talking about various financial things. And my constituents, if you keep the focus on the students and what is in the best interest of the students, and what most of what I heard was high-quality faculty. High-quality faculty. This is what I heard from my constituents, and in my view, this is a defendable salary increase. It's modest, at least in my constituency. It's defendable, and I can support it because, as I said, one of the things that I heard was what we want is quality education, the best faculty that we can get, and we have to be competitive. That is something that we have to be. So from my point of view, I can support it.
Thank you.
Now, did you run the numbers on anything more than 2% to see what the impact would be?
Yes, for every 1% it costs, how much, Bill? We did run the numbers. About $1 million.
I think it's
1.2 or $3 million is what it costs. So if we did whatever that number is, do I have it, Shelley? Go to that number. So take $1.2 million, yes, $1.2 million off of whatever that is. Well, that can't be right.
No, that figure, the 2%, that does not count all the people who are getting increases from other parts of the study. Those are the people who are not getting equity increases, so that the 2% does not reflect all employees.
So the million is everybody else. Are you adjusting the equity to the current salary, or are you adjusting it to the adjusted salary after the 2% increase?
It's to the current salary. What we're doing in those three classifications are giving 4% raises to the first quartile, 3% raises to the second, and then 2% to the highest two quartiles to relieve the compression at the bottom.
Okay, and will we have inequity again then after we give the 2% increase to the rest of the people, or are those that have been identified as needing an equity adjustment, will they still stay in the range of being equitable?
It will not completely solve our equity problems. We attacked really the three areas where we thought they were the most severe: clerical, instructional support, and faculty. We have other areas where we have the problem of compression. I think, frankly, we just simply couldn't afford to do all of them at one time. We looked for the areas where the problem was most severe and affected the greatest numbers of employees.
Okay. I make one other comment. Thank you, Dr. Lay. I agree with Mr. Greenhill. I have served with industry and recruitment. I've talked to people who hire employees, and one of the things that I have learned over my years is that it's better to pay a person the market value and keep them with you than it is to let them go somewhere else, bring someone else in, and incur those training costs, because it's going to cost us a lot more long term to hire new people and train new people if we lose them. Also, I agree with the quality. I have not heard, but I think in the time that I've been here, only one complaint or one comment about high salaries, because we do provide a quality service, and our mission says that we will provide a quality service. If we're going to provide a quality service, we're going to have to have people who are quality people in order to deliver that instruction. And the third point, and then I will be quiet, is that I think our faculty and our staff want to know that we support them, and they work hard for us. I mean, I've been around. I've seen some of the people, some of the effort they put in. I think they want to know that we're behind them, and I think that there's a loyalty element there. So, I'm for it.
Well, I I agree that they deserve it. Nevertheless, I believe that what we have to have in place, if we're looking for quality educators, we have to begin to implement an evaluation system of evaluating our faculty. Critical to this college. There are some wonderful staff, and maybe there isn't. We don't know that because we've never seen it. And I think it's vital to this college that evaluations of faculty are done annually. And I also believe in merit raises for those top instructors. So I agree that we ought to go ahead with what the recommendation is, but again, I would like us to begin to work toward an evaluation system that, again, has goals and objectives and measurable things that we can measure to determine how effective they are as teachers, because I can tell you that not all teachers, not all professors are meant to teach. We have to have the best. We want the best successful students. We're going to have the best faculty we can get. So I hope that we put that in place because it has to happen.
I'm going to let John Crawford come to the microphone and have a comment about faculty evaluations, because we do, however, of course, have faculty as well as staff evaluation. As I told you earlier, Mr. Crawford is the president of the JCC and president of the Faculty Senate on South.
You know, she seems to put me in this position every time we meet. I think faculty evaluations, and I've made this comment before in KELP meetings, as they presently exist, tell us whether or not we are doing the requirements of our job. Do we show up for class? Do we keep roll? Do we grade papers? Do we turn our syllabuses in on time? The faculty, I believe, and I know I can speak for myself, would appreciate and fully encourage a system that evaluates whether or not we are effective educators. That's what we want to be.
Absolutely.
That sets goals for us, sets timelines for us, provides professional development where we have weaknesses. Let's face it, none of us are perfect. Gives us that capability on an annual basis of sitting down with our superiors and saying, all right, I did well here, I didn't do so well here, what can I do to improve, and what's that improvement plan and process? Now, along with that goes the fact that if I am not willing to improve, I'm not willing to sign off on that, for lack of a better word, comes the terminology, I need to seek my success somewhere else. And I think that's the bottom line. The college has the right to demand excellence from us if we're going to demand excellence from the college.
Thank you. Well said.
He has his cheerleaders on the back row back there. They're all cheering. Well, Mrs. Vanette, you certainly are correct, and I think all of us agree with that. It will be a change for us at Tarrant County College, as it is in higher education throughout the country. There are a few institutions that do merit-based pay for their faculty and staff. Most universities have some kind of merit-based pay. They don't talk much about it, but they do. As a matter of fact, very often when you read about universities giving not giving a salary increase. That has nothing to do with the fact that they gave merit increases. They just don't say it. So that will be new for our faculty, and that will be a challenge for our faculty. It will be something that we'll have to think long and hard about how we implement. I'm going to put another person on the spot now. They know I'm famous for this, and that's Larry. Come up to the microphone. And I want you to talk for just a minute. Come on, Larry. I want Larry to talk. You only have to talk is a minute to tell the board, about just a little bit about your faculty and how it is embracing change and how we move forward.
Several months ago in one of the CELT meetings, our illustrious chancellor challenged the faculty to come up with ideas for student success. And our faculty members took this very seriously at the Northeast campus and put together a committee and had a brainstorming session. And there were probably about 50 or so faculty who attended the brainstorming session. Each table talked about how they might, or what ideas they might have for increasing student success, and they came up with a very elaborate plan. And I think we shared that with you about a month ago. If you look back in your board agenda, you'll see the plan that was put together by our faculty to all the ideas for student success, and I think they came up with about 11 or 12 of these in different categories. One of these involves having faculty more involved in advising and working with students on a one-to-one basis, and so we're moving ahead with that, and many of the others. One of the challenges that Mrs. Hadley had for our group of faculty is what they did was they listed pros and cons of each one of these initiatives, and so she said, I want you to get together and try to move those cons over to pros. And they did that. So I think today was the due date. Was that today, the due date? Ann was on the committee, and so I'll be interested to see how they did that.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Larry. And now, Ann, I'm going to put you on the spot for a moment. Come up. Because all of the things that we're talking about are germane to moving in a different direction at Tarrant County College and how we measure success. Ultimately, we get to a point where we get really serious about measuring success. I don't know how difficult it will be to move us from where we are today to where we need to be. Ann didn't know what her question was going to be, but I want you to tell the board how you think that might work. I mean, we've talked with the JCC about, do you think it's time for us to start talking with the faculty about, pay for results, merit pay? We had a little bit of discussion about that, and there are a lot of different feelings about it. I'm putting her on the spot without any prepared. No preparation. No preparation. But that's okay. You're a faculty leader, so tell us what you think. That's all we want to know.
Well, one of the things that came to mind when you all started talking about merit is one of the things that the faculty are very concerned about is tenure and promotion and rank, and what they have to do to earn that promotion and rank or earn that tenure. And I can see that that might be even more important to them than, say, a small merit raise, to be able to tie their achievements and tie those things that they accomplish, the professional development they do, to actually getting a promotion instead, which, of course, always leads to money. What was the other part of the question? That's it? Okay. Oh, good.
That's all.
Could I put Ann on the spot about something else? And you can make up a number, but what does 2% mean in real dollars to
come into the microphone
and a faculty member, approximately? Just say a middle of the road.
I think it's better than nothing.
Well, I know. But
and that's what we've all been told to expect this year, was nothing. So I think everyone, particularly not just the faculty, but the support staff as well, are going to be delighted with 2%, and also the equity adjustments that they will get. But I think because we were told to expect nothing, that we're going to be very pleased with 2%. Would my other faculty members agree with me?
No, come to the microphone, Jay.
Come here, Jay.
All the way up there.
Yep.
I'll call you anyway.
I mean, are we talking a couple of $100? Are we talking
Oh, no. In
$1,000?
terms of
You want a number. I believe that the committee that, I believe the median salary is mid-50s for a faculty member, and if you do the math on 2%, that's about $1,200 maybe?
Yeah, about 12.
Yeah, roughly.
And,
Oh, yeah, if you break it down, yeah, about $100 a month, yeah. So
and for support staff, what are we looking at?
It's hard to say now with the support staff because we haven't really seen what those equities are going to do yet. But with support staff, with the price of gas, with, family members being out of work and such, every little bit helps.
Well, again, if there's money, I would like to see them brought up to where they need to be. They are the backbone of this college. And oftentimes, we just kind of say, well, they're support staff. They're just as equally important as anybody
and
else.
quite frankly, some of our support staff can make more money working at Burger King than they can here.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes.
that's not right.
So, so pay should be at the top as much as we can for everyone who deserves to be in that position. So, I think that we need to increase it a little bit. If there's money anywhere, I think we need to give them another.
Kevin, you want to come join this group? Got something you want to say?
Let me say this in response to the support staff.
Okay, talking here.
The support staff and their equity adjustments. When we were talking about that in the CALT JCC, the JCC as a whole supported those adjustments for the support staff, even if it meant the faculty didn't get a raise. And that's how serious we are about doing what's necessary for the support staff. My divisional secretary makes my life easy. I can go teach. I don't have to worry about whether or not my tests are prepared, whether or not they're run off, whether or not I've got supplies in my classroom, whether or not messages where students have called I get. I don't have to worry about that. All I have to worry about is teaching. And we need to recognize the support and the help that those individuals give us as faculty. And that's
absolutely. And on the same note, maybe we don't give faculty staff and we give it all to the support staff. You think they'd be happy?
I'd just like to say that as far as faculty goes, as I understand it anyways, the majority of the faculty are in the first or second quartile. And they're going to get more than a 2%. They're going to get either 4% or 3%. And so the top two quartiles, frankly, make more money than the bottom two quartiles. So 2% will be more in terms of real dollars than maybe even 3% for somebody who's in a lower quartile. So I think it's significant.
I think they'll be happy. Everyone will be happy.
Okay. Thank you, faculty leaders.
Thank you.
Team leaders. They're part of this great team. Okay, any other questions? We have the answer for Ms. Vandergriff. Of the 1,440 non-faculty employees, 38% of them, 552, will receive only 2% increase and no other increase. Of the 686 faculty, 94, 13%, will receive only a 2% increase. So the majority of the employees will get more than 2%. About 65% will get more than 2%. Dr. Morrison.
Well, Chancellor Hadley, I just want to congratulate you and all of the staff. Obviously, you have spent a lot of time together working on this budget over the summer, and it seems that everyone knows it and has some concurrence and agreement with it. And I think it is so very important that we recognize and appreciate what we have, because as we all know, the greatest majority of our budget goes to our personnel, which is really key to the success of the college. So I think, excuse me, we should move forward with it. And I thank you for the way you put the budget together.
Thank you. We've had a good time putting this budget together. We really have, haven't we? We've had a great time.
Yeah, we don't have a copy of the budget.
You don't have one. I want one.
So do I.
I'm going to read it.
Absolutely. We'll send it to you electronically.
Okay.
It's right, Nancy?
Okay. That's fine.
When you want the proposed budget, you want this that I have in my hand. Is that what you're saying?
What do they have?
Just a PowerPoint.
That's the.
That's just a PowerPoint.
Right,
Okay.
that's a copy of what
Oh,
you
you're
saw.
going to send us something more detailed. All right.
Well, this is good. This is what we
Yeah, you
saw
can
up on
have
the
it.
screen.
No, we'll get you.
Okay.
We'll get you this.
Okay.
What you just saw on the screen. If you rather have a hard copy, we get it for you before you go. Anybody else? Mr. Card, I didn't hear from you.
You know,
Did I?
It's really kind of an example of you've spent months doing this, and then you want an opinion for it. And after I've heard it for an hour, I'm just going to think it over a little bit. I'm inclined to think that the pay raises are appropriate, but before I commit to it, I'd like to take a harder look at it.
Sure, absolutely. Any other questions? John, you have to come back to the mic. You have to come to the mic.
No, I'm okay.
They can't pick you up.
Oh, how can we not pick you up? I'm broad enough to be seen.
Okay, well, go to my mic right there. Okay, he's on a roll now. He's.
No,
What is it? Rolling down the river?
Rolling down the river.
I just want to say one thing on behalf of the Faculty Association. We appreciate being involved in this process. It's been eye-opening. It's been challenging. We've had some long meetings. Some of my compadres have sat there and listened and said, God, this stuff's boring. Of course, I'm an accountant, so, numbers, kind of enthrall me. But we really appreciate the Chancellor and the CELT involving us. This is something that was a first time and something that I hope continues because it's very eye-opening and interesting to see how it all operates and works. So we appreciate what the Chancellor has done for us, so thank you.
Thank you, John.
And with that, I'll sit down.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, we have a reward for you today for being so kind to come and sit and listen. We have a cookie for you. Reginald has them at the back table back there, so before you go out, make sure you grab a cookie to take with you. So we give sweets for the sweets.
Oh, thank you.
Get the evaluation forms.
Oh, thank you, yes. And in the back of your folder, the blue folder from ACCT, there is an evaluation. And I would really appreciate getting it from you. It helps ACCT out very much if we complete that evaluation and get it back to them. So if you will complete that for me and leave it, we'll even serve you a cookie while you're doing your evaluation. Reginald, is there anything I'm forgetting? Mr. Hudson.
Yes, I would like to make a comment before we leave. I really appreciate all the board members coming out for this, and I hope that you got something out of it. I definitely did. I'm sure you did. And the comment about being involved in the budget process, this was one of the goals that we set for Irma when we selected you for interim chancellor, or maybe when we hired you as chancellor to do bottom-up management. And I'm very pleased with what I saw today because I heard from all the presidents, I heard from the CELT members, I heard it from you, and it means a lot to me to sit here and see you guys participate because, I don't know, there's something about hearing it from the top level that's a little different than hearing it from somebody that's actually doing the work. And I appreciate you putting it together, and I appreciate your effort and all your effort for putting this budget together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess that's it. So, Mr. President, August the 19th, I'll talk with Dr. Morrison outside, and her schedule is available for 5 if we want to come early. At 5 o'clock on the 19th. If that works with the rest of you, we'll get a notice out to you to remind you to come, and they'll still give you an extra hour to work through the board evaluation piece.
Okay, and we agreed to have the responses for Reginald by next Tuesday.
Okay, very good. Maria?
She's sending it.
Look at what?
Right now, there are people who are looking at this board meeting because it's streamed on our website, and I was wondering if any of you had an opportunity to look at those because they are archived.
Yes, I saw my, you mean of the meetings? Yeah, I saw myself when I got sworn in.
If there are others of you who would like to, and I didn't realize until today that there were a lot of people that didn't realize that they could see this while it's going on, but if there are others of you who would like assistance in knowing where to find it, just let us know, please. Okay, Mr. Hudson, well, thank you so much, and thank all of you board members and staff, Cal, faculty. Grab a cookie, please, on the way out, and we'll see you later. Thank you. Okay.
All right.